Take a look. This is a flight tracker that is showing a Pennsylvania State Police aircraft that took off earlier this morning, steadily making its way across the country toward Idaho. It has already made stops in Illinois and South Dakota throughout the day. You can see right now it is in Wyoming or close to it.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome in, everyone. We have a great panel this morning. As usual, Joe's here with us, and we have Dolphin back and Firefly with us. We're going to go over some stuff today in the Kohberger case. We're going to review a couple of things that we noticed, and then we're going to begin our deep dive into the search warrant documents. Sorry, I was chewing something that was so rude. Some hot water for some tea. Do you know what I found at the grocery? Oh, I didn't go to the grocery store this morning. My son's going, but I did run down to the Dollar General earlier. And I love Dr. Pepper, strawberries, and cream. Well, I love blackberry. And there's a blackberry tea that I really like. Well, lo and behold, I think I died and went to heaven because Dr. Pepper has a blackberry Dr. Pepper. And I got one in the freezer getting cold. I'm going to crack it open in a minute, take a drink. I'll let you know how it is. Like, I'm so excited for that Dr. Pepper. It's crazy.
Who's the blackberry tea by?
It is a brisk tea.
Uh-huh.
And it comes in these large bottles. I get them like they're $1 a bottle at the Dollar General.
Oh, I recently discovered Dollar General. I know it's been around a while, but I've never really gone in it.
Same.
I'm like, wow, there's some good finds in there. Like,
that's all I got out here if I don't want to go 15 miles to town to the grocery store. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I was like, I literally have a Dollar General and a corner store, and that is it. So I rely on my Dollar General a lot.
Yeah.
I wish I wish that though they would build us one of those Dollar General markets because we need it out here. Because that's literally all we have. And so I'll be excited if they ever do that. But yeah, I love blackberry, so I'm excited to try that blackberry Dr. Pepper. Like, it's like gonna make my day. It better be good.
I'm sure it will be.
Yeah, I love blackberry. So good morning, Forrest. Welcome in. Of course, Dolphin and Firefly. Pokemon, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Dizzy, hello, welcome in. Good to see you here. And we'll let everybody start trickling in here. So everybody have a good night.
Yeah. I actually went to bed early for a change.
Did you? Good for you, because I worry about you and that lack of sleep sometimes. Me and Joe go through it, so I know how you feel.
I've been doing that since I was a baby, though. So that's just my norm.
Exactly. It was always my norm. And there's times like if I don't sleep for a couple of weeks and then there's like 2 or 3 days, I'm just like down for the count. I don't know why. I think it catches up to me the older I get. But yeah, I feel you on that. Pokemon, you love some blackberry too. You know, when I was a kid, I just loved blackberry picking. Like, that was like the thing to do, right? All summer long. My grandson was telling me a few minutes ago his Nana has a ton of blackberry bushes up there. I was like, well, I know where I'm going to pick some blackberries. So how many of you guys got to review or have seen any of the Megyn Kelly interview with, was it Blum, Howard Blum?
Unfortunately, yes, I have seen it.
I have not. I have not.
It's very
I watched
entertaining. That's all I'll say.
I know. Watched a little bit of it too, Dolphin. Always take what he says, of course, with a grain of salt. Is there something to some of the stuff he says? Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? There's a lot of controversy around what he says. I'm not here to debate whether he's right or wrong, but I'm always willing to evaluate what's been out there. You know what I mean? And there's so many channels right now that want to. I don't understand it when they try to make you believe other channels are wrong and giving you misinformation, and I feel
Yeah.
like it's a ploy to get you to only watch them, right? When I like to take in everybody's views.
Me too,
So
exactly.
I mean, I do watch Jules's videos. I also watch Jay Ombre occasionally. There was this
Right.
one rabbit hole he went down that I was willing to go down with him, but we only got so far. You know what I mean?
But you
And
know,
then he,
even
Which
when
one
they're
was it?
crazy,
the one about the drug connections,
The people in jail.
the ones in jail, the man that was murdered over there on the dog walking path that lived. It's a whole video. We'll have to review that one day, and I'll link it to you and show you what I'm talking about. It was almost, okay, this might be a believable rabbit hole, but where's some proof? You know what I mean?
the thing is, like, those things are probably happening, but are they related to this case? That's
Yeah.
the question.
Oh yeah, definitely, most definitely. And I think it's funny how all these creators try to go after each other and discredit one another just to get people to believe them. And I'm not like that. I just like, well, let's present it all out there, and then you make up your own minds, right?
Right, exactly.
And even though if I may or may not agree with Jules each and every time, she has the right to her theories just like we do. Jay Ombre, I suppose, has his, but he said something in that video that I only watched like a minute of it when it was linked to me. And he said something, and I thought, you know what? That's kind of what I thought about you all along. So I'll explain more as we review that.
The one thing about Blum, you have to say, is he had some sort of source before the gag order, so he might
Yes,
actually
he
have
did.
some truthful info trickles in and out of there.
Yeah, there's some truths in it. At first, we were all like, "Where are you getting all this?" You know what I mean? Because I've followed along the Bloom stuff. I know there's people out there who feel some kind of way about him. I'm not here to tell you how to feel about him or take everything he says, to the bank. Call it Bible, but just it's for review purposes. So we'll see what we agree with and disagree with. People come up with some crazy theories sometimes, so it'd be interesting to, like I said, I didn't watch the whole thing, but we will review it because I think it's important, and we can see, and it kind of shows you some of the messery that's out in this case. You know what I mean? Because those of us who've been here for 2 years know all that, but a lot of people don't know that. So we're gonna review that Megyn Kelly piece, a little bit of the revealing, and then we're gonna jump into our deep dive into these search warrants, and we're going to go back to the beginning. Now, some of these search warrants, of course, they're sealed, redacted, and things of that nature, so you're not going to get a lot of takeaway. But for people who haven't reviewed them, get out your pens and paper, get out your notepads, and do your thing. Write down anything important that you come out of these documents, dates, times, whatever you feel, and then we can have a conversation about these things, because we all know Anne's trying to get this search warrants all thrown out, based on the IGG stuff. And so, yeah, we're going to take a look at kind of go back to the beginning, because like I said, there was a lot of search warrants in this case, and we reviewed them all, but sometimes you need to go back and re-review. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And there's a lot of this stuff that I saw bits and pieces of it at the beginning of the case and throughout the hearings and everything, but I definitely have not gone through them in detail.
Yeah. They're
So I'm going to
worth
learn
it.
something. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to learn something today, I guarantee.
Yeah, because I had planned to do a touch on some Delphi stuff this morning, but I was feeling some kind of way about it, and I don't know how I want to go about it, so I've put that off. I'll probably do something on that this week on the morning show, but we're going to pull up this Megyn Kelly thing. I don't think she'll strike us. We'll stop and commentate, fair use, all that good stuff. I probably need to get a fair use disclaimer on my thing, but I don't know. I always keep forgetting. Let me throw up my banner here. Okay. Everybody, I know now. Look, I do want to address one thing first, and it wasn't even about me, it's about somebody else. There's another content creator that I have some mutual respect for. He likes to look at things from a psychological standpoint, 'cause I think that's what he goes to school for. But apparently, and I enjoyed his last live, and I don't go in there often, but I do trickle in and hang out and stuff. But he apparently got some comments back on a live he did, and it really got to him, and I think he decided to take some time away. And with this case, there are going to be trolls. There are going to be comments made about your videos and your lives that you don't agree with, but you know what you got to do? Develop a thick skin. People came at me very hard about this case and the way I felt about it in other communities, other streams, and I didn't let it bother me. And I know there's times we get trolly comments here, and I'll address them, but you can't take this stuff personally. You know what I mean? You can agree to disagree and things like that, but I'm not doing these two reviews we're about to do to go after Megyn Kelly or Blum or Jay Ombre, because I'm not here to have creator wars with people. But I don't mind reviewing what you've done and talk about it, because you put it out there, we're going to talk about it, right? I just hope that creator that decided to take some time off can regroup and understand that don't take this stuff personally, So with that said, I'm going to probably speed this up a tad because I don't know how long was it? It's like a 43-minute long thing. So we may not play all of it, but we'll see what we got here. Let's get some playback here. Let's go with 1.25 and we'll see how that sounds. Let me get the screen up. Now, this is, in case for those of you who do not know, Howard Blum wrote a book. What was it called? When the Night Calls or Comes?
Ooh, I don't remember. I haven't read it. I was thinking about
I've
getting it.
read excerpts out of it. I think it was called When the Night Comes or whatever. I just saw a notification the other day that it was on sale on Amazon for like $6. So I don't know.
When the Night Comes Falling, a Requiem for the Idaho Student Murders.
There you go. Thank you, Dolphin.
You're
So
welcome.
yes, Blum has wrote it. He had been investigating the case since the beginning, and like Firefly said, he seemed to have some information early on before a gag order. And I think even outside the gag order, people close to the case were talking to him. And I also know that Brett Norton released a whole bunch of text messages to him between her and Steve Gonzalez. Dolphin, Firefly, we've seen those. So, all kind of messery with this case, but let's review what Blum has to say with her. And if you don't agree with it, that's fine. You can state that, but you don't have to listen either. You know what I mean? So,
hey everyone, I'm Megyn Kelly. Welcome to the Megyn Kelly Show.
And everybody let me know if you can hear everything good and all that good stuff.
I was just going to say, he also wrote articles for Airmail.
Yes. Yeah. And I have read some of those articles out of the Airmail that he had done. Okay, so here we go with this review. Let's see what happens. Now, Firefly did say he said something very interesting that I didn't hear yet, so I'm curious to see what he said about that.
Bonus AM episode. Brian Kohberger, the suspect accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students, is set to go to trial in August. But in late January, there was a pretrial hearing, and an important one, that revealed shocking new information that we have not heard before. Joining me now to break down all the developments is Howard Blum, journalist and New York Times bestselling author of When the Night Comes Falling, a Requiem.
Guys, if that's sped up too quickly or too fast, let me know, okay?
I'm hanging in there okay so far.
Okay.
The Idaho student murders. Don't miss a moment. Subscribe to this show on YouTube and follow me on Insta, Facebook, and X. We continue to face uncertainty when it comes to the economy, with a perfect storm brewing as Social Security and Medicare hit a breaking point, as the largest generation is hitting retirement. A smaller workforce means a smaller tax base. You pair that with our growing national debt and our safe haven. Gold will help you. Against of what happened at that hearing on January 23rd and 24th, I was like, we've got to get this on. Because, I don't want to overstate it, but it's possible the prosecution's case is falling apart.
The way these authorities got to Kohberger wasn't through any other evidence at the beginning, but just a little speck of DNA, smaller than a piece of dust, that was left on the button of a knife sheath that was left behind. They used this speck of DNA, they processed it so that they could give it to an FBI laboratory. The FBI laboratory then, after months of not admitting what they had done, it was revealed in the end of January in court that they had taken this DNA and they had uploaded it to 2 websites, ancestry DNA websites, that prohibit law enforcement from using this DNA. The FBI did this not out of any evil reasons, but just out of their zeal. You have to go back to the time of the killing. Here was a murder of 4 young children on the loose. They had really no clues except for this DNA. Except for this DNA, it was in many ways the perfect crime. They had no blood evidence, really. They had no evidence of anyone stalking these young college students. All they had was this DNA, so they ran with it. And this DNA allowed them to open up many other doors. Ultimately, having a series without that DNA, they couldn't have gotten these search warrants. And now the defense is saying, wait a minute. This suspect's Fourth Amendment rights were violated by the FBI's going into these prohibited websites.
You've been saying this all along. You've been suspecting that the FBI got this match between the DNA, the touch DNA on the knife sheath, and matched it to Kohberger's father, possibly by doing something they're not allowed to do, which is use the commercial DNA websites that people like you and I might go to if we're looking for a long-lost relative. They have.
So people are concluding that they didn't get Kohberger's dad's DNA from the trash. Excuse me, that choke. Are they concluding that it came from the IgG tree? That's what seems to be the a little. Some creators feel that way, and some feel the other way. It's kind of weird.
He used an interesting phrase.
Go ahead.
He used an interesting phrase right there. He said the FBI used "quote unquote" prohibited websites.
Mm-hmm.
What prohibits that? Is it a legal prohibition? Is it the policies of the individual?
Terms of service. When you go to enter your DNA in there, it gives you a questionnaire. I'll share it on Discord with you. If you want to allow law enforcement to use your DNA profile for crime research or not, you can check if you allow them to or not.
Yes, and according to a comment that got left on one of my videos, that they think that the trash cans were right at the edge of the driveway, but an FBI agent determined they were within reach of the garbage truck. Things like that are happening. And with this here, they feel like the FBI went into one of those databases they aren't supposed to use. And then they destroyed all of their information that led up to the family tree decision stuff, or what came out of the search. And that's what it's going to come down to. Did the FBI use because GEDmatch they can use? I think it was the heritage they could use. And like Ann said, it went somewhere in between Arthur and the FBI. Who sent it to that particular place? Or was it the FBI that sent it there? And did the FBI use illegal methods to get into the IgG? Now, if they did, that could affect the case, but then you're going to let an alleged potential killer walk free because you've made a huge mistake. And remember, the FBI said they destroyed all the work they did and da-da-da-da. But Ann did get some materials, whatever they offered, to end up sending over through those subpoenas. So to be curious to see if the DNA tree landed back on his father because he had uploaded to the DNA websites, or was it the sister, or did they actually pull the dad's DNA from the trash? You know, there's so many conflicting, not reports, but takeaways. You know what I mean? Everybody takes away a different thing when two people can see the same thing and have different conclusions. So we'll start this back up.
A public database. C.C. Moore, the original creator of genetic genealogy, talked to us about this a long time ago, saying there's only one that's totally public and anyone can upload their DNA and see what's on there. The other two are fee-for-service private companies that are not allowed to be used by law enforcement. Otherwise, nobody would go on there, right? They'd be like, if I ever committed a crime or have a relative down the line who might have committed a crime, I'm going to get him in trouble. So there's supposed to be this hard wall. And you said early on you suspected, because the FBI seemed to be very cagey about this whole thing. They didn't want to turn over the results of how they got this to anybody, that maybe they had done something they weren't allowed to. Go ahead.
not only did they not want to turn over the results, they said literally that they had ripped up the evidence of their research. They said, we just threw it out. Who ever heard of it in a major murder investigation, the FBI discarding evidence? But this is what they did. But the defense kept on pressing and pressing, and now they got a judge to give him the evidence, and it proves beyond a shadow of a doubt, it came out in open court, that the FBI violated the protocols of these two genetic websites. Now, how is that going?
Whereas defense attorney Ann Taylor, yes, that's her name, argued about this investigative genetic genealogy, IGG, evidence. Listen to her in SOT 41.
Your Honor, our position is that the court should suppress the IGG identification and everything that flows from that. This is supported by Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution, due process, Article 1, Section 17 of the Idaho Constitution. Your Honor, there was no warrant for several phases of the search that led to the IGG work, investigative genetic genealogy. And we think every single one of those stages, a warrant was required, none was given, and so this must be suppressed.
She's saying all the goods they got after getting that hit have to be suppressed and cannot be used because they're in essence the fruit of the poisonous tree.
Exactly. And if you look at what they had before then, there's not much except for one thing. After Kohberger is arrested, he's in a Pennsylvania jail, and they do a cheek swab. And the DNA from that cheek swab matches the DNA on the button of the knife sheath. That is pretty substantial evidence. But if they can get that thrown out, that will make a case that seems pretty much a shut case to be more open than shut. And there's going to be a possibility of a Franks hearing. That's a judicial process named after a 1978 Supreme Court case where evidence was thrown out because the police had falsified information to get their warrants. The judge has not said he will have this Franks hearing, but he has raised the possibility and he's asked the lawyers to keep time available to have such a hearing. And if that's
not what the prosecution wanted to hear. The prosecution wanted to hear, there's no need for hearing. This is ridiculous. You know, irrespective of how we got to Brian Kohberger's father as being related to the person whose DNA was on the knife sheath, we know it is Brian Kohberger's DNA because we ultimately took a cheek swab that shows it was him. So the problem for the prosecution is the judge is not saying no. He's keeping the door open. He might actually have a hearing on this, so he's at least a little interested. But can I just say this to what you just said, Howard? The DNA matching Kohberger directly is absolutely devastating. There's no question. It's a terrible fact for the defense. But as I understand her argument, Ann Taylor's, it's that you would never have been cheek swabbing Brian Kohberger if you hadn't been doing the shenanigans with the DNA and 23andMe. Like, she's saying you can't even use the cheek swab because it too is fruit of the poisonous tree.
That is what she's arguing. That's part of her argument. But also at that hearing, something else was revealed, which is perhaps even more dramatic and makes her case even more substantial.
Okay, so hold on. But before we get to that, let me finish up this part. I know there's a lot of stuff to discuss. So just so the audience knows, that's what she's trying to argue. She's trying to say everything that followed as a result of you figuring out that Brian Kohberger's DNA, his dad's DNA, was traceable from that knife sheath has to be removed. You have to get rid of it, including the cheek swab. Now, the judge did not seem like he was going to do that. He seemed very into the actual cheek swab, and he didn't sound like a man who thinks that's fruit of any poisonous tree. But here he is, Judge Hitler, talking about that DNA match in SOT 43.
There's a DNA match between the DNA in the sheath and Mr. Kohberger. Isn't that probable cause every day and twice on Sunday?
Not in this context. Not in this context because of the IGG work.
That's, again, she's saying the investigative genetic genealogy undermines it and makes it unusable. Is that basically what happened?
That's basically what happened. But also, if they throw it out, there's really not much there. I mean, you have to, in many ways, it was a perfect crime, except for the leaving the knife sheath behind. Consider the house there was so much blood in the house that it was coming out of the sides of the house. It was coming down the foundation of the building at 1122 King Road. And yet, no blood was ever found on Kohberger. No blood was found in his car. No blood was found in his apartment. There is no evidence also of Kohberger having any connection to any of the murder victims. There's no evidence of him talking to any of them, ever being in the house, of him stalking them on the internet. There's no murder weapon. There's no motive even. So without this DNA evidence, the case against Kohberger becomes a lot more problematic.
Okay, but how about the fact that, I mean, the best fact, I think, other than the DNA match, is the fact that when the police went to arrest him in the Poconos in December, this crime was committed the month before in November. My God, is it 2022 now? I'm losing track.
Yes.
Yeah, 2022. When they arrested him in his home, back in his parents' home in December, he was there putting his trash into individual little baggies that were being disposed of in the neighbor's trash can. That is terrible. Very incriminating.
That's very incriminating, yes. But if Ann Taylor, the defense attorney, is trying to get that, the FBI and the police coming into his house, she's trying to get that thrown out. The terms of this, she's claiming it was an unlawful assault without the necessary warrants to arrest him in his house. She's raising everything.
Of course, as any good defense lawyer will. But that one's, we've heard her out on the genetic genealogy thing. You were right, and she was right that there was some any business going on from the sound of it, but there's no way she's getting out the FBI, what they found upon arresting him. No way. And it's just terrible. Fascinating is how good he was at covering it up, to your point. There's no murder weapon. And she reiterated these points. So these are all updated now. We've been speculating, but she was on the record with, they haven't found a murder weapon. They did not find any blood, Howard, she said this, on Brian, on any of his belongings, or even anywhere in that car that they practically dissected.
Yes, I mean, they took apart the brake gears. They were looking all over for any blood. No blood in his student apartment at Washington State University. Nowhere. It was a perfect crime in many ways, except for leaving behind the knife sheath.
Such a massive, massive error. But what about the car and the phone evidence? Because when we read the police affidavit before his arrest, it was white car, Hyundai Elantra. They changed the year once they started to narrow in on Kohberger because they had the years wrong. But then they said, okay, it's 15. It's not just 16 anyway, whatever his car was. And we've seen that car around, the murder house many times, according to the cops. And also his phone records show that he was in the vicinity of the murder house over and over, including the night before. They didn't have him there during the murder hours because his phone was off. Right. But then the next morning he appeared to go back.
Fairly convincing argument, especially in a death penalty case. You have a white Hyundai Elantra by the house, but you have no proof that that's Kohberger's car. You never see the license plate on any of the videos. You never see the man behind the wheel in any of those videos. They're all obscured. So there are lots of white Hyundai Elantras around. They can't make that connection directly. Then when you have the cell phone tower triangulation that puts him in the neighborhood of the murder house, well, it's a 10-mile radius. In a town like Moscow, 10 miles takes up a lot of territory, a lot of neighborhoods. You never have any proof that he ever parked in front of the house, that his car ever came to a halt in front of the house. You can speculate, but you can't prove it. Are these inferences enough to condemn a man to death? It might be hard for a jury.
What is the 7-minute screw up on the timeline by the cops?
Well, it seems the cops, when they were tracking the white Hyundai Elantra that night, made an error. They got the timelines wrong, whether accidentally or deliberately, but off by 7 minutes. And they put the car that they allege is Kohberger's closer to Moscow at the time. But the defense is saying that because of this screw-up, which no one seems to be arguing that the cops got this time incorrect, this would have allowed Kohberger to be driving away from Moscow and to this state park where they claim he was at the time of the murders. That would seem to stargazing on a cloudy night at 4 a.m. when the temperatures are a little below freezing.
My gosh. All right. So it's a screw up by the cops that won't be helpful to the prosecutors in trying to show this case was done by the book, all T's crossed, all I's dotted. All right. So that's some of the stuff. I'm amazed that at this point in the case, she's saying openly there's no blood evidence tying him to the crime. I thought for sure they'd find something, that with all the searches they did of his apartment or his car, his clothing, there'd be some speck of the 4 victims' blood. This is a brutal murder done by knife, K-bar knife, in the middle of the night. These 4 beautiful college students asleep in their beds or in their rooms at least. And he is alleged to have killed them in the course of 12 minutes, all 4 of them. You would get blood all over you, Howard.
And there was so much blood in the house that it was, as I said before, coming out of the foundation of the building. And yet, to make it even more interesting, more dramatic, it was revealed that they did find blood in the house, unidentified blood in the house, but it wasn't Kohberger's.
No, this is big. Wait, hold 1 second before we get to that, because that's an important development. But think about it, because many of us believe that he had on like a worker's suit, because we saw that was, he bought one via Amazon, like a painter suit, that would cover up your whole, everything you're wearing. And he did that for a reason, right? He knew he was going to get bloody. And maybe he had those little booties that, like when the heating guy comes to fix your heater, he puts on before he walks into your house.
Sorry, Miss Potts, where do you get that the Floyd cannabis shop video's missing? Because it's brought up in documents and even talks about it. And I know about Monday's Machine Shop and the Red Star Coffee and all those places. But how do we know they're missing? Where did you see that at, hun? 10-mile radius of uncertainty and his exact location does not seem true. Not as much as Nick McClellan's uncertainty. Yeah, well, you know how Nick is.
But he would have, think about it. He's sneaking out of the house covered in blood. Where does he take the stuff off, right? According to them, the eyewitness saw him, which would have shaken him. He wouldn't have wanted to be hanging out in the house, disrobing, changing out of his workman suit and his booties if he's wearing them. He must have done that in the car. You would think he would have done that in the car and then disposed of this along with the murder weapon on the way home. And we'll get to the eyewitness, which is the most interesting thing of the whole day. But pause there. We'll get to the blood. We'll get to the eyewitness. So if you got into your car with a bloodied jumpsuit and a bloodied pair of those slide-on booties, there should be blood evidence in the car.
Yes.
Yeah, Annie, Miss Potts, no document says that he bought a painter's suit. We know that they recovered a Dickies receipt from Walmart.
But she said painter suit from Amazon. She's just making this stuff up, or she just picks up a little bit here and there. From
yeah. Talking about Megan here.
Yeah, you can't listen to Megan.
Yeah, take it all. Take it all with a grain of salt, hun, because she don't know all the details like we do, and they should
But
know
the
the
alarming
details.
thing, the
Well,
alarming thing is this is on mainstream media where so many
exactly.
people watch it.
Exactly. And if they're going to talk about the case, they should at least know the facts of the case, right? And not come out with like misinformation about it, because that's not cool. Because we all know that it was a Dickies suit and not some other painter's suit thingy or whatever. And we don't even know if he wore a Dickies suit or if he did it. But we
No,
know
that's
there was a
all rumor.
Dickies suit. Right. There was a Dickies suit receipts found. And in my mind, if you're
Actually, it's just Dickies. It doesn't even say what it is. It's like a Dickies receipt, right?
PhD student, TA, all those things are,
Pretty sure.
I think it says a receipt. I'm not sure. A Walmart receipt. But what is he buying Dickies for? Is he going to go work on his car? Is he that kind of guy? Has he got some major cleaning around the house?
It could just be pants, or it could be shoes. It could be
It could be a pair of pants. My son wears Dickie pants to work. That's what he wears. You know, my ex did as well, the black Dickies work pants. So we don't know if it was a Dickies coverall or not. But I'm willing to say, if this is your guy, it probably was.
Yeah, I'll believe it.
And there was nothing in his trunk. They've taken the car apart top from bottom. The only scenario possible is that before he got into his car, he had a garbage bag. He put all the clothes he was wearing in a garbage bag and drove off basically in his underwear, and that was clean. But where is the clothes he was wearing that night? Where's the garbage bag? Where's the murder weapon? No one can find it.
Okay, can we just say he probably didn't drive off in his underwear?
It was really cold that night, wasn't it?
Well, you got a heater in your car, but if you get pulled over for any reason, they're going to want to know why you driving around in your drawers. So if I feel like if I'm him, and this is theory, I'm wearing something under my coveralls. So when I strip them things off and bag them up and throw them into the lined trunk or something or whatever, then I got normal clothes on, right? Because even if you wore your Dickies suit, we can pull it up and show you guys all the clothing that you can buy that looks like normal clothing that is cut resistant. Did he have on something like that under the Dickies suit? We'll see.
So Pokemon asked if they can track the item from the receipt. Yeah, if it has the SKU number on there,
yes,
it definitely can. So they know what it is. We just don't know.
We don't know yet. But there was a Walmart Dickies receipt found in the apartment, wasn't it? We got the we got the search warrant.
It said Walmart, and a Dickies tag. So I don't know if that was just the price tag or.
Yeah. But if they can go and pinpoint back to the Walmarts near where he may have shopped or whatever, they may have video of him purchasing the items. We don't know. You know, this might not even be the guy. Innocent until proven guilty and all, but we talk theories here. It's wild to me Megan and Howard will theorize he obtained 3 other ends. I didn't hear that part yet, Miss Potts, but Firefly told me about it, and I'm like, what? So yeah, I need to hear that as well. If I have a recent receipt and a tag off clothing, that clothing ought to be in my possession.
Correct.
Well, yeah, unless you threw it away, right? Unless you buried it somewhere. I want to know the soil on that shovel out front of the car.
That's exactly what he's getting at. Where is it if you bought it?
Is what in a filing, DB, the Dickies receipt thingy? It's actually in the search warrant return from the apartment.
Well, they've been looking for 2 years now, 2.5 years, and they don't have a trace.
I mean, he did quite a job of disposing of that murder weapon and those clothes. That's all you need. I mean, it'd be ballgame. He'd be done. He'd be total toast. I've often wondered if he managed to put it up in a tree somehow, like instead of digging ground, which if they'd gotten enough search crews out there might have been identified. Is there any chance
I think he probably
Oh, she's ridiculous.
threw to the Snake River. He was driving back there. The Snake River sort of came by the territory.
We'll see, Howard. We'll see.
He could have just tossed it anywhere near there.
So risky,
or it's possible that he went up to that park that he's using as his alibi. He could have gone to that park after the murder as he's driving around, perhaps, and then left it somewhere up there.
Snake
Who
River.
hides evidence in a tree? What?
What? Who?
That's what she just said. She's like, did he put it up in a tree? Didn't you hear
Fuck
that?
yeah, that way that you don't nobody ever look up.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, well the Snake
Yes, I'm
River
agree
run.
with the river.
Yeah, the Snake River runs along Wawawee.
It's just mind-boggling. There's so much blood. The house is bleeding. 4 dead young 20s, and teenagers. In the course of 12 minutes, there would be blood all over you. How did he get it to the point where there was no blood in the car? That's a big mystery for me. It's a big question in this case. Okay, but
And
let's
it'll
talk
be a big
about,
question for the jury.
yeah, on the subject of blood, what you were going to say, we learned about those two other spots of blood.
In the course of the hearing on January 23rd, Ann Taylor, Kohberger's attorney, revealed that there has been blood found in the house belonging to 2 unknown males. The blood was found on a banister, a handrail, going up to the 2nd floor, and also inside a glove outside the front of the house. Blood from 2 unknown people. Now, this was a party house, so you can imagine there'd be fingerprints on the handrail, but what reason is there for blood? And what reason is there to be blood on the glove? And if it would belong to someone who had gone to the house during one of the parties, well, how hard would it have been for the authorities to track down the fraternity boys who came in and out of the house and get blood samples from them? But to this day, 2.5 years later, they still have not been able to identify the blood. When the judge heard this, he said in open court, "Are you saying that Kohberger had other people working with him? This doesn't mean Kohberger wasn't involved, but there could have been accomplices. Accomplices. This throws out a new mystery into the case." And here's how Ann Taylor is using it. She says the real question is, how did the knife sheath get there? She is now going to argue in the course of the trial that these 2 unknown males, either one of them or both of them, put the knife sheath on the bed. They were involved in the murder, and Kohberger, prior to the murder, had somehow innocently touched the knife sheath. The DNA on the knife sheath is just touch DNA, and she is claiming that, or will claim at the trial, that this was done innocently by Kohberger. It's a argument that can raise a lot of doubts, I believe, in a jury's mind, and the prospect that there could have been a
How could his DNA been innocently left there by him? Is that what he was saying?
Well, just because of the fact that it's transfer DNA,
But how could you innocently leave you? So he innocently transferred it to the sheath?
just the process of how transfer DNA works. He's
But-
just saying that's what they're going to try and say, that
Yeah, I understand, but still,
he touched it, or he was maybe in a setting where the sheath was, and that's how his DNA got. That's the theory.
Then he needs to come up and say, you know what, my friend had that kind of knife, and I did handle it, but we haven't heard that yet.
No,
it's weird.
Accomplices in the murder further complicates the case.
Did the prosecution, did the FBI do any genetic genealogy on the DNA from the blood?
All I know is what was revealed in the court, and the court referred to it as unknown males. And it seems
Any
that they can't
theories
track
on
it down.
how not one but 2 men's DNA got on this crime scene, Howard?
Well, I'll throw out a hypothesis, and again, it's just a hypothesis, and maybe it's a sketchy one, but I believe Kohberger was guilty. I can't get around the cheek swab DNA that ties him there. So if he was out to commit the perfect crime, if he was a student of forensics, he could have taken a vial of blood with him. He could have put it on the banister. He could have taken a glove with blood already embedded in it and left it at the crime scene. And he could have done this deliberately to put the authorities to look for 2 other people. And he
Okay. That's a little far-fetched there, Blum. Dolphin and I were looking up some information the other day about if they can tell how long blood has been somewhere, how old the sample is, right? And we found some good information on that.
Oh, good.
And yeah, we'll have to share it. But remember that, Dolphin, we were looking into that?
Mm-hmm.
So they can tell absolutely how old a blood stain is. So if it was fresh blood, it should have been tested, especially if Kohberger came in there and took the time to drop some on the banister when he was probably in a hurry already. He had 13 damn minutes. Let me go drop some blood. I agree, need some Z's, because that was my first thought. They live in a snowy country. But how much snow is really on the ground in certain areas? And if you go to bury your items, there will be some type of soil left on the shovel. And the reason I say that is from me watching millions, it feels like, of forensic files. They absolutely test leaves off the bed of trucks, and come to find out that's exactly where their victim is buried, and where these leaves are common in an area too. soil can be tested and they know exactly which generalized areas. That's where I was going with that. It would be interesting to see if there is soil on the shovel versus just like snow.
He would have, meanwhile, been just gotten away with it. It all would have worked if he hadn't left the knife sheath behind.
It's a fascinating theory. All I could think of when you were saying it was, of course, the famous Johnny Cochran, if the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit.
Right.
And I bet you anything that glove does not fit Brian Kohberger's hand. And, if this is true, right? Like, what if he, as this, he's just getting his PhD in criminology. He's a TA in criminology. All he does is study crime. And apparently he was very good, a very good student of it. Very annoying and irritating to everybody he worked with at Washington University. But what if he really did do that? What if somehow he had access to somebody's blood? I don't know how he would have gotten it, but there is some speculation this may not have been his first crime. If this was his crime, it was so meticulous and well handled. Perhaps this wasn't his first rodeo. And what if that really was like an homage almost? The two gloves, reasonable doubt.
Right, and it would have worked. And the police to this day can't identify whose blood that was. And again, if he hadn't left the knife sheath there, I don't think they would have been able to ever get to him.
My God, such a colossal error on his part. I know this is a weird place to go, but I'd give anything to have been there when he realized he forgot it. To see the look come over his face when he.
Me too. Because I've always thought about that. If Kohberger's the guy, the minute he got back home or on the drive home or disposing of things, realize I don't have that sheath. This guy, if he is who we think he is, beat himself up all night long over that sheath. You're going to be pretty pissed at yourself if you left your sheath accidentally.
Absolutely.
Right?
But I wouldn't give anything to have been there, quote unquote, if he truly did just unalive 4 people. With
Not me. I don't think he realized he left it until he was long gone.
Right. No, but still.
I still would have loved to have seen his reaction. I'm sorry,
Right.
but I would have. Did she preface this show with "We are going to speculate"? I don't know, Pokemon. I didn't see that part. But here's the thing. MSM is gross for doing these shows. You know what? Social media is not much different. There's a lot of crazy talk around Idaho 4 on social media. And so I hold them both accountable for what they do.
Or at least mainstream media, when you have millions of followers and people watching, it's your responsibility to get your facts straight.
Get your facts straight. And
I agree with that. If it's not facts, say it's speculation. Don't report it as fact. Because people here saying stuff like, "Oh, he bought the knife on Amazon." There's no documented evidence of that. It may be true, but where can you show me in court evidence, in court documents that that's true?
Well, all we know so far is they have searched the Amazon. And so when the court comes, we will find out if he actually did purchase those K-bars or K-bar from Amazon. And I think I feel like that's free game to talk about, but don't put it out as a fact that he did.
Correct. Exactly.
Because we don't know. And that's why we try to stress here when we do our shows, theories and speculations. We rely heavily on documents here, but we also will theorize like people do. And we try to make sure we are saying so. It's interesting, not all mainstream media is unfair in coverage. And actually in the Delphi case, they're getting way more fair. I was quite surprised by a piece I saw just yesterday. So Megyn Kelly, though, you have to always take her with a grain of salt. And this is part of and that are all speculation. But even when I watch mainstream media, I understand that they're not telling me the complete truth all the time. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm not so naive that I'm like, oh my God, he did
That's
that.
you.
Yeah, exactly. But that's why, reviewing these things all together, maybe that'll help everybody see where we're coming from. I just, I'm not going to let certain things get to me or run me off the internet or make me feel horrible for what I'm up here saying and doing, because every creator is going to have their own theories. All these mainstream medias are going to have theirs. They should be more responsible with it, right? They should. I mean, we try to be. We're not perfect, but we try.
The whole reason that they claim privilege in obtaining copies of court documents, in attending court, in seeing trial exhibits, is the fact that they are quote unquote credentialed mainstream media.
Right.
So if they're
Well-
going to take that privilege and assume that privilege because they have 23 million followers or viewers or whatever, and you and I have 1,000. I mean, so
Right.
they claim in that case that they're better than us and more privileged than us, but then she's going to come on here and be irresponsible with spouting theories without backing it up.
Right. And bring that mess to YouTube. And boy, people do tear her apart for these shows that she does.
Oh yeah.
They do. They're not happy with her at all, with her take on, or the way she's covered this. And I get it. I get it. But Blum writing the book and trying to put the information out that he has, like Dolphin said, he wrote the book, and there's been excerpts of the book out there. And there does seem to be, as things come out, some of the things he said in the past line up, some don't. So I don't know who all his sources were. I mean, I know one of them, but
had been foiled by him losing something as basic as the knife sheath, as incriminating as the knife sheath, and then just praying to God that all the times he handled it with gloves on protected him from fingerprints or anything that would tie him to it, and yet he wasn't careful enough.
And yet, if his lawyers can get the evidence on the knife sheath thrown out because of FBI overzealousness, it can turn the whole case upside down, and an innocent man could be found. I mean, a guilty man could be found not innocent, but not guilty.
Not guilty. All right, now we have to talk about the eyewitness, but before we do, I want to say this is the first time I really thought about the DNA now that they've been caught, right? The FBI, they shouldn't have used those private company databases. They did. They're obviously much bigger because a lot more people would give their DNA if they knew it was going to stay private and not be available to law enforcement. So they did, and that's how they found Brian Kohberger's dad. To me, there's actually no chance of the judge suppressing the genetic genealogy, the touch DNA, or anything because of that, because that is a violation of the terms of service. I assume it's Ancestry DNA and 23andMe. I don't know, but those are the two big ones.
It's MyHeritage. It's MyHeritage DNA. That was the one site that was cited in court.
Okay. So that's a violation of the terms of service of that company. That company has rules that law enforcement's not supposed to go on there. But
Pause
I don't
for
think there's
just
a
a second,
law
please.
saying you've broken the law as a cop if you go.
This is
Go
going
ahead.
to be a critical legal matter, and one that I'm paying close attention to, like I did with the trash evidence collection, and I've worked my way through that yesterday.
Right.
But quote unquote terms of service for a private company is not a legal obligation.
Right.
Nope,
I mean,
sure isn't.
It's not a legal prohibition from Ellie going in there. Did that private company violate their terms of service with people that uploaded their DNA? Possibly, but that's a civil matter. That's not a legal matter. So this is an interesting argument to me. I want to see it play out.
Well, that goes back to the judge continually asking her, did he upload his DNA? Because this is an argument for the other people, right?
Yes, that's what I'm thinking. Because if you watch one of the hearings back and listen to it carefully, I think that's what Ann Taylor is trying to indicate without saying it directly.
What, that he uploaded or didn't?
That law enforcement or FBI uploaded his profile under his name. Like he didn't do it.
FBI went in the
FBI
back door
did
and
it.
went
And that's how all of a sudden they found a match.
so she,
Oh, I didn't get that from that
so that,
in court.
yeah. I got that it landed back on a family member, but did it land on dad, or did they pull dad's trash and make the match? But I don't. So you're saying that your theory is they took the DNA profile they had created and then uploaded it into the system.
I think that's what Ann was trying to get at.
But then
Yes.
how would that? But if to make a match with other DNA samples already uploaded,
With
because
the
if he
sample to make a match with whatever from the sheath. Because you notice how they had the sample, they sent it to Othram, they couldn't find a match. They couldn't find a match with Othram, and then the FBI took it, and then all of a sudden they found a match, right? Is that how it went?
I don't remember that it was necessarily that they didn't.
well,
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, it's messy.
Yeah. I don't know exactly what the issue was with Othram
Yes.
and why they didn't get all the way down to a family tree, or if they couldn't create the profile past what they did. And
I
then
thought it was
according
taking too long.
and then according to Ann, it went somewhere in between Othram and FBI. That's what she said the other day in court. Where it went, I don't know. But then once the FBI got a hold of it, did they? So if they did upload his profile, pretending to be him, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
But if he never uploaded his own, I mean, I guess if they upload his to find what matches to other family members, so that doesn't make sense.
No, a match to him. A match to him.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing with that. If the FBI uploaded Brian's profile in there, and then they matched Brian's profile, they wouldn't have needed to go through the trash, you know, and all of that. They would have been like, aha, you know, we've got him. I don't know. I'd have to go back and watch the hearing, that part of it again. But
if they upload, I'm trying to figure out how it works. So if they uploaded his profile.
No, the reason they don't have him with the exact match is because they're not supposed to use IGG. Remember, they can't use it.
That's a tool. But what I'm trying to get at,
it's a tip, so they have to have something else to connect him. So that's why the father's DNA is not a tip. The father's DNA is an actual match to the sheath.
But the tip DNA,
not an actual match.
What I'm not understanding is, though, if they uploaded his profile to make a match to him, wouldn't he have had to already upload his profile? And they're like, oh wait,
no.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Now, what she's saying is they put it there. They planted the information, is what she's saying.
They have his DNA sample,
and
then they fill out the application to submit it as Brian, and then they got a match because he's in there with the IGG.
Well, if he was in there, Anne should have said that the other day. But every time she asked, did your client upload? She wouldn't answer the question.
Because he didn't upload it. That's why.
But if he was already in there, he would have had to have uploaded it at some point. How can they make a match to Kohberger?
Because they uploaded it. That's the whole thing. The FBI uploaded it. That's what they did. That was shady, is what.
Okay, but when they uploaded it, what happened? How did they determine it was him if he wasn't in the system somehow? It would have matched to a relative.
No, it matched. They put it in as his name, and it matched it matched. Oh, I don't know. You get me all confused now. It's a big mess.
I don't understand how that's working though. In my heritage, the only ones we know that prohibit that allow law enforcement are two. That's Jed Match, and I forgot the other one. But a lot of them prohibit law enforcement, or you can opt out. But what I don't understand is if when you upload the DNA as him, that would be like he's looking for other matches in his family tree. How did they make a direct match to him if he never uploaded his own profile? If they uploaded a fake profile for him, I don't know. Maybe I'm just totally confused right now. Hold on.
I know it is a mess, but
yeah.
Go on there. It's just like the cop violated a term of service of a private company. So that's between the cop and the company. Maybe the cop, the police department gets sued over that. But I don't see how that helps the defendant whose DNA was uploaded.
I agree with you. I think they're just trying to create as many arguments as they can to force the defense, trying to force the issue. I do think Kohberger's relatives, if they wanted to, could sue the police department, the FBI who did this. I think the FBI agents who did this could be reprimanded by the Justice Department. Those things could happen, but I don't think it will affect Kohberger's case. But again, I was totally surprised that the judge left open the possibility of a Franks hearing.
So interesting. Okay, let's get to Dylan Mortensen, right, who is the eyewitness. He went in the middle of the night. He killed 4 roommates, but there was one roommate. There's another roommate who wasn't there, and there was this roommate, Dylan, shown here. And she is what they called an eyewitness in the affidavit. She said she saw a man of medium build with bushy eyebrows wearing like a COVID mask, that they made eye contact with one another. She was frozen in a frozen shock phase, and he went by her. She went back into her room. She locked the door. She stayed in her room until almost noon the next day as her roommates were bleeding to death. No one can understand the decision-making, but no one's been in such a situation. I don't understand what happened with Dylan. No one does. But talk about like your witness collapsing. She may not even be able to give the prosecution what I just said.
Okay. I understand the family tree, guys, and how it works. That when they uploaded the profile, it would have come back to match relatives, not him directly, unless he had already uploaded his own profile at some point. So I understand they were making IgG tree. I was just confused about why they would do a whole fake upload of him, because all it's going to do if they did that is match back to family members.
Because they went backwards. If they put him in there and then they
Him
made the
and then
tree
went
backwards from that, then they were able to match his father to the tree. I'm not sure if that's right. I'm all confused.
So if they would, but why put it in and work backwards?
They were not able to find matches.
Oh, I know, but so they put it in, found out that this, Michael's his father. Now let's go collect his DNA and see if they match. Yeah, I'm so confused about that part.
Exactly. What happened was, what you related was happened in the first interview the police had with Dylan. Over that week and the next week that followed, there were 3 more interviews. Those 3 interviews, she seemed to change her story. She said that perhaps it was sort of a dream she was seeing. She couldn't be sure. Then she said that one of the victims had gone down the stairs, and that wasn't possible because the victim had died in her bed. And then she admitted finally that she was just too drunk. That too drunk was the words that Ann Taylor used to come to any reasonable consideration of what happened that night. And then finally, on the 4th interview, just before they were going to arrest Kohberger in Pennsylvania, the Idaho cop showed her a picture of Kohberger and asked, "Can you identify him?" And she said, "No, I can't." And that really weakens her use as a witness, between being too drunk, between saying that she might have been dreaming the whole thing, and then not being able to identify the photograph. Well, the prosecution's big witness has, I don't even know if she'll testify at the trial.
I don't know if she will either. And that may have been the point of her changing her testimony. Like, picture a scenario in which she's just too terrified to sit in a courtroom across from this guy, and also in front of the public, which, I mean, she didn't have anything to do with these crimes. It's just, there's a fair amount of like, what kind of a person would go back into their room and not call 911 after, she's saying she's so afraid of this person, she went into shock. It's just hard to understand. I'm not trying to be unforgiving.
I don't want to impugn her character. I mean, who knows what's going on in anyone's mind. But not only does she not call the police for 8 hours, the first people she calls are not an ambulance, not the police, but she calls fraternity people to come to the house. They come and they call the police.
And they are the ones, we believe now, Howard, who found the bodies?
Yes. There's a new video that just was released last week, and you can see Ethan's twin brother, there actually were triplets, sitting outside the house the moment when the police arrived, and he's wearing a pink sweatshirt sitting by a dumpster with his head in his hands. It's a very poignant video.
Wow. So because that was always one of the big mysteries, that it was somebody else. It wasn't Dylan who called 911 when ultimately the authorities were called, and we didn't know who it was. But now we believe it was the fraternity brothers who she called to come over to the house.
Yes, the actual fraternity brother who made the call was Ethan's best friend. And the police have never released that 911 call. I imagine it will be played at the trial.
That is unbelievable with her. She conceded that she had a lot to drink and was too inebriated to remember anything that happened that night with any authority. And when they showed her a photo of Kohberger after the fact, she failed to identify him as the intruder she had seen. These are terrible facts.
Not a very good witness.
No, she's not going to be helpful at all. And it's unfortunate. Their case doesn't rise or fall on her. But boy, you'd much rather have her say, "I'll never forget those bushy eyebrows. And if I see those eyes again, I'll know them." And then say, "There they are, right there at defense table."
Right. And what's making all these doubts about the case have even more weight, there's a bill that's just been introduced in the Idaho legislature. It was at the beginning of January, where right now the death penalty is administered through a chemical injection, and then if the chemicals aren't available, then there is a firing squad. Well, the Idaho new bill wants to get rid of the chemical injections and just make it a firing squad.
Wow.
So they are demanding their pound of flesh, in a sense, and that's going to weigh on the jury.
They need to stop with that firing squad, because if you go back and you review the Idaho law on that, it clearly states if the lethal injection medications are unavailable or anything like that happens, because a lot of the companies that were apparently allegedly making these drugs are now saying, "Oh, we're against the death penalty, you can't use our stuff." Well, Florida don't have no problem getting it. We use it all the time here. It's pretty standard. So I don't think they'll have a problem, because if they try that firing squad, Ann Taylor's taking their ass to the Supreme Court to contest it. She already is doing it in one case. Or there was another case I read about that they're doing that in Idaho, just that. It's unconstitutional. So this firing squad talk is insane to me.
Also, the reason they're bringing it up is because they were having difficulty, particularly with that one guy doing execution because they couldn't get IV access. They since then have passed a ruling saying that they can get a central line. So
Yes, because the reason they continued not to be able to get his veins kept collapsing. And when you're dehydrated, and I know this because of my own medical experience when I was so sick with my bleeding ulcer, needed surgery stuff. So I kept having to go to the ER. Like, they didn't know what was wrong with me. But every time I got in there, they wanted to immediately pop an IV in me and start meds for nausea and pain. But my veins were collapsing because I was so dehydrated from being sick constantly. So, there's ways. It was a medical thing. That's all. So I don't, I really don't think they're going to get away with using the firing squad on this dude. I really don't.
Two, I think.
Wow. I don't know. I'm fine with the death penalty. I really am. I like O'Reilly always used to say he was against it because he thought it was too easy on the defendant. He wanted them to suffer in prison. I just feel like if Brian Kohberger committed these crimes, he killed these 4 young, beautiful people in the prime of their lives, I'd have absolutely no qualms at all seeing him shot down by a firing squad. I might actually celebrate it.
Well, you might be able to get on the jury then.
Well, maybe I'll at least go out there. I just feel like I have no empathy for a person like that. Again, it's not totally consistent with my Catholic faith, but it's just how I genuinely feel. I just feel like those people shouldn't be allowed to roam the earth any longer. But I have to be honest, I don't like the fact that all the supporting evidence is falling apart. And, when we talk about how the cheek swab matched Brian Kohberger, what we're saying is the cheek swab, Brian Kohberger's DNA was definitely on the knife sheath. That's what that proves. It was his DNA on the knife sheath. But let's be honest, all that really proves is that he touched that knife sheath at some point. It does not prove murder.
Exactly. Ann Taylor's big question, and what her defense is all going to be based around, is how did the knife sheath get in that bedroom? Who could have put it there? It wasn't Brian.
Yes, ma'am.
I said, please address that comment because that is so ridiculous.
What are your thoughts? Go ahead.
The railing, he's saying the railing is not in the crime scene. The hallway is not in the crime scene. The whole entire house is a crime scene. Even around outside of the house is a crime scene. That is ridiculous to say only the bedrooms are a crime scene. Come on now.
We were wondering when those first mentioned 3 unknown male DNAs, where in relation to the actual crime scene were they? Like, when I say actual crime scene, I'm meaning the bedrooms, because it was a party house. There's going to be DNA everywhere. So is all of the DNA in the house considered part of the crime scene? Or are you going to, now I think depending on how old that blood sample was on that stairwell, it absolutely should have been tested if possible. Right? Because the killer could have touched that as they came down the stairs.
Yes, because what's the one thing they always say? Anybody who kills somebody with a knife, they almost always cut themselves and leave their own blood at the crime.
Unless you're wearing all those clothes you and I and Dolphin searched up.
But they're still going to get blood at the crime scene somewhere.
Yeah, that violent of attack for 4 people.
Maybe. I mean, it really depends.
No, it's going to drip. If your hand is bloody and you're walking, and it's going to drip somewhere in that crime scene.
If he cut himself. Now, even if he had on a glove, which I'm pretty sure he would have, what if there was blood on the glove and he touched the handrail going down it, but he was probably trying not to touch anything. But if he touched it, then it would have been a victim's blood, not his own. That blood still should have been tested if it was testable. Do you know what I'm saying? I do agree with that. And said in court there was no blood in the rest of the house. Not outside of the bedrooms.
That's not what he's...
Yeah, it's not exactly what she said, but there was a lot of blood in those bedrooms.
Correct. You cannot pick and choose what you think is the scene. Correct.
Right. Yeah, Murphy didn't have anything on him.
If the car evidence is falling apart, right? Like, it's true, you can never see the driver nor the license plate. Right? You can't see the license plate in any of these videos.
No, you can't see the license plate. You can't see the driver. And it took the FBI 3 shots until they were able to identify the car. So Ann Taylor's going to argue it took the FBI 3 times. Maybe it should have taken them 4 times, and they would have finally gotten it right.
And then the cell phone hits. They're helpful, but they're not ball game. But without a motive, without a connection. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
I mean, the cell phone hits are 10 miles in a town like Moscow. You could be, on the other side of town seeing someone. I mean,
That's what Ann Taylor said at the hearing. Did the prosecution push back on that at all? Because
No.
I've definitely heard prosecutors argue, no, they can be more specific than that.
What was so interesting to me at the hearing, the prosecution didn't really argue any of her points. When she said it was an outright lie, that was her words, outright lie, that he had stalked any of the victims, they didn't argue. They went along with that. That there was no blood evidence, they didn't argue. There were no dog hairs found anywhere on Kohberger. They didn't argue. They seemed to be conceding all these points except for the DNA evidence.
That's not good enough. That's not good enough, because it'd be one thing if his blood were at the scene and that was a match to the cheek swab. What we're saying the cheek swab matched was that one piece of touch DNA on the knife sheath, which I realize is a good fact for the prosecution, but it's not ballgame. It's maybe he somehow touched the knife at a friend's house. Maybe he touched it in a store. Maybe I know he purchased a knife on Amazon that appears to have been a K-bar knife, but maybe somebody stole that knife from him. There's a lot of loops the prosecution's going to have to close.
Like, have they been watching our streams?
I mean, you're a good lawyer. You're raising all the right questions. And now that unknown male blood has been found in the house, that raises the possibility of accomplices, other people there on the murder night, because it's not fingerprints that were found, it's blood. Would you leave blood at a party? I don't know.
Mm-hmm. But back to my favorite piece of evidence, the fact that he was shoving his garbage into little baggies for disposal in the neighbor's trash. The cops had already realized he was disposing of his trash in the neighbor's. The night the FBI raided his parents' home in the Poconos back home in Pennsylvania when he went on winter break is just absolutely devastating. Though I will acknowledge it is possible a crafty defense attorney will find some willing family member or someone to say there was a reason for that. Like,
did she just say his crappy defense attorney?
She did.
Damn,
did.
Megan.
Yeah. Who's she throwing shade at?
Damn,
I thought she said
girl.
crafty.
Oh.
I think she said crafty.
Well, we're
Don't make
playing,
words
at,
on it.
we're playing at
Crafty.
1.25 speed, so.
I was like, damn, Megan, she getting salty on us on Salty Sunday. Well, girl.
he's got OC.
Let me see. Yeah, before Kohberger was arrested, 3 to 4 other suspects were. Yeah, you got to think about it, Miss Potts, because it took 6 weeks to arrest him. It took a few weeks to figure out who he was and all that stuff. So you better be investigating anybody and everybody close to your victims, right? Because you don't know who did this. Now, I got to thinking the other day. Remember the cigarette butt they collected? I wonder if that was from one of the alleged guys that allegedly stalked Kaylee, that they were just trying to rule out. You know, the guy could say, hey, I wasn't stalking her. I was in the grocery store and happened to look at the cute girl and she took it wrong. Whatever. We all heard the story. But could it have been? You know, they damn well should have been investigating whoever they could. Doesn't mean those people did anything if they were able to rule them out, but they, for whatever reason, had enough suspicion to look at them. And that tells you they at least were looking at people, right? But if you're going to frame somebody, why not frame one of these no-name, people that, twice on Sunday.
CD. He always did this. He'd done it for years. We didn't know why. I don't know why. Then if he had to put his things in Ziploc baggies, he couldn't have put it out in his own trash. Had to go in the neighbor's trash. But that's a terrible fact for the defense.
Well, the defense is going to try to get around that in one way, is that Kohberger's parents lived in a sort of gated community, and they had a garbage service. The FBI and the Pennsylvania State Police got Kohberger's garbage from this garbage company. The defense is going to claim they did not have a valid search warrant, a valid warrant to get this garbage from the private carting company. I don't know if that's going to hold up in court, but that's the argument they're going to raise.
So the best case scenario there would be they exclude the fact that they found the Kohberger's trash in the neighbor's trash bin.
Yes, sir.
We just went down that rabbit hole yesterday. He says, I don't know if that's going to hold up in court. California versus Greenwood, the Supreme Court literally said that a third party that you have contracted with to take your trash can then take it, and they can go through it themselves, or they can give it to LE. They can give it to law enforcement to go through. The Supreme Court literally said that.
Yeah.
In California versus Greenwood. So anyway, we figured that out.
Well, Mercy Wright is a defense attorney on Twitter, and she goes hard for the Kohberger case, and she believes in his defense team and all the things, and I respect her. Mercy and I have a great little relationship there on Twitter. We've DM'd a few times, but she did comment on one of my posts, or actually a video, and so her takeaway was, and I'm going to go back and review the hearings a little better than I did, especially to figure out what she's talking about, because she's saying that they said that an FBI agent determined, according to Mercy, the garbage cans were literally sitting in the edge of the driveway, which is still part of the curtilage. So, but an FBI agent determined they were close enough for a garbage truck to reach. And I'm like, what?
Not only was it close enough to reach, they actually reached it and they collected it.
Right.
And
so
I showed you that plat map yesterday. The public road isn't just the pavement and the curb. There's an extra, 5 to 10 feet behind the curb that is public right of way. So, and that's usually where, people set out their trash cans. So, but, it would be interesting to see photos, if anybody had them, of where people set their trash cans out alongside the road on that road.
Have you seen the aerial shots of this
I
house?
have seen that. Yeah.
Oh, I was talking specifically to Joe because it's a long driveway. The house is, kind of far back off the road, and the neighbor's driveway is directly next to theirs. If the trash was down at the end of the driveway, it's out there to be collected, because
100%. Yes.
like I live, way far back from the road. I don't leave my cans down at the street. So, they were only out there, when I'm ready for it to be collected. So,
right.
Yes.
Mine's the same way. You think about
and they said they have it on body cam too before the trash company ever touched it. So they've got proof that the trash cans were out to be collected,
Oh, did they put body cams on the trash collection workers?
No, the FBI agents were out there, I guess, sitting in cars or whatever, before. Because they had been staking out the house.
They did say they have it on body cam. Yeah. And they said they have it on body cam as to where the location of the cans were. And then this here, think about that geo fence. Brian wasn't in it, but looking at the surveillance footage from Linda Lane and the dumpster, there are 2 people right there using cell phones. Yeah, that's true. But you need to remember, according to the PCA, that phone was offline for 2 hours. So if he's your guy and he's now near that home with his phone turned off, he's not going to be in that geofence warrant, and he knows all about geofencing warrants.
Well, you know what? Actually, now that you brought that up, that's another thing that people aren't mentioning. The 8458 number wouldn't be in that geofence warrant because he had it off, but he had another phone.
He sure did. Now, is that number going to show up in that geofence now that they know about that?
To find out.
Me too. Because we always speculated, did he have a second phone or phones? So there was another comment that I saw that I wanted to talk about for a second right here. We talked about this yesterday on Joe's channel as well. And there was a video put out that another creator had done. Private community, if I'm delivering something and you give me the code to your gate, which generally happened, I got access into your private neighborhood now. Just because you live behind a gate doesn't mean your streets are private and unattainable by law enforcement. That's not what none of that means. So according to the video we did of this guy the other day, who was an ex-law enforcement, now can't verify any of it. I tried to verify this, but apparently in Pennsylvania it is a thing to use trash collectors to go in and get garbage, because you don't want to be seen out there just sneaking up cloak and dagger trying to grab the garbage. But they would need a subpoena for the company to go in and get that. Now, we don't know if that was done or how it all actually played out. But we had a big debate about that yesterday. This is almost over here.
But it would not exclude them finding him shoving his trash into individual Ziploc baggies at the moment of the arrest in the middle of the night. That sounds like a criminal with something to hide, not an honest criminology student who's been, wrongly accused.
I agree, but at the same time, he's a very strange young man. He has visual snow. He was a heroin addict. He has strange practices. He goes off at 4 a.m. to look at stars in a wilderness park on a foggy night. Would he put his garbage into separate bags? Who knows?
Oh my God. Howard's just giving us a preview of how this is going to sound at trial.
I mean, it's going to be a very interesting trial. Even the jury selection is going to be interesting.
And they are going to, this is a good preview because Ann Taylor's going to pick apart every piece of the prosecution's case. Every piece. Nothing will be allowed without objection, without a counter narrative. And all she needs is one juror She just needs one to say, I don't have total confidence. I have reasonable doubt.
And boy, is that true. Jury selection will be interesting. Private property or public? Well, we had that discussion, on Joe's channel yesterday morning. I don't think there's going to be a problem, honestly, guys. Joe just dropped a link there. Once they entered that gate, I think it was lawfully. Why would you, if that's a Pennsylvania screw up, or is that a Latah County or both counties screw up? But I don't, knowing their laws in Pennsylvania and how they have to operate or how they operate, would they take a risk of screwing up enough to throw your whole case out because you decided to go and collect garbage that wasn't all the way to the curb yet? Wait until it's out there. Don't, I don't know. I just don't think
why are we trying this matter again?
Because I think people haven't heard enough conversations about it.
Right.
They're here.
Right. No, and I get their points and I get their arguments, and I was right there with them until I went to that California versus Greenwood and I researched that plat of that platted subdivision with the street and the right of way width, and we talked about the gate code issue, and it's all becomes moot.
Yeah.
When they contract with the trash service to collect their trash, and the trash service collects their trash in accordance with the contract, whether it's contract with the HOA or whether it's with them personally, privately. Once the trash company collects that trash, they can do with it what they want. They can go through it themselves. They could go through all of the trash themselves and steal your identity, or they can hand it over voluntarily to law enforcement.
Right. And I encourage all of you to click that link and read that, or go back and review Joe's live yesterday, because the Supreme Court did rule. There was this, NZ says there was a specific trash ordinance for the gated community. A lot of people have those,
And
lot
it's
of
not just trash, though.
It's
Like
not
I
just
said,
trash.
look up utility easements. I don't care if it's a private gated community or not. Utility companies, have access to so many feet in from the curb. So they don't come to your door and ask you, Mother, may I, come on your property to, look at the cable, fix something with the, the phone line or whatever. They just do it and start planting flags in your yard.
So
You guys need to look up utility easements.
Yeah, and Miss Potts, the trash is weighed, and you have actual trash police who will fine you. So so if they're gonna weigh your garbage can before they dump it into a truck, how's that gonna work? And you're gonna tell me I can only throw away 50 pounds a week or 50 pounds every other day? If Ellie wants the trash man to get your trash to private property, that's what the video was saying, that they in Pennsylvania protocol would have been to serve a subpoena, and the trash company would have went in and got it for them. That seems to be the way they do things. Either way, I think y'all are all going to see in court, and I hope they didn't do it wrong, especially if this is the guy, because I'd hate to see a guy who left his sheath with DNA on it that actually did the crime walk because of some minor technicality stuff that should have been completely avoided. I don't think this trash is going to be a big issue like everybody wants it to be. I could be completely wrong, and they could have some shit there that it will blow our minds, and we're going to go, damn, they really screwed that up. Because if I break into your house, at anything fair game. No, you break into my house, you're not getting anything, because I'm gonna meet you. I'm gonna have surprises waiting on you. What does that even mean? You breaking into your house to steal your items and taking your trash from the curb is two different things. Now, I'm like Dolphin. My trash cans are well within my yard right now. So if you come up into my yard today and go through my trash, I'm coming out my door and asking you what you're looking for. If I see you out at the curb just walking up to my trash and open it, law enforcement or not, here I come. But law enforcement's not going to want to walk up to your trash and take a chance of you seeing them do it. That's ridiculous. Let me pull up this other thing we were going to review real quick before we jump into our look at the warrants. Oh, Lordy, what happened there? Okay, it was just a delayed reaction. Okay. I haven't really done a lot of shows where we review what other creators are saying or doing. I don't mind doing it because I try to do it respectfully. Everybody's entitled to their opinions and whatnot. Get my list back up here. Okay, here we go. And then I'm going to check comments real quick. And there was another news piece that come out that I saw people were kind of going a little nuts about. I haven't reviewed that all the way. Let me check that here. California isn't Idaho. At least it's not Delphi. You have a security guard in that community and you have to check in. You know what? I've delivered to a lot of gated communities. Sometimes there's a dude there and sometimes there's not. Sometimes they're all picky and want you to go into certain lanes and they get on your damn nerves. Still would have let the trash man in, though. I mean,
They let the FBI in.
Yeah, they're not going to tell the
They were in the
FBI,
neighborhood, right?
excuse us, this is a gated community. You're not allowed in here. Like, bitch, watch me walk right through your gate. You have to be invited or let in. These gated communities get on my nerves. Who do they think they are? Who do you think you are, gated communities? When you order food from DoorDash, you're giving me that code. Guess what? I'm in there and I can stay all day long if I want to. Nobody's going to stop me. I control around the whole neighborhood. I get lost in some of them. I'm like, where's that damn gate and how do I get back to it? Well, we're gonna drop the debate on the trash because I think if y'all go back and read that link that Joe dropped, you'll see that even if you're within a private property gated community, your trash is still fair game. All right, let's pull. This is something that was brought to my attention, and we're not going to play the whole thing. I just want to play a tiny bit of it because I think it's comical, and we'll have to explain who he's talking about here. Let me get the screen up. Oh, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Like I said, I've watched this channel a few times. I've tried to follow the content just to give myself checks and balances and, not get tunnel vision and all that good stuff everybody claims we get if we lean toward innocence or guilt. So this is a channel called J Ombre. Some of you may be familiar, some may not. He has a very different take on Idaho. He is convinced that Brian Kohberger's set up. He's not your guy. And he can believe what he wants. I'm not arguing that with him. But he says something interesting about another creator called Get a Clue. What was his name before Get a Clue? Do you guys remember? Was it always Get a Clue? Then he changed it.
I think he started out as Get a Clue and then he changed it to a whole bunch of different stuff.
Yeah.
He also called himself Streak on
Streak. That's right.
He's Murphy Knows All.
Oh, is that what he is now?
I didn't know what
Okay.
he changed to. Yeah.
So you two are very familiar with him the way I am. This guy came out hard and he came out really, supporting Brian Kohberger. He's the guy that's, being set up and all the things. So it makes no sense for Jay Ombre to come to this conclusion about him. And I think it's weird because there are a lot of so-called creators that I wonder who put them on the air. And I'll leave it at that, Jay. I wonder where you came from. Let me fast forward. Be strong to hold
the power. Are still and you know what's interesting? Pavarotti. And I'm here to discuss the Idaho 4 case. And you know what's interesting? It doesn't matter how much we cover and go over things in this case, people out there, a lot of them are still absolutely clueless on just basic facts of this case. So it's very difficult to go through intricate details on a specific subject, which happens to be the only thing that separates the guilters of the world from the non-guilters, which is the DNA evidence in this case. People don't even understand the actual process of things that are even alleged to have gone on in this case. It's amazing about this case to other people, like they have, you know, the knowledge and authority to do so. And I'm all about free speech, but it's a job in itself, just correcting the misguided effort.
Yeah, y'all better. This dude, let me get my coffee. Hey, and by the way, this blackberry Dr. Pepper is really good, guys.
Good.
Efforts of some people out there that probably have good intentions. Some don't. I mean, I've uncovered, you know, Special Agent Imel, who's on here pretending like he's, you know, just a random citizen searching for truth and justice. I mean, it's no doubt that's get a clue. Murphy's dog, or whatever he calls himself these days, Streak. I mean, give me a break. It's not hard to figure it out. He's obsessed over the 1112 camera, and he's obsessed over nobody in the entire world had the Linda Lane camera footage, all the original footage.
Not true.
That was turned over to police immediately. I don't believe for a second that the Queen Road Apartments guy kept a copy for himself and disseminated it on the internet. No, that was leaked on the internet by an investigator in the case. And who had the original copies all that time? The same gentleman I'm talking about. And when he goes out and he tries to spin his yarns and act like he's for Kohberger's innocence.
Now, Doc Thrifty did a video a long time ago, it's not up anymore, where he thought that Get a Clue was Kane, the one who leaked the actual video from Linda Lane, who owned it. And I never panned out. But so Jay Ombre, Detective Imel, is the car expert who determined the year of the Elantra and da-da-da-da-da. He thinks that Get a Clue is that FBI agent. I was like, what? If you've ever listened to any of Get a Clue's content, clearly that's odd to me. What do you guys think about that? Any thoughts?
I've never heard Imel, so I would like to hear him speak to see if I can
hear
tell
his-
whether or not he's Get a Clue.
Was Imel in the closed hearing 2 weeks ago?
I don't know if he.
I mean, we never heard it, so I don't know that
We
anybody
don't.
ever.
I'm gonna be well. There's probably a way to find out, because I mean, if I Google all the other FBI agents, I always find something on them. But I've never really done.
Maybe he's
Imel.
testified in another hearing
But why would
or another trial.
if you're an FBI agent and you worked on the case and there's a gag order and you made your car determinations from these videos and then you leak them and then you come up and make a fake YouTube account and go against the client, what does that do? It doesn't make sense to me that that's Detective Imel. Are you Detective so-and-so, Mr. J. Ombre? Are you working for the defense somehow to, counter information that's out there otherwise? I mean, I can take it a lot of different ways here. There are a couple accounts I've been suspicious of as to what's your agenda here. There was one that came out completely opposite, then they flipped and now they're on the other side. And now I see like this split personality thing happening with them, and it's odd. I saw some tweets yesterday that whoa, okay, girl, whoever you may be. But yeah, this case gets, and like I said, there was a creator yesterday who decided to bail out for a while because they just couldn't take it. And yeah, take everything with a grain of salt. But I just don't buy that Get a Clue is IMAL.
Innocence and speaking like he's for Kohberger's innocence, but then the whole time manipulating people's minds to go the other direction. I know what his game is. So yeah, we know who you are, guy. But see, it's people like him out there doing his thing that contributes to the mindset of other morons. I had a commenter, I know, I'm not getting into, they can confuse people. They can even confuse people that follow me regularly. But like this one other guy, the commenter told me to go listen to him. He said he was talking bad about me, which that's cool. I kind of like listening to him talk bad about me. But then as I started listening to this moron, I didn't even get to the part where he talked bad about me. He was talking like he had a lot of knowledge in the case. And then when it got to the DNA, he didn't even understand even the basic facts of the case. So as Sergeant, I call him Sergeant Farina, right? Because he sounds just like Dennis Farina, the actor.
About the sun, does it ever shine in this town, or is there smog around?
You know who that sounded like to me? Sergeant Friday.
Anyway, as I was listening to this guy give his ridiculous insight into things, mentioning the fact that he was motivated by Special Agent Eyewitness, little talk he's having, and they start to have a discussion about the DNA in the case. And I mean, doesn't even know the difference between the STR profile and the SNP profile. I mean, just has the whole process of everything that's even being discussed, even put forth by the state, confused. And I'm like, good grief, man. And that's not that hard to figure out, is the basics of the case. But if somebody like that is confused and confusing people, there's no telling how many people out there that are really confused. So I'm going to have to continue to help people understand this aspect of the case. And I went through the court record, found the motion to compel by the defense that actually had the attachments of all of the Department of Justice procedures as it relates to the IGG, and it had the article from
Oops, we have all that information too. That's basically what I wanted to show you guys, was his thinking that one creator is IMAL. Now, let me show you something that I did manage to pull up. I haven't looked for a video of him testifying anywhere yet, but I did Google him. Let me see. And I'll show you the screen. What it said. Okay, it says, just on the AI overview, it says there isn't much information about FBI agent IMAL, and then it gives you some background on FBI agents. But then you pull up this. Now, it didn't make me do all this a second ago. All right. He's got a little picture there. It shows him in court testifying. I'm assuming that's a drawing or a rendering of him in court. Joined to view. Oh, this account's not joined to view. Okay, hang on. Bellevue University, Federal Bureau of Investigations, Gurley, Alabama, United States. Photographic technologist with the FBI. I'm on my phone reading this to you guys. Federal Bureau of Investigations, August 2010 to present, 14 years, 7 months. Provide forensic video enhancement using a variety of professional enhancement platforms in response to requests from local, state, and federal law enforcement entities in support of criminal, fraud, and counterintelligence investigations. Provide laboratory forensic analysis, direct training, budgets, establishes standard operating procedures, and U.S. Department of State technical security engineer, Mantech contractor between May 10th and August of 2010. technical services program manager at Paradigm Contractor, April 28th through May 10th. Regional Operations Manager, Technical Services, Federal Agent, USAF, Office of Special Investigations. This guy's got a pretty good history here. May can go on YouTube while we look at something real quick.
Okay, I was trying to find something too.
Okay, go. Thank you. Go ahead, Joe.
Did you see somebody gifted some memberships? Did you see that?
I did not. Let me go back and look at chat here. Forrest, thank you. Forrest gifted 10 more memberships. Forrest is a gifting fool here. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Welcome, Jesse. JT, cover my deal husband's body. Look, what? Over my dead husband's body. Oh, I thought it said cover. Oh my God, I read it wrong. JT, over my dead husband's body. Look, okay. Dara, welcome. Thank you. Thank you for joining us, and congratulations on your membership. Amethyst Snore, I like that. No Way also received one. Real happy. Semi Sharp, Corner Piece, Charlotte, Rose from Africa. Thank you guys. You are all now lead investigators. And if you go over to the channel, you'll see there's a members only tab there. And I dropped a members only video this morning. It's like a trailer for our first upcoming members live. And I ask you guys for some input. I plan to do it next Saturday night, but I will have my grandchildren. So it'll be a later in the night kind of thing, probably 8 or 9, depending on the kids. If they happen to leave earlier in the day for some reason, I may go earlier, but I want you guys' input on times and things like that so we can all try to be there together. And if not, you can catch it on replay. But we do have some good things coming down for our members, our exclusively for members. So be sure and go over and check that out, guys. And thank you, Forrest. You're amazing. Yes, Forrest does rock. Anne just told Hippler 2 S&P first, 1 ISP, 1 Othram done first without warrants. She says they were done without warrants, but were they needed? Like the judge said, this is DNA from a crime scene. Who would you serve that warrant on? Would you serve it to the company about to do the work on the profile you found, or on the DNA you found, or to try to find the DNA? Who would you serve it on? So does that mean every time a crime scene occurs, or a crime occurs, you go to a crime scene, you collect all sorts of evidence, whether it's DNA, fingerprints, hair samples, whatever. Do you need warrants at that point to search those items? I don't think so. So I don't know why it would apply to DNA versus a fingerprint. You know what I mean? We're about to get into looking at these documents here. But Dolphin, if you find anything on IMO, let me know.
I just put something in the back chat. I haven't found a video, but
yeah,
apparently he testified at the Boston Marathon trial.
Oh, really? Because I know that Balance testified at Daybell and both Lori and Chad's trials, but I don't know that if Imel did. I don't know if he would have been needed in that trial. So yeah, we'll continue to look for stuff, guys, and we'll see what we can find out. Let's see. Can I click on, when I clicked on that, it throws me off a StreamYard, the platform we're on. Dolphin, if you want to do you want to share that for us to see, or?
It's just an article. It's not a video.
Okay. It's just an article. That's fine. All right. Well, let's do this. Let's move into going into what we had planned is the going over the warrants in the Kohberger case. I know there's a lot of them here, and Joe hasn't had a chance to really look at any of them. And like I said, we know there's gag orders and redactions and things like that. There have interesting information. Like I said, get out your pen, your paper, your notes, whatever you do, just listen in if that's your thing. And it's been so damn long since we went through some of this stuff. Guys, it is Salty Sunday, and I do swear. I don't mean to, but I can't help myself. So it is what it is. Okay, so let me bring up the screen. First of all, let's look at the arrest. I have to pull them up and then bring the screen up. If I bring up the whole thing, it doesn't work. This is the arrest warrant for Brian Kohberger. Now, some of you may have seen this, and some of you may have not. So, State of Idaho is the plaintiff versus Brian C. Kohberger. To any law enforcement officer of the state of Idaho, information under oath having presented to me on December 29th, and there appearing to be probable cause to believe that the public offenses of Idaho section, and it names Idaho section 18-1401, burglary, then we're just going to skip the Idaho section codes. He was charged with burglary, murder in the first degree 1, murder in the first degree 2nd, murder in the first degree 3rd victim, murder in the first degree for the 4th victim. Have been committed and accusing Brian C. Kohberger. Therefore, you are ordered to arrest and bring the defendant before the court at 522 South Adams Street, Moscow, County of Latah, State of Idaho, or in the case of my absence or inability to act, if the defendant is arrested outside of this county, before the nearest available magistrate within the judicial district, the defendant is arrested. No bail, and he is hereby committed to the sheriff of the county of Latah. 12/29/22, and Megan Marshall was the judge at the time. Miss Potts, please swear more. Sometimes I try to be mindful, but sometimes it just comes on out there. And that was the end of that one, guys. See, there's redacted there, of course. But so the dated search warrant was 12/29 when Megan issued the warrant of 2022. Here we are in 2025. Can you believe that, guys? And how long it takes some of these cases to get to trial is crazy, isn't it? All right, let me get the other ones pulled up here that we were going to look at. Now, some of these are going to be way more detailed and we can really have a conversation about. Some are just going to be standard stuff. And we'll just kind of skim through those as quickly as possible to get to the good stuff. And Joe, you taking notes?
100%. I'm in for it.
Okay. So that was your arrest warrant. The next thing listed was, because I can go down the list here. There was a criminal complaint, invocation of rights. We're going to not go through those stuff today. Now, look, back in this was a big contention when everybody wanted that, the house needs to stay up. The house needs to stay up. Back in February or December, they preserved that crime scene. Then I think the following February, Anne preserved it again. And then once it expired, she didn't do it again. So she didn't care about the house staying up. So I didn't either at that point. Let me get down to where the warrants start. There's a lot of notices and court minutes and all these things happening before they get to the good stuff. Okay. Discovery stuff. Sealing stuff. Okay. Order to seal and redact Amazon. Let's look at this. Where's my buttons? Okay. Now, there was a lot of talk in court, about the Amazon warrants and the first AT&T warrant. We're going to look at those in just a second, the AT&T stuff. Now, this is in the matter of the application for a search warrant for Amazon in order to seal and redact. And there's really not a lot there. So this matter came before the court in a Zoom that was held via Zoom with Mr. Thompson and Ms. Jennings and Ms. Taylor on behalf of Kohberger. The court reviewed the records, considered the arguments presented, weighed the interest in privacy and public disclosure, and announced its findings of fact on the record. Therefore, the court finds it necessary to seal, part, and redact and record related to the search warrant because the document contains highly intimate facts. Seal part and redact the intimate facts or statements of publications which may be highly objectionable to reasonable person. After due consideration with good cause of hearing, it is hereby ordered that the record herein will be disclosed except for the following: the affidavit in support of the warrant, the amended affidavit. Why would there be an amended one? Because they went back and did a second search. The search warrant, amended search warrant, and receipt of inventory are redacted. We need to see that receipt of inventory. Okay, so based upon the motion to seal the search warrant and related documents filed herein, the court does hereby confirm and order the affidavit for search warrant, including any exhibits, search warrant return, and search warrant, including the inventory of the items seized, and order confidential, exempt from disclosure, and are sealed. So then you go down here, and it's the motion to seal the warrant. For this one is in the matter of the search warrant for Amazon, again, in order for an order sealing in the warrant related documents, including the affidavit, which they did, constitutes an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. Not all cases, they gag all this stuff. So, why redact the personal information and put the rest out there? Disclose investigative techniques and procedures, and the state seeks this protection for a minimum of 90 days until such time the investigation. Remember when they had that resealing recently, or they redid the orders on the no contact? They have to reseal this stuff, I guess, after 90 days. They did that. And again, this is about more on the this is Mowry's affidavit on the search warrant. So, I, Detective Mowry, the officer by whom this warrant was executed, do certify the appended inventory contains a true and detailed account of all property taken by me or other officers pursuant to this warrant, and this warrant and property have been duly returned before Judge Marshall on December 14th. So they had that returned by December 14th and placed that in front of the judge. Sorry, guys, I was writing something down. And he goes on to, this talks about his training. He's been a qualified peace officer for 12 years. He's still employed at the Moscow Police Department. November 26, he obtained the search warrant for Amazon. Muted. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you fine.
Okay, well, Forrest said muted, question mark. I may have cut out, Forrest. Or I was quiet. That's what I was writing something down. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, just for a second.
Yeah, okay. So November 26th, he obtained the search warrant. The warrant was served on the 26th by email, fax, email, etc. On December 8th, he received an email from Amazon which contained the requested information. So that warrant return came back on 12/8. Thank you, Donnie. You can hear me? Okay. You went quiet for a sec. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I was writing something down. I should have told you. An inventory was prepared for all the items received. The information received was placed into evidence at the MPD. And there you go. That's his affidavit. Okay. So, receipt and inventory. Now, it's going to be redacted, guys. Remember that. On the 26th day of November, at approximately 3:32, the following peace officer, Detective Mowry, served the search warrant herefore issued upon the place and order. It was Amazon. Then the persons found in said place were, which is redacted. Here's the stuff. The property found and taken and the location with or upon said warrant or said persons are as follows. Description: ASIN number B001H53Q6M. And then over here on this line is redacted if there was anything there. K bar, full size, U.S. Marine Corps number BOOOMAZIAO. And then we have another K bar 121S or 7S. That sounds like two different knives to me. Do K bar make multiple knives?
Usually they do. I haven't done any research on it, but I would be willing to bet that there is not just one.
Right. They probably make several versions, right?
Yes.
And so those are what that's the property found. So this is the stuff that was found in that search warrant. What is ASIN number with these series of numbers behind them? Would that be like your sheath, or wouldn't it say sheath? Or would you have to order your sheath separately? Do they come together? One is for a replacement.
The one I'm looking at right now, which looks to be
sheath, Miss Potts believes. Now you need another one?
Wow, those are $100. Those are $100 on Amazon.
Are they?
Yeah.
Okay,
and then
the description of property: leather sheath, USMC logo. And we know that the one found at the crime scene was a leather sheath with a USMC logo that apparently went to a K-bar knife. Amazon serial number for the item. Okay, gotcha. So do you guys get a takeaway that they did find that he ordered this type of stuff? That's what it reads like.
Well, she stated it in that interview like it was fact, but she stated a few things like they were fact that.
Oh yeah, I'm past her interview. I'm looking at the court, but the court document says the property found and taken at the location, which was the Amazon search warrant, are as follows. Property found, ASIN number, K-bar full-size knife, U.S. Marine Corps fighting knife, ASIN number, K-bar knife. So that tells me those things were on his purchase history, or at least in his search history, because they looked at his search history as well. Of course, you're going to search on Amazon for something before you purchase it.
Right. And it looks like there's only one. It looks like there's only one K-bar knife, and it's that one with the USMC emblem on the sheath.
What do you mean found at the crime scene?
Yeah.
Or here, because just one knife there, but here there's listed.
No. On Amazon, when you go do a search for K-bar knife on Amazon.
Oh, they're only showing one. Gotcha. Gotcha.
Yeah, and it matches the photos of ones we've seen.
Okay, gotcha. And then here it says the description of property, leather sheath, and the USMC logo. So that, to me, tells me that stuff was returned in that warrant. I don't know. Dolphin, do you feel like that's the case?
I actually want to see this whole thing because I was looking at something else, and I'm not sure if you're at the part where they said, oh, this is what we're looking for, so Amazon, please search for these two items, because I think that's the page that you're on. Like,
And
where's the actual returns for it?
This is, I've been reading through the whole thing.
I wasn't looking. That's what I was looking at something else.
There are actually multiple K-bar knives on Amazon. There's at least 4 different styles.
Yeah, they serve their warrant upon the company, and then this is now I'm looking at the receipt and inventory of warrant.
Okay.
From Amazon. And he received at approximately 3:32 p.m. the following peace officer, Mowry, served the warrant upon Amazon. Then it says the property found and taken at the location, which would mean from Amazon, and here's the descriptions. There's a ASIN number, a K-bar full-size knife, another ASIN number, and then the K-bar. 121S7. And then as you scroll down, description of property, leather sheath, USMC logo. That stuff wouldn't be on the return if it wasn't on the Amazon purchase stuff or search stuff. So that
Hold
tells
on,
me
I'm looking through it. Go ahead. I'm just still looking.
Are you looking at this or something different?
No, I'm looking at the actual document myself, because the way you're scrolling, you kind of go up some points and then you go back down. I'm trying to just see it really quick.
Oh, I went up to show that I had just read the whole thing, and I was scrolled back down to where I was. Yeah. But that stuff wouldn't be in the return if it wasn't in the search warrant, that if they didn't find it when they looked. Now we're down to, in the matter of the application for search warrant for Amazon. In the above titled matter, this court having and the said search warrant having been served according to law, and the return of the warrant having been duly made as directed in said search warrant to this court, a written inventory of the property found and seized have been duly made and taken before the undersigned magistrate or judge and filed herein. So they absolutely showed her the search warrant returns from the Amazon.
They're not showing you like in this document, they're not, showing you what they got back exactly. They just repeated it in that bottom section to say, okay, this is what we were looking for, but we don't actually see the details of what they, came back with.
We don't see details, but why would it say property found and taken?
Because that's what they were looking for. It's like the reference to what they were looking for, what they asked for. You just don't see the actual details that, all of these customers purchased this and da-da-da-da. Because they didn't have the knife, remember? All they found was the sheath.
Yeah, but yeah. When they do a search warrant like they did for his apartment and they have to get specific about what they're looking for, it tells you that in the affidavit for the search warrant. The affidavit for this search warrant's been sealed. This just shows the property return. So maybe I'm confused, but the way I'm looking at this is what came back from the Amazon report, but they don't give us any other details about it. Because it says property found and taken at the location. So you mean because it lists two different knives here.
That's like boilerplate language, though, for these forms. Doesn't mean that it specifically was at that location, like all of the time.
So you think these items listed are meaning what they're searching for?
Yes, because that's what was
warrant.
up at the top. That's why I wanted to see the actual warrant to see what these 21 pages said. And I just closed the document. Yeah, like in the top pages, motion to seal and search.
Order to seal and redact's the first one up. Order sealing the search warrant, which we read as well. And then motion to seal the search warrant. And then return of search warrant. And then it gives his information and then his affidavit, Mallory's affidavit. And then it goes down to receipt, inventory of warrant. And then that's where the stuff is listed, on the receipt of the inventory warrant.
Right, but what they asked for is something very basic, right? They found the sheath. That's the only thing that they had. So they go on to Amazon and they say, okay, here's the serial number for the sheath. And, we also probably want to see the knife that would have gone in the sheath. So here's the serial number for the knife. So they send out the search warrant with those two things. The description of the property is what you're showing now, right? I think, wait, I'm looking at it on the screen.
Yeah,
so,
right.
And then when they get the return back, they're saying, this is what we asked for. They're kind of like summarizing it again, just like on all the other warrants when they asked for, so-and-so's phone number, their phone records. And they said it's, Kaylee with this number and these 4 digits and, Ethan with these 4 digits. They put that in the return, but then you didn't see what else was behind it. So the fact that it's these two things are listed in the return, like, it doesn't necessarily mean that they found something. You don't see all the records because, they could have
Oh,
sold
I don't. Yeah.
5,000 K-bar knives and 5,000 sheaths or
But
whatever.
they were looking for this specific account of Brian Kohberger, not everybody else's. But when we get to the other warrants, we'll look at the returns and see if there's if they kind of look the same, if they mention the same stuff. Because usually, it's like when they did the apartment search, they had to go back and specifically ask for permission to enter that storage building connected, hooked to his apartment.
This is the warrant for specifically him? Or when they were doing that blanket warrant, when they were trying to see who
This is
all
Amazon.
sold, who K-bar
Because they
knives
have
were
to
sold
ask
to
for specific.
before they had a suspect.
No, I think this was served on his Amazon account.
Is his name in here?
This says November 26th. Do we know when he first became a suspect?
So you think they can broadly search Amazon for anybody who purchased a
Yes,
K-bar?
that's what they did. Because in the very beginning, after the murders, the very first thing they said is they're looking for a
God, do
K-bar
you know
knife
how
because
many
they had the
people would have
sheath.
been on that list?
Yeah, but that's what actually Miss Potts was talking about a while ago, where we saw like a summary of, so many were sold in Pennsylvania, so many were sold in Washington, so many were sold in Idaho.
Where did we see that at?
That was in one of these warrants. I don't remember if it was like
we'll
Blue
look
Ridge
through 'em.
Knives
Oh, okay.
specifically, or if it was Amazon. But one of the first things that they did was generically say, hey, we know we're probably looking for a K-bar knife, so let's go to this and this supplier and see, how many they sold, like,
In
say,
a
maybe in this
specific
area.
area?
Like, and
And
then, or
right.
all nationwide, and then drill down to, this area,
Yeah.
or
And
whatever.
they may have did a broader search with the
Mhm.
K-bar company itself, but I don't
Mhm.
know. I feel like this was a direct search of his Amazon stuff.
On November 26th
I don't know.
of 2022.
Well, November 26th, yeah, I mean, maybe they were already onto him because of the car. When was the car discovered at WSU? What date was that? That's why I'm trying to write all these damn dates down so we
Mhm.
can put our charts together and compare. Do you know what I mean? That's why y'all take notes, write down dates, and
Mhm.
if we're wrong on something, hey, tell us. I'm gonna have to get all eyes over here and help me out with some chart work. And Dolphin's actually
November
pretty.
29th. Sorry, I was like talking and nobody
Are
could hear
you
me. I'm like,
muted? My
I am. I'm
my
so dumb.
stats girl over here, she's like, can't even talk to me. Bring it,
November
Firefly.
29th. No wonder nobody's responding to me every time I talk. I'm like,
Oh,
what?
we're not
Ignoring me.
ignoring you, sweetie. We're not
I know.
ignoring you.
I got up for a minute and then I came back and everything's been haywire. But yeah, November
what was that
29th is when they discovered him at WSU.
Okay, so they
Allegedly.
found his car. Found the car on the 29th. And this
that was
Amazon warrant.
WSU unprompted, right?
So this
Yeah.
warrant on Amazon would have been served 2 days prior.
3 days.
3 days prior. Wow. See, it pays to go back over these warrants with a group of people. I love you guys. I love having these conversations. Yes, Miss Pot, you were right. The 29th, just you and Firefly. Firefly always remembers those things. Okay, so that, I think we kind of went through that warrant. Let me see if we did it, if there was anything left that we didn't look at it yet, besides me being confused about, is this his search history or his stuff? Okay, that was basically about it. That was dated the 14th day of December on the return. But it was applied for on the 26th. And it says 12/8 was a return, but that's dated the 14th. That's weird. Okay, we'll go through the next one now. Anybody have any thoughts or questions on that Amazon that we haven't talked about?
No.
Okay, let's get this up. I don't know how much we'll get to see out of it because it's been so long since I went through some of these. My gosh. Okay, this one is a search warrant for American Express. Hold on, let me get a sip of my drink here. If somebody wants to take turns reading these warrants with me, hey, let's do it.
I got a question
Go
regarding
ahead.
warrants. So why do you think they went back afterwards the next year and looked for click activities and like who may have put what in their basket? You know what I'm talking about? What I'm referring to? The
Yeah,
next
that
year, like if
yeah.
they had such damning information from the warrant, why would they be looking for that information?
What if he didn't buy it from Amazon?
He probably didn't. I
Yeah.
mean, what
And then,
idiot
but
would buy
maybe
it
he
on
used
Amazon?
Amazon to search.
Yeah, that's
Didn't
true.
they do an
Right,
eBay
right.
warrant too?
That could be it. I think you nailed it
What was
there
that?
because it's so obvious. Like, I mean, the most obvious thing would be to get it from like a gun show or something like that, or just a private person just to buy a knife from that. Like, what? That's not traceable. But he could have researched on Amazon
Mm-hmm.
different things and
Yeah, you could have searched because I'll search things on Amazon that I'm
All
not
the
planning to
time.
buy on Amazon,
Mm-hmm.
right? Then I'll
right.
go
All the
compare,
time. Yep.
right? And then I'll go and compare to other places and things of that nature. All right, so there was a lot of bank warrants for some reason that always bothered me in this case. I think it bothered a lot of us because a lot of those were tied. This is order to, in the matter of application for American Express out of El Paso, Texas. I'm assuming that's the headquarters or whatever. This matter came before the court on February 10th of 2023. Now, remember, the crimes occurred in November of 2022. On the court's motion to seal or redact pursuant to Idaho Code, and they name it. The hearing was held via Zoom with Thompson Jr. and Ashley Jennings appeared on behalf of the state, and Taylor appeared on behalf of Kohberger. The court reviewed the records, considered the arguments presented, weighed the interest in privacy and public disclosure, and announced its findings of fact on the record. Therefore, pursuant to Idaho Code, the court finds it necessary to seal part and redact the record related to the following warrant for the following reasons. The document, and then they, of course, name the same things. Documents contain highly intimate facts or statements, publications which could be highly objectionable or reasonable. We're not going to read all that crap because I think we've all read it too many times.
Actually, hold on. Let me interrupt you for a quick second.
Go right
Go
ahead.
forward to page 6.
Ooh, let's do. You found something juicy?
Well, I mean, the dates were
Oh,
wrong.
wait.
This actually was obtained on November 28th, 2022.
This one we're looking at now?
Uh-huh. Because the order to seal and redact is February 10th, 2023. So look at page 6 because it kind of has like all the key dates in Maury's little, testimonial.
This one here of his affidavit?
Yeah, page 6. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're going to start right here where Dolphin's talking. Affidavit of Maury. Remember, he testified over in the hearing. I, Lawrence Maury, being duly sworn, do hereby state the following information is true, correct to the best of my knowledge and belief. Belief. That I am employed by the Moscow Police Department. Affidavit has been trained and qualified peace officer for 12 years. I currently work shift 7 to 5. On November 28th, I obtained a search warrant for American Express. November 28th. The warrant was served on November 28th via email. On January 13th, I received an email from F.A. Michael Douglas containing the requested information. Douglas is FBI, right?
Yep, the FA is federal agent.
So why would you serve a warrant on American Express but get the return back from Douglas?
Mm-hmm.
On January 13th, I received an email. Oh, he didn't get the return back from Douglas. Sorry. On January 13th, he received an email from Douglas containing the requested data from American Express. On January 24th, an inventory was prepared for all the items received. A copy of the inventory receipt was emailed to redacted. now why would they redact that if it's probably Douglas because he requested it? And the information received was placed into the evidence at the Moscow Police Department for further your appeal. Okay.
It might be his actual email address.
Maybe it was. Okay. So on the 28th day of November, the following peace officers, Mowry and FBI agent Douglas, redacted, served the search warrant before issued upon the place or persons described, all redacted, and the property found. Now see how it lists, this is like a return. So the property found and location within or upon the description. Okay, because they wanted to look at Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Kaylee Gonzalez. Did they all have American Express?
You know what? On that second page, it looks like
Accounts?
some of those lines have been whited out. I
Yep,
don't know if that's
all
just the form
redacted.
or what, but yeah.
Yeah. And then the receipt of the inventory was made in the presence of, that's redacted or blank. Why? I don't know. A copy was left on this date in a conspicuous place in the place searched. What? A copy hereof was left on this date in a conspicuous place in the place searched. There being
It's
no
a standard form that they haven't updated for like other methods of delivering the warrant. Like if a sheriff had to go out to your house,
Yeah.
and so that's what they're talking about. Oh, they used to leave it in, or whatever. But now if they'd email and fax and all that, that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. Present, there being no persons present during said search. Email, and then it's redacted. In the above titled matter, this court having therefore, or here, why can't I ever say that right? Heretofore issued a search warrant, and the said search warrant having been served according to law, and the return of the warrant having been duly made as directed in said search warrant to this court, and written inventory of the property found and seized, having been duly made and taken before the undersigned magistrate or judge and filed herein. Peace officer shall deliver to cause or cause to be delivered the property described in said inventory to the Moscow Police Department. Go down. This was dated 1/25 and signed by Judge Marshall. It is further ordered that said property and or any part thereof may be delivered to any person, laboratory, or laboratories for the purpose of conducting or obtaining any tests, analysis, or identification property deemed necessary. Why would you need to send bank records over to some labs? It's crazy. That's just me thinking out loud. Search warrant for American Express. And then he goes, Lowry, I'm not reading that part. Here's what they do want. Let's see. Okay, I'm sorry. Having given me proof upon oath this day showing probable cause, establishing grounds for issuing a search warrant and probable cause to believe that the property referred to and sought in or upon said premises, there is probable cause to believe that the property referred to and sought in or upon said premises consists of information related to the crime of homicide, to include all records and documents. The term records and documents means any and all tangible forms, expressions in your possession, custody, or in control, and in any language or format, include but not limited to writings, papers, recordings, electronic video and audio recordings, e.g. video surveillance, microform, electromagnetic recordings, optical recordings, electronic files or records, photographs, drafts, finished versions, originals, and copies. And again, these are all for Ethan, Maddie, Xana, and Kaylee. Now, were they just from September 1st, 2022 to present?
Mm-hmm.
So
and 5 other people that are redacted.
And then there's others that are redacted as well. Were they looking early on, investigating other angles. You know what I mean? Any angle that could have possibly caused this. Because if you think about it, because they didn't have a suspect, and it took a while to find him, or we all know that process was playing out. But that first few days, you don't know who did what, and you got people talking to you, and you're interviewing people, and we know they followed somebody and got a cigarette butt. So they were looking into other people. Were they looking into things related to these students, who could have, done something? So it's not surprising that they looked into their records like that. But who are these others that were redacted, right?
At least 2 of those 5 are probably going to be Bethany and Dylan,
You're probably right.
because they were looking into their phone records and some of
Oh,
everything
yeah.
else.
Because you can't, when you come into a crime scene like that and you got 2 survivors, an 8-hour gap, you better automatically, I know, if you're a good law enforcement agency, you have to do that. You can't just say, "Oh, I'm so sorry," because literally you probably were just a victim of circumstance. But if I walk into that crime scene or get there and I realize there's 2 survivors, and then you tell me 8 hours went by, I'm automatically looking at you until I can rule you out, and you're going through some rigorous questioning, and DNA swabs and all the things. So of course they probably investigated a lot of things close. To include the following: all open and closed accounts, all records pertaining to the individuals or business entities. So there may have been some businesses listed, or maybe not. Identified in this letter, whether held jointly or severally, or as trustee or what is that, fiduciary? Everything looks kind of blurry, these glasses. As well as custodian, executor, or guardian. Financial interest includes all accounts in which these individuals had signature authority and or right to withdraw. These records should be included. And list all of that: signature cards, statement data, identification and named on debit card accounts, deposits and supporting documentation, and not limited to cash, canceled checks. Now, remember, there was a lot of talk in the beginning about money laundering with the drugs and the frat houses and all these. There's a whole theory laid out in my DMs about all this. Could there been some rumors about some of that, cryptocurrency laundering and things like that? I don't know. Who knows what they were looking for? Anything nefarious, I think, would have been what they were looking for. And it goes on to list every single thing, because they have to be very specific about what they're looking for. So you are therefore commanded to search the above described premises, and pretty much that's what this search warrant is issued for: a law enforcement purpose. American Express is ordered not to disclose the existence or contents of this warrant or information furnished in response to the warrant for a period of 1 year, or until further ordered. That year is up. That year is up, Amazon, but there's a gag order. They've probably been told since that year to keep it quiet. American Express shall disclose the described property and information within 14 days of issuance. Let me check chat. Any comments so far?
I don't think so from my end. Everybody in chat is just kind of working through some of the details of everything. And there's multiple opinions, and we welcome multiple opinions in here. Like, everybody's welcome. If you're respectful and you don't resort to personal attacks, come in here and tell us what you think.
Oh yeah, like my banner says, you come in here with your theories and your opinions. We can all just stay in our lane. We are adults. We're not kids on the playground. But all eyes, welcome in, girlfriend. I pivoted this morning. We were going to touch on some Delphi stuff this morning, but I felt some kind of way about it, and I really want to regroup and do that with you and Joe, possibly Gritty as well. So we're going to work on that. The last detail about this case I remember trying to chase down was someone on Twitter from PA saying they tipped in a white Elantra. Really? I don't recall seeing that anywhere. You'll have to That's interesting. Someone from PA that knew about a Wile launcher. Huh. I wonder who that could have been. Yeah, that never mind.
Yeah, I know. That's the only people I'm thinking of. We don't want to
Sister?
say. Yes.
Like my crazy ass brother. Now that's just a theory,
Because
y'all.
I've
I'm being
I've
salty.
heard that theory before. I've heard the theory
Yeah, but
before
what
that.
she
it was
did,
for
she
show.
didn't. Her and her brother didn't get along. Hey, you stole my iPhone, man, to cover your habit. You're mama's boy. You get away with a lot of things, and daddy tries to set you straight, and you don't like it. That's just my opinion right now, and it is salty Sunday. So come at me if you will. I'll come. You come hard because I'm gonna come back harder. No, I'm saying in my lane, guys, with you guys. I'm just being salty about the Kohberger situation. Okay, I don't think there's motion for extension to return the warrant. So American Express asked for an extension. The state of Idaho, by and through Ashley, did they ask for it? Or okay, prosecuting attorney moves this court for an order extending the time for returning the above reference warrant issued the 27th. The warrant served by Mowry on the 28th by get their information within the 14 days. What can you do about that when a company doesn't do that? Although the warrant was executed within the 14-day time frame directed by Idaho Code, the state is not able to comply with the time frame within which to return the warrant and provide a written inventory. According to the state request, an extension of time for the same return of the search warrant. But that's what? Okay,
So
that was the end of that one. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, so they were able to return the information in 14 days, but the state can't make an inventory of it?
That's weird, isn't it? Like, oh my God, there was so much there. It takes us a year, like Anne's screaming about her stuff. Lord. Okay, so that was the order to seal and redact for American Express, and they were looking into all of the the kids there. Let me get the next one queued up for us.
So we're going to have to one day take a look, and I think DB can help us take a look at the K-bar knife, because there's a reason it's called the K-bar is the brand, but this K-bar knife that supposedly fits in that sheath with the U.S. Marine Corps logo and stamp on it has a crossbar, like at the bottom of the blade. So a lot of times when when we're watching these true crime stories, we'll see that somebody has committed a violent murder with a knife. And a lot of times it's like a kitchen knife, like it's something that they just pulled out, or it's a folding knife, and there is no protection for your hand. So a lot of times the person who committed the crime will end up with slice wounds on their own hand just because of the violent nature of the attack. So the fact that it's a K-bar and would protect his hand from potentially getting sliced by like sliding up over the blade when he's got a hold of the handle. That's just a thought I had, just a random thought.
No, it's not a random thought. We've been on this case for 2 years, and trust me, Jeff, are you in here? We've done some deep dives on the K-bar knives. A lot of channels have. But for those who don't know, that's a great idea, and we'll present, what it looks like, and like you described, that the way it is to protect, right? So would the chance of him cutting himself with that style of knife was pretty slim. Wouldn't you think so?
Yeah, but it keeps it. I mean, once it goes in, and not trying to get too graphic here, but once it goes in, if you don't have that little bar that goes across the end of the handle, your hand is going to keep going on down the blade, and you're going to get cut at least a little bit, but that stops your hand from continuing on down after the attack, or with each motion of your hand.
And I think there's a lot of people who don't realize how deadly and dangerous that knife can be, what kind of damage it can do, what it's designed to do. And from what we've heard about Kaylee's wounds and Xana's wounds from their parents, they were brutal. And that kind of knife can do a lot of damage. It's not like taking a kitchen knife and walking in there, right?
Well, the U.S. Marine Corps doesn't sponsor knives without them being some type of a fighting weapon.
Oh yeah, why would that? They're designed for that. Any weapon that was designed for military grade use is designed for military grade use. They're not going to walk in there with the same shit we got on the street out here. They got all kinds of stuff. It's crazy. It's like back in the day, those old GUNs, because I have to be real careful with apparently with that word and that thing here on YouTube. How they would have the I'm going to call it the stabber, but what'd you call that thing at the end that sticks out where they can stab the guy?
The bayonet. The bayonet.
The bayonets. Thank you. Like, I need to get me one of those. I'll maybe shoot you. I'll just poke you.
Jeff is in
chat.
Jeff is here.
Yeah, there you are, Jeff. We have deep dove those knives. There's been whole shows wrapped around it. I know Dolphin and Firefly and Dan and I have deep dove it ourselves in Discord before looking at things. All right, so let's look at this one. But we'll do that, Joe. We'll put together some visuals for our next show to show people who are new to the case, because I do realize we have people new coming in. You know what I mean? All right, so this is the an Apple warrant here. In the matter of the application search warrant for Apple, this matter came before the court on February 10th on the court's motion to seal and redact pursuant to Idaho Code, and the hearing was held via Zoom. It is hereby ordered the affidavit in support of the warrant be sealed, the search warrant receipt inventory be redacted. And she ordered this on the 27th of February of 2023. So looks like they were still building their case, or investigating their case, I should say. So this is for the Apple again, order sealing. This is just the order of her sealing sealing it. She did that on the 1st of December at 1:30. Motion to seal warrant. And here they list why they want it, done, and she agrees. Now let's get down to the good stuff. Then that talks about how they got to give their disclosure. Okay. This is Mowry again talking about why he wants the warrant. Let's get down here to the good stuff, the return. Let's see. And of course, it's going to be redacted, guys, but we'll do the best we can. Search warrant for Apple. And he talks about his Lawrence Mowry detailed account of all property taken from me pursuant to this warrant, duly returned before the court 9:00 a.m. on November 30th. And then there's his affidavit again. All right, here we go. On the 21st day of November 2022 at approximately 6:41 p.m., Detective Mowry, blank or redacted, served the search warrant issued upon the place described herein as said search warrant. Entrance was obtained by, and that's redacted, the person found in the said place were redacted. Now we know this was probably served by email. Description of property 1841. Now, Dolphin, was that?
I think that's Ethan's number.
Wasn't that Ethan?
I had a post-it note that had their numbers on it, the last four.
Yes, and all of my old, like 2 years ago notes are here somewhere. I've got to go through them. But a lot of us done a lot of research into the numbers and different things that were placed, and we did believe that one was, let me write that down too so I can go back over my notes. 1841. Was this Ethan? We believe this is Ethan's phone number, and you can see there's an IMEI that's redacted as well. And then a whole page redacted, and then there was a receipt of warrant. It was dated the 30th of November, signed by the peace officer. Everything's damn well redacted. Okay. Yes, it was Ethan, Dolphin. We were correct. You were correct. Let's see. consisting probable cause to believe that the property referred to and sought in upon premises consisting there is probable cause to believe that the property referred to and sought in or upon said premises consist of records related to crimes of homicide on the Apple iCloud account associated with Ethan Chapin. Now, probable cause to believe that property referred to and sought in or upon said premises consist records related to the crimes of homicide on the Apple iCloud following identifiers, and that's his phone number. So they were searching Ethan's account at that point. And then they had some redacted information here, the IP address used. They go into the details of what they're looking for. And that was it on Ethan's. This search warrant is issued for law enforcement purposes. That's the same thing we read last time. And they had 90 days or whatever. So there was a search warrant done for Ethan's phone. Let me check chat real quick. What's the date this was applied for on Ethan's?
That looked like November 20th, I thought.
I thought it was too. Let me look real quick. Let me scroll back down to it.
21st day of November.
Okay. Well, thank you. I love my team. You guys are awesome. Okay, so the next one in line is going to be another Apple warrant. This is the second. And I will...
I need me an apple pie warrant. Maybe with a little more ice cream.
Right? Sorry, guys. I was just checking chat for a minute. Yeah, I don't know what they were specifically they were probably looking for anything on that iCloud account that, you know, may indicate a suspect. Like, you know, if Ethan did have an issue at the frat house with somebody, was there like, I'm going to kick your ass tomorrow communication, you know, they could have been looking for anything, or would have been looking for anything that made, welcome in Texas Ranger, that would have made, you know, suspicion of someone. Okay,
yeah, so Jeff says through this process it sure seems easier to be a killer than it is to be an officer catching the killer. And that's kind of the point of our whole system. The whole system favors the rights of us as individuals, and there is a principle that it's better to let 100 guilty people go free than to convict one innocent man. And that's not a necessarily a legal principle, but it is a Benjamin Franklin principle and others of our founding fathers. So that's kind of our system, and it's kind of the give and take between the prosecutor and the defense team is like, how much liberty does the state get? Does law enforcement get? I mean, that's pretty fundamentally constitutional question.
Well, and a lot of it's been answered, and a lot of this new stuff like IGG will be answered in the future, but it seems like defense attorneys are making it very difficult to prosecute even the guilty. I understand that a lot of times there's innocent people who are prosecuted, but most of the time they get it right, you know, and when they don't, and it's horrible because it's no justice is served. And then there's cases that come out that are, you know, we could be surprised they have all the evidence in the world and people are like, oh, no, you know, it's just that fine line about the constitutional rights, like Stearns not wanting them to come in the courtroom and say the word murder over and over. He thinks homicide's going to sound better, like making me say unalived versus murder or killed is to me ridiculous. But you want us to walk into court and you didn't give Maddie any kind of grace about her rights when she was alive and well, but you care about your rights now that you're on trial for killing her and essaying her for years, and you don't want them to walk in there now and mention the word murder because it's prejudicial. Kiss my ass.
Right?
That's what I say. Like, I'm so over it. Victims' rights are completely lost on defendants' constitutional rights. Your basic constitutional rights are met and the cops aren't breaking laws to get you. You shouldn't be complaining. Your due process and your right to a speedy trial is there. You choose to stand silent. You choose to waive your right to speedy trials. You choose all of this stuff. If you're innocent and you're out driving around over here in the opposite direction, you can damn well prove it. Give me a speedy trial now. Because your evidence is going to exonerate. Okay. Salty Sunday. Y'all welcome aboard. Woo. Okay. I'll bring myself back down a notch now. Oh, goodness. Okay. So this is another Apple warrant. Same blah, blah, blah shit. Same blah, blah, blah shit. I'm going to be Lori now. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Who was this one for? Because I can't remember. There's Maury's bullshit again. Okay, there's his affidavit. Okay, this was Kaylee's. So Kaylee and Ethan both had Apple accounts. And remember, there was a big controversy whether Kohberger had an account or not on Apple. Like, why does it even matter at this point? He had an account somewhere. I don't have no Apple accounts. I don't like the apples. Okay. 24. This one was served on the 21st day. Everybody, if you want to take on the 11:20 a.m. Maury blank served the search warrant. Okay. Description of property, Kaylee Gonzalez 4818 was her number. And it makes sense that they would search all their phones and their Apple accounts, right? It just makes sense. And this goes back into the identifiers, and they have to name that redacted part. Always, like, why you redact that one part out when you go into all the detail of everything else you need. What was the redacted pieces out of Ethan and Kaylee's so far? I'm sure the other ones will have it as well. Like, what in that phone search warrant ask that you wanted redacted? That's weird. Okay, so there's another one. Let me pull the third one up. Like I said, some of these are easy to get through because they're not too involved, and some are way more involved. It's almost 1 o'clock. I'm good to go for a while if you guys are.
Yeah.
We won't.
Yeah,
get
I'm
too
good.
long.
I may have to switch over to my phone in a little bit here, but I'm good to keep going.
Okay. Yeah, I think everybody's good for now. I think my crew is going to be gone for quite a while, which doesn't matter if they come home or not, but it's just more quiet when they're not here. Okay, let's get back to our warrant section. The third, there's actually 4, but this is number 3. Screen back up here. Regardless of the case or the victims after the fact, it is the defendant whose rights matter. Well, that's true, but the victim's rights still matter. But the defendant's rights matter insofar And is that a constitutional violation yet? We don't know because there's no Supreme Court precedence for that, right? So it's a fine line to tell me what to walk into court and what words I can and cannot say as your right, you know? That's where I go with that. What? Pray for me. Mr. Polk is starting the show Wings again and again and again.
Oh my gosh, no way.
Oh, girl.
Wings, is that the one with the two pilots, like in Massachusetts?
Yes,
Oh, I
the
used to love that
brothers.
show way back then.
And
Like again and
Lowell,
again and again.
That's an old
Lowell the
show.
mechanic. Oh my gosh, Lowell the mechanic was hilarious.
Oh, that was good. That's an old show, isn't it?
And then you have the Italian taxi driver.
Oh yeah. Yep.
I agree, and I think most of us agree they do have a right to a fair trial. And if you watch any of my Delphi coverage, you'll see I agree with that. I don't think Kohberger's not getting a fair trial. I haven't seen anything yet to show me otherwise. The judge is super freaking fair, both of them. One was way fair to the defense. This one's just not going to tolerate bullshit from either side. So I haven't seen anything yet to tell me he's not getting a fair trial. What may not have been done fairly is whatever the FBI was up to. But again, that's a Supreme Court issue, and Ann Taylor knows it.
But she doesn't always agree with the Idaho.
So this one is another Apple warrant. We're going to scroll past all this BS. Court. No, she doesn't. She doesn't have to.
But the judge does. The
Judge
said,
it's our Constitution. Either you
she knows it. She knows that it's a Supreme Court issue. She's got to make public. She's got to make record, right?
So if you don't always believe with the Idaho Supreme Court, do you always believe in the United States Supreme Court? What about the Constitution, the U.S. Constitution? If you don't believe in the Idaho Supreme Court Constitution or agree with it, do you disagree with some of the stuff in the United States Supreme Court? And come on now. Girl.
We all know, like, there's some things that don't, there are laws that don't exist. For example, using those databases, not following their own protocol and using those databases, not illegally, but maybe it should be illegal. Maybe it needs to be on the books. That's something that's probably going to happen after this case, set precedent, right? We all know that.
Right. And
there's no laws now, but maybe there should be.
And I think there will be. I think going forward, there will be some guidelines laid out. Like, geofencing was used for years. Now it's no longer going to be used. It's too broad of a search.
Yeah.
When you geofence an area and you capture 100 phones, you're investigating now 100 people who have no idea they're being investigated. Kind of like the IGG stuff, right? So eventually, will something come of it? Yes, more than likely. And does it need to? Probably yes. But if it's an investigative tool, let there be parameters in place, right? To make it easier or fair use or whatever.
Oh, we are going to have to look at Maryland versus King, 2013 case where the Supreme Court ruled that law enforcement can routinely collect DNA samples from people who have been arrested. The ruling allows police to use DNA samples to search for matches in databases, even if they don't have probable cause to suspect the person of a crime.
Wow.
We're going to have to look into that.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting. Maryland versus, say that again?
Maryland versus King.
King.
It's a 2013 ruling.
Very interesting. Okay.
Miss Potts says the media has the public believing he sped away in his underwear and brought two. But you got to think about this. How much of the public, and there's millions of people, watched Megan, right? Or listened to Blum outside of the true crime community. Some mainstream media outlets may pick up on that and put it out there. But I hope people are not all dumb. I hope some are smart enough to know that that's a theory, and I get your concern about that, but it, they got to prove that in court that the dude sped away in his underwear. I don't believe that for a second. especially if you're going to take the long way home and you're driving around sightseeing and you're going to, if Kohberger's the guy and he did leave out of Moscow and drive the rural route home in your underwear, like Firefly says, it's freezing temperatures, but you got your car heater. I'm assuming you got a good one. What if you had a blowout on the side of the road? You got to stop now in your underwear. What if you slid off the road in the snow? You got to get out in your underwear. What if a cop stops you for you were going 5 miles over? Oops. Now why are you in your underwear, dude? It doesn't make sense, right? I mean, who's going to believe that shit? No, if he's the guy and he had on a Dickie suit, he had something on under it. More attention to the true crime. Okay, this is for Maddie Mogan's account, guys. And they were looking at her records from August 1st through November 18th. And remember, Kohberger came into town in July. But they went back August 1st. They probably went back that far with the other ones, too. I just didn't notice it. I need to write this number down, though, so I can add it all to my notes. 1, 2, 2, 4. It was Maddie. So far we do know that Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie all had Apple accounts, or Apple phones at least. And it's going to be the same stuff, and we're not going to find anything out that was on the phone return. And now the fourth one, I believe this one's going to be Xana. Okay. Can you guys see
Whose
that
dog
okay?
is that?
Yeah, whose dog is that? I don't know. Somebody's puppy's raising Cain.
Oh, that might be.
Can
Sorry,
you guys?
I forgot you could hear in the background.
That's all right. Sometimes I sit outside when Joe's live on my phone, and my neighbor's dog will start yip yip yip, and I have to mute out real quick. You guys can see that okay, or y'all want me to take us off the screen, which is better?
I see it fine.
Okay. This is an order to reseal and indact again for Apple. Blah blah blah. Let's go all the way down and get to the whose it is. There's that redacted damn thing part again. Another one served on the 21st. 1278 number.
Yeah, that's Xana.
Yeah. And there's their list of specifics. And see right there, it tells you it was Xana, or the Chronodal account. So they all had the Apple phones. All right, so then after that comes the first AT&T warrant, and it's uploaded to the docket February 28th. But let me pull the doc up. So my blind self can read it. All right, this is for AT&T Mobility. This matter came before the court on February 10th. Motion to seal and redact. Okay, so we're going to go through that. Order sealing the search warrant and related documents, which was done on December 1st. Motion to seal. Motion granted. This is the order for the warrant signed by the judge on 12/1. Return of warrant. And this is Mowry going through his stuff again, his affidavit again. Okay. And of course, the inventory of the AT&T mobility and just GPS coordinates. So they were looking for on the GPS. So the first AT&T warrant, they were looking for GPS coordinates.
For whose device?
I think this is Kohberger. We're going to look down just a second, make sure, because remember, there was 2 AT&T warrants on Kohberger, and Ann was going on about that first one, because how it was like how long was that first one for, Dolphin? The parameters, 12-hour.
2 days for the first AT&T warrant.
Yes, that's right.
I think it was just 2 days, like 48 hours.
So it says 2022. So I assume this is sometime in mid to late December of 2022.
Okay, let me go back up a minute. This one is on the 17th day of November at 10:21 a.m. The following peace officer, Mowry, served a search warrant. So he served it on November 17th.
On what device?
I'm about to scroll down and we'll see. Okay.
Is this the geofence?
This is a Google warrant would be a geofence. This is for GPS coordinates.
I think that's called a geolocation warrant, if I remember right. GPS would be geolocation. Geolocation and geofence are completely different types of warrants.
Yeah. This is just specifically asked for GPS coordinates.
Yeah, that's geolocation.
Yeah, exactly. So go down here. Tells you November 13th at 3 a.m. Okay, so records generated by cellular network that are in the possession, custody, and control of AT&T, the service provider. We'll get to the rest of that in a minute. Data possession of service provider. Okay. May contain of a homicide between November 13th from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. And remember, that's what the time the phone was off. And they're asking for GPS coordinates.
They missed the word evidence.
What?
The data may contain evidence of a homicide. Just may contain of a homicide.
Oh, they always have.
There's always some sort of typo.
There's always typos in these documents. I have to pick my battles, dudes, and
right.
And that is not one of them. My head is so full of content right now, and they do this over and over, and it's so annoying. The defense in Delphi wouldn't know better. They certainly were no better. I was like, get it together, people. I don't know who y'all got proofreading your stuff, but it's never right. It's annoying to those of us who realize it, but I've gotten over it because I'm so used to it. Including the following, and then they go into search for all records and unique device user identifiers pertaining to timing advance, real-time tool, location database of record, location information during the following listed dates, times, geographical boundaries, distance from GPS points, and then some redacted. GPS coordinates, distance from location, 0.50 miles. Date, November 13th, time 3 to 5. Say what? Is this what they're looking to see if it was there?
So 1/2 mile radius from the house?
Yes.
I'm assuming. So you're saying that's geolocation or geofence? I'm not sure.
Geolocation.
Geolocation from the phone itself. not a geofencing warrant where they're going to capture the phone in there. This is something different. That's a Google warrant.
Oh, I don't know. I
No, I
think
think
we
that's a
just,
geofence. This is
yeah, I think we
they're
This
just
is
trying to
the
switched
see
cell
from the
tower
one to the
data.
other.
who
Good
is
geo
in that range, right?
geofence. All right,
Yeah, that is geofence. Exactly. That is
geofencing,
actually.
but geofencing warrants are served on Google, not AT&T.
No, AT&T is a similar provider to Google.
They have
It's not the provider, it's the nature of the request. So
okay.
geolocation is I have a specific device and I want to know where this specific device was pinging off of which towers at what time.
I understand.
Geofence is you set up a perimeter around a half mile around the site of the crime, and I want you to tell me every single device that was located within that half a mile radius during those hours. That is literally the definition of geofencing. This is
But
a
I think this
geofencing
is
warrant.
specific. This is device specific, right? And they're looking to see if this phone, according to its GPS coordinates, were anywhere near that home between 3 and 5.5 miles away, because the phone was off from 3 to 5. So I could be totally wrong, but I know Google.
I think the word
Mm-mm.
geofence means you are setting up a fence that is a half mile radius from a particular location.
You can put the parameter at any. You could put it at a 2 mile, 1 mile. It's up to the officers.
Right. That's a fence, though. That's you're
Right.
building a fence,
I
whatever
know.
distance, whatever radius from the
I've done
site.
videos on geofencing. I have deep dove the geofencing. And I know that if you want a geofence warrant, you serve that upon Google. And Google got tired of it, and that's why they don't do the geofencing warrants anymore. Now, back then they still did during this case, right? But this to me seems device specific. Maybe it showed up in a geofence warrant, and now they're specifically looking for its GPS location during 3 to 5 when the phone was off. If that phone was off, it wouldn't even shown up in the geofence warrant. So they're going further to see why, to see if it really was because the phone was off, or was it in a Faraday bag? Was it sitting across town somewhere in a Faraday bag hid? We need the GPS coordinates off that phone if possible. So that's my line of thinking. I could be completely wrong, but if it was
Me too. Just the half mile radius thing gets me, because that's you are literally building a fence and you're saying, give me the returns for the device or devices
look
in
at the
this
photos.
area.
That's the problem too, because we don't have the geo coordinates. I think the coordinates are of the house, and it's a half mile radius around the house. So they want to know what phones pinged in
Look
that
at it. Just no. Look, guys. If he parked behind the house and that phone is turned off, is there a way for GPS coordinates still on that phone to be knowing where that phone's located? 0.5 miles behind the house, in front of the house. They're just trying to zero in if that car was right there during this specific time frame. That's my takeaway from it, from watching. I don't know. I could be wrong, but that's Dolphin. Do you have a thought on it? Are we
I'm
all
sorry,
wrong?
I just sort of
Oh,
I'm sorry, I sort of blanked out there. But
never
no, what
mind.
you said with the phone was off, but the phone's never truly off. So just
Exactly.
because it's not reporting to the tower doesn't have anything to do with the other meters and gauges that are, or measurement tools that are inside of a phone,
Exactly. Which would
So,
show
yeah.
GPS coordinates.
But I thought this was a tower dump. I'm trying to look at the document.
That's
that you
what
guys are
this
looking
pot
at.
says. It's a tower dump. So maybe it is.
Yeah.
A tower dump.
So it's kind of like, it's almost like a merge between a geofence
Phone-specific.
and a geolocation warrant.
Right. And you're gonna see it's for a specific, it's hold on. It doesn't say. Where did it go? Where did it go? They ask for all this stuff as usual. That's redacted. They don't even tell you
Page 8.
whose it is, though.
Look at page
Does it?
8.
Let me go.
Well, definitely,
Yeah.
based on the date,
It all says
there's no way
page
it's
2.
related to Brian specifically. So it's got to be the tower, just the tower.
Yeah, it says it on page 8.
Which may end up in the end,
Yeah,
if this is appealed through the courts, may end up being too broad. You can't just find out every single thing about every single phone within a radius of a cell tower within a certain amount of time. Like, that's very similar to what the 5th District Court of Appeals ruled on the geofencing case last year. It may be too broad. It may be.
She just passed.
But the reason I don't think it's the cell, the
tower.
tower.
Hang on, I'm trying to
The
hear
page
Dolphin.
number's up at the top
Wait,
center.
did I
See,
pass
it
it,
says
Dolphin?
10 of 13. Go to page 8.
Oh, gosh. Thank you. Because I was like, what is she talking about? Hold on a minute, guys. I just want to get to what she's talking about here. Okay.
Right in
So what we
here.
got
This
here?
is what when I look at these warrants, I always look here because they tell you the specific date of the search warrant and all this. Because a lot of these warrants that we're looking for, or motions or whatever, they're orders to seal and redact. So it's like things have already happened and they're coming by like months, later and saying seal and redact this. So I always look for this page to get to know what the meat of the warrant is.
That's
Yeah.
the offense.
This is a fascinating legal issue. I love it because it's actually one of the most current technologically relevant legal arguments that are out there and that the courts are going to have to figure out.
See, but when you look at geofencing warrants, they literally say geofencing. This one says cell tower. So if they were looking at a specific tower to get phones within that reach,
But it's
of
not
that
any
particular tower, right?
It's not the tower. It's specifically a half a mile radius around the house.
Right. So they were probably, it's kind of like Joe was saying, probably like a mixture of the two, because they're looking for, it says GPS coordinates. So was there any phone, was it abroad, any phone in that area within a 0.5 mile radius? But it specifically asked the 3 to 5 hours where his phone was turned off. So they're specifically looking at, why would they list the 3 to, I mean, I know 3 to 5 is the time window. Right. I know. And then they find out later that phone was off during that time.
I don't think that has anything to do with that.
How
look
well
at the date of this.
Oh, I know they didn't search this because of that. I mean, I'm saying that you should search this regardless in the beginning. The way when they do most of the investigations, geofence is one of the first things they do within their little area, right? So it doesn't surprise me that was done. I was just trying to figure out if they were specifically looking, what's going to show up in that 0.5 mile, because we know who, somebody was very, very, very close to that house.
Now in this document.
Okay, I'm going to hop off real quick and come back on my phone.
Okay.
Okay.
Scroll down to section A right there. See, like right above, they say November 13th, 3 to 5 a.m. And then they're saying specifically that they're searching for all records and unique device/user identifiers pertaining to timing advance real-time tool, location database of record, location information during the following listed dates, times, and geographical boundaries, distance from GPS points. So that's where the half mile from the house comes into effect. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I read that apart.
So they want to know all phones or whatever.
I did
that
read
were
that.
Close to the house when those hours.
Yeah, within that, that was very close to the house there. They really narrowed down their perimeter there with that one. So if that was the first AT&T warrant, that's not the one Ann was speaking of pertaining to Kohberger's phone. So let's go back to the list and see what's going on here. All right. Thanks, everybody, because that was a good conversation. And I'm never always right. I promise you. I don't mind being told I'm wrong. And if I'm debating, and I'm not arguing with people, I'm like debating, and y'all bring it. Y'all just debate back with me. Debate back with me. Dolphin knows how to shut me down when I need to be. That's why I'm like, wait a minute, let me hear Dolphin, because she's about to get my ass.
No.
If I've got something wrong, she's going to tell me, and it's all good. I love her. I love you too, Firefly. Joe. I do. I love my team, but I've been with these girls for a long, 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 long time. So we do know each other very well.
Yeah,
Don't
we're
think we're
not.
up here arguing, going to be, we're not going to be on each other here in a minute in some videos. Good Lord.
Okay, and then the
It
second
ain't
one
like
is
that.
when they expanded it to 48 hours. Okay.
Okay, so this is this one.
Yeah, the one
this-
right underneath.
Yep, the one right underneath it is that one. So this one they expanded the time parameter on it, but it's basically the same thing, correct?
November 12th, 12 a.m. to November 14th, 12 a.m.
I need a bathroom break. Do you want to run through this one real quick?
Oh, I can't
let's see.
scroll the thing, can I?
No, let me see. Where do you want me to take? Let's see. I can hold on a minute. So this is just the order sealing the search warrant. Let's go down to that one like Dolphin likes to look at that gives us the actual Maori's
There's an affidavit.
Yeah. Uh-oh, this one's Brett Payne.
Okay.
Okay, so the second AT&T warrant here is from Brett Payne. I Corporal Brett Payne, being duly sworn, do hereby state the following information is true and correct to the best of my knowledge and belief. That I am employed by the Moscow PD. The warrant was served on 12/23 by email and fax. On 12/23, Maori received an email from AT&T and contained the requested information, and then they talk about the inventory was prepared of all the items received. Okay, go down here, and this is a receipt of the inventory, and it's got, of course, Maori's name. Wait a minute. Maori did the inventory receipt. Email, redacted. Description of property and location, all redacted. Served to AT&T, 23rd of December. A copy was given on the, whoever they gave the copy to was redacted. And that's it on that. This was dated 1/7/9/15. Where does it say that they got? Let's go down here. Okay. To any peace officer authorized to enforce or assist, they are looking for issuing a search warrant on probable cause to believe property consists of certain evidence regarding the investigation into the crimes of homicide at 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, is on the AT&T account associated with the phone number redacted. So first AT&T warrant comes up, possible geofencing 0.5, right? Did his number pop up?
One of his hidden numbers.
One of it. Yep. Because now here we have a phone number. Joe, I know you're backstage. Let me get you back up. Let me find you. There we go. Okay. So they served the second warrant on a phone number itself, and it's redacted, and it was on they want the information between November 12th at 12 noon to November 14th at 12 noon. So can we probably conclude that's Kohberger's phone? Information should include user account information. They go through all the information they want as usual. Cell site informations, call detail records, all of that's going to be listed in there as all the standard stuff that they're looking for. MSN messages, everything, the cloud data. As Stephon Stearns, that cloud data gets you in a lot of trouble. Please provide this information to Brett Payne at redacted email in digital format on compact disc and Excel, PDF, or TO. Okay. And they talk about the warrant again, and then that's the end of that one. So that is the second AT&T warrant on the list. If you go, we're going in order down the docket there, and that was for a redacted phone number that right. if, and so they were searching his phone. What date did I say that was? Where'd it go? That was the return on the 7th. When was that warrant issued? January 6th it was served to AT&T. So, well after the crime?
No, this was
No, wait. I got you.
12/23.
12/23. That's right. That's right. Sorry, guys. Any thoughts on that one, guys?
Well, they definitely knew his name at that point, so they're trying to see what they could find for him, right?
Mm-hmm. They had to have known his name at that point. Did they
Yeah.
pull anything out of that first AT&T warrant, though? With
Right.
the
Did
GPS
anything
coordinates?
connect? You know, that's what they're probably saying. Oh, did they?
Like what Dolphin
Oops, you broke up a little.
was saying, even if your phone's off,
Mhm.
it you know, it's coordinates in their little 0.5-mile geofence there, and boom, this number shows up. Now we're wanting to serve a warrant on that. Was it the only number to show up? It couldn't have been, because there's like a lot of students right there, but that was a very tight little 0.5 radius. Was that the only number that showed up in that 0.5 radius other than the victims, right?
Yeah, but
Boom,
don't you think they
triggers your
would
next
have
warrant.
sorry, don't you
Go
think they
ahead.
would have like weeded out people who lived like really close to the
Yes.
house because
You
they
would,
thought, okay, whoever this is came in from outside of the area,
yeah.
you know?
Right, they were, yeah, because you look at those things when you are doing those type of warrants, what doesn't belong, right?
Mhm.
What doesn't belong,
Weed
and
out
you,
all the females too.
yeah, because you can't, you honestly, you don't have the time, money, capacity, manpower to search every single phone that may show up. So you look for the abnormal, and if the people who live within that 0.5, they're all showing up, well, they're supposed to, right? Because
Yeah,
they're
exactly.
there.
Who's out of place? Like,
Who is out
you
of
know,
place?
like the
Right.
DoorDash driver. Okay, that
Yeah.
should have been there. Who else?
Yep.
The private driver who dropped them off.
Right. This is true.
Who
You're
else?
right.
Whose phones didn't move
Yeah, who didn't
all night
belong in
long.
that area at that time frame?
Exactly. Those are the ones they're going to investigate first, right? Look at there.
So if his phone was not connecting or off or whatever it was, would it be on that other tower dump though? So, or would maybe his second phone, if he had a second phone, was on there?
Well, that's what we're saying is in
Yeah,
the
that's what I'm waiting to see.
Yeah.
in that first AT&T warrant, did a number pop up that's not his actual real phone, like a burner phone number?
Yes.
And then as they investigated the second AT&T warrant, whatever number that was, burner or not, that's the number they investigated. And is that the second phone where everything was done from? Possibly.
Yeah, I say that original phone from Pennsylvania or a burner phone is
Yeah.
what I'm waiting to see.
Yeah, I'm
shows
dying to
up.
know about that
Mhm.
first phone from Pennsylvania because we never
Yeah,
heard
'cause
anything
that's
about
always
that.
bothered me. Y'all know.
Mm-hmm.
Or do we
Yep.
even know the prefix for it or anything?
I mean, the whole
Right.
number is out there.
Yes.
Oh,
Online. It's been revealed.
Okay, so next we have another bank. This is, I think, the second bank one we're going to look at. And guys, there were a lot of bank records looked at, a lot of banks looked at in this case. Before I get started, I'll just try to catch up on chat real quick. I can't wait to, Jeff says he can't wait to see Cyree go up against the prosecution's expert. Well, he's going to go up against his friend Nick's Valance. And he even said in court he wasn't disputing Nick's work. He's disputing the work of the detectives who were interpreting Nick's work. Ooh.
I can't wait to see them all. I want to know what everyone
know.
has. Bring it, and I want to
Mhm.
see it. I'll make my decision based on that. It doesn't matter, but
Yeah. I've got to depend on these experts. And then you better, whoever's the most believable is the most believable.
right.
Okay, so let me see here.
405.
That's not.
What's the 405 a.m.? Oh, he's talking about where the last pass of the car. in the white.
What is young?
Linda Lane,
Oh,
you know?
so young black economist. Are you talking about the Linda Lane footage? Well, it's debatable if it's a white launcher or not. Jeff's got a pretty good video out that shows that it very well possibly could be. But here's the thing about that Linda Lane footage: it's grainy, and what I see is a light colored sedan. Suspect vehicle 1. Couldn't tell you what kind of car it is though. But the person I've seen closest to convincing me what it could be is Jeff. And it's not. It's just a little good video there that shows the possibility. But we don't know because it's a very grainy footage, and do they have better footage? We don't that we don't know yet. According to Ann, they do. Ridge Road. Yeah, so anyway, okay. I do need to take a break, guys. Go into the restroom real quick. I'm sorry. Can everybody see that form okay? Okay, this is the Bank of America, and they held their little Zoom meeting and agreed to seal everything. This is the order sealing it. Motion to seal the search warrant and the documents and all their reasons why. And this was served upon Bank of America by Mowry at this warrant and property have been duly returned before Judge Marshall at 9:30 on the 8th day of December 2022. So this was December 8th that it was returned. And okay, this is one that mentions the FedEx guys. Lawrence Mallory, we already know who he is. Affidavit has been, okay, good Lord. Number 3, on 11/19/2022, I obtained an amended search warrant for Bank of America. The warrant was served on 11/21 by email and FedEx. So they FedExed it to them and emailed it, or by email and FedEx, not on FedEx. Okay. On 12/06/22, I received an email from Bank of America which contained the requested information.
Is there a name associated with this one?
We're gonna look down. I think there is. It's been so long, girl, since it's got all the
4 victims.
It's all the
3
victims.
redacted.
Yeah, it's all the victims. Entrance was obtained by FedEx and redacted. So I'm assuming that's the employee. And did they hand them a certified letter? Okay. So the property they were looking for, property found and taken from this location, were description of the property, financial records for Ethan Chapin, Maddie Mogan, Xana Kronodal, and Kaylee Gonzalez. So I guess they all had an account there. Then there's 3 others that are redacted. Now, did any of their parents have a co-account with them or something maybe? Could that possibly have been part of that? Who knows?
So purchases. I don't understand. Why would they?
What now?
What would they be wanting to see here?
The bank records?
Yeah. And purchases?
Yeah, off their debit card or
Off
credit
their
card.
debit cards, see what they're purchasing, see what kind of money's being transferred. Because look, that rumor is out there about certain things, okay? If that rumor came directly out of that town, then the cops may have heard about some of those rumors. Shit, WSU Mom Kim put those rumors all over the place. They were probably looking in to see if there was anything to any of it, especially with these bank accounts. What are they purchasing? Where is money coming from? How much money they have? Where are they getting this money? Remember the OnlyFans rumors?
Yeah.
Are these girls uploading money or getting money deposited from their OnlyFans fans? I mean, come on. I'm not to you, but I'm saying there was never any proof these girls were OnlyFans people, models, or whatever. But of course, when you don't know what happened to your victims and you don't know who did it, you got to look at everything associated with them. Phone records, bank records, everything. Because you never know what kind of activities or people they were involved with, right? You just never know. So you have to be thorough. But there were there were a lot of bank accounts in this case, and that bothers me. Why was there so many?
Do you think it's possible
For
that
these
they
kids.
just contacted or got search warrants for all the banks in the area?
I don't know. That's a possibility. I wondered, or did they find some kind of evidence in the home? Now, Steve Gonzalez come out and said Kaylee did have multiple accounts because she had the car loan, she had student loans, she had different things set up. So she did have multiple accounts. And I think Kaylee was into the crypto as well as her dad. So she probably has some crypto wallets. That's outside of the scope of this. But I don't know, Dolphin. That's a good question. Did they? But
And I
you
don't
would
think they're
think,
looking at
I think
their
that would be too
loans and
broad.
stuff. Yeah,
I
they're
don't,
looking
yeah,
at credit or bank, credit
I think,
cards or bank
yeah,
accounts,
but exactly. But what she's asking is, did they serve a warrant on all the banks? But I don't think they could have, because
just a
that would have been,
blanket search. Yeah.
yeah, that would have been too broad. I think they would have had to have probable cause to search each bank, and they probably found out that each one of these kids had accounts at these banks. But like somebody also pointed out, when you set up like these Cash Apps and these Venmos and these PayPals, they're all tied to a type of a bank.
Right. But I
So
mean, all of these kids happen to bank at the same bank
I know there
and
was
same multiple banks.
exactly. Thank
That's
you.
why I was wondering if they were just like blanket, like,
Doing a
oh, there's a dozen
blanket
banks
search.
in the area. Let's just subpoena them all to see if they had accounts there.
They can do that. I don't know if that's the legal basis behind that being a broad search without. I don't know. That's a good question to ask though, because there were
Mhm.
so darn many accounts involved. And again, guys, that was the Bank of America looking. And if you look down though, let's see. I hate that they. I mean, I know why there's not even a return with any information about their accounts, even redacted. So I'm with Dolphin. Order for extension to return. So they asked for an extension to return the material. Daytime service only. So they had to serve in the daytime. There's no specifics, about what was returned in that warrant. Okay. Miss Potts definitely sounds like something MPD would be doing. But the banks also have the right to turn around and say, excuse me, you don't got to attach your affidavit. I don't need that because that's not the law. But what are you doing here? Who are you? Or they could have come back and said, this person doesn't have an account here. So simple. But yeah, I know some of y'all feel some kind of way about them Moscow's people.
Yeah, I don't know.
Some,
I'm just thinking about it. Like if something happened to me, police come in my house, they look in my wallet, right? And they say, "Oh, let's check this and this because she's got cards for these, banks or whatever, right?" But just, what I have in my wallet doesn't tell you, "Oh, I have a safety deposit box at
right,
this other bank or I
right.
have, some other
Well,
accounts, somewhere else that I'm not
mhm,
carrying a card around." So that's why I was
mhm.
like, okay, they could have specifically known, and then they also might have blanket warrants.
You're right. I can agree with that completely. Um, AT is that ATM? Someone in chat said the guy has a public defender. You mean Kohberger? Yes, he does. He has the top death penalty public defender in Idaho. He can't afford a high profile attorney. She's the best he's gonna get, and so far she's not doing a well. After this last hearing, we all wondered is Ann tired and needs a little vacay, but she's not doing too bad as far as fighting for all his rights and trying to do all she can to get his DP off the table. She's tried to get things thrown out. She tried to get the indictment thrown out very early on and was unsuccessful. All right, let's get back down here to our warrant read. So the second And this one's out of, well, I guess it's attention to their legal department out of Spokane. So they're talking about sealing the search warrant, order to seal the warrant, motion to seal the warrant. Tells you all the reasons why. Okay, this one is by Mowry, whom this warrant was executed. Certified the appended inventory contains a true and detailed account of the property taken by me or other officers pursuant to this warrant. Duly returned before Judge Megan E. Marshall at 9:15 on the 7th day of December 22nd. Remember how Ann kept saying they were hiding or not giving things to the first magistrate? They were just giving her quite a bit. On 11/28/22, I obtained a search warrant for Banner Bank. The warrant was served on 11/28 by email. On 12/1/2022, I received an email from Banner Bank which contained the requested information. And again, records for Ethan, Maddie, Xana, and Kaylee. And then financial records for 3 more redacteds. Now, weren't there 3 redacteds on the last one?
Yeah, I think so.
So are these parents with co-accounts, I wonder? These are all young adults now that don't really need I mean, you can leave your parent on there. My son still has his dad on his, I believe. But, I mean, my 18-year-old. But, that's interesting. The only one that may not have a parent co-sign would be Xana. Maybe Maddie.
I don't know.
I'm totally wrong. Could be. Go ahead. What's your thought? What's your thought for real?
I just think that, early on in these days after the murders and whatnot, at least 2 of those that are redacted are always going to be Dylan and Bethany because they were investigating the whole
right.
house.
And then
Somebody-
maybe was
And
the
then
6th person that was on the
the other
lease
person
never
on the
lived there.
lease.
The
Yeah,
roommate.
never-
Anybody associated with that address, I'm thinking.
But I still think that's a broad search. Could you?
It is.
Unless they were suspects. If they're suspects, they're fair game.
Well, how
Right.
else are you going to rule them out if you don't investigate?
Exactly. You're right. You're right. You are right about that. You got to look into them. So maybe that is like a blanket search, and maybe these 3 are the other 3 roommates. And the 3rd roommate moved out weeks before the crimes, right?
Or did they even live there? I'm not sure.
I don't know if she ever lived there.
I think she lived there.
Change her mind.
Yeah,
very
either-
early on.
Yeah, we've got some interviews with her somewhere buried in all my stuff. We'll have to look at her statements and see. We do know that she has started a foundation with her mom since then. She's come out on the news and spoke. I did a video. I've played it. Ashlyn, it's on my YouTube channel. But she's come out with her mother, and they're working with the mothers of the victims, and they've started a foundation for the girls, or for the victims, not just the girls, all of them. But I don't know if Ashlyn actually ever moved in officially or not. I can't remember. It's been so long.
I can't be sure, but I wouldn't doubt if it's just the 3, the 3 other people associated with the address at the time.
Yeah, because when this first happened, we were all led to believe that there was another roommate that lived there. Then we realized she didn't actually live there when it occurred. She had done moved out. And then, boy, the rumor mill began to fly about that poor girl. Let me pull the thing back up, guys.
Can you need to run to the restroom?
If I leave it up, it doesn't let me switch between what I want.
I said, didn't you need to run to the restroom?
I'm about to, yeah. So the last one we
No,
did was
yeah.
Banner. I'm going to pull this up. So I'm going to... Want me to get to the good stuff and you can start reading? This isn't going to take me long to run to the bathroom. If somebody wants to read, it's all the redacted stuff. The return. This one was returned to the judge at 9 a.m. on the 14th of December. And that's where First, let's see. Oh, Cash App. Okay, these are the records for the students, guys. I'll let Dolphin, if you want to read right there, I'll be right back.
Okay, so this is what the warrant for Block Inc., which owns Cash App, and it looks like Maori obtained this warrant on November 19th, 2022. It was served on November 19th, 2022 by email. On November 20th, 2022, he received an email back from Block, aka Cash App. The inventory was prepared. Ooh, let's see, where is this document? Let me pull it up on my screen.
Scroll.
I'll just scroll through this on my screen. Let's see. Oh, it's 19 pages.
19 pages, seriously?
Yeah, because they've got the original warrant, the return, the order to seal. All this stuff is all together. Okay, so we got to that on November 19th, and then they got everything back the next day. And the receipt, the return. So it's for Ethan, Maddie, Xana, and Kaylee. And then it has 3 people that are redacted because it says records for blank, blank, blank. And this is Cash App. So this is, yeah, probably the other 3 people
Okay.
that we were talking about.
Yeah.
So then, yeah, because Cash App, they're always sitting here like Cash Apping and Venmoing each other money or whatever. So let's see, scrolling. So they were looking for, let's see, they wanted to know all accounts in which these individuals have signatory authority and or the right of withdrawal. These records should include things like signature cards, statements, statement data and monthly account statements, identification name of and name assigned on all debit cards on account, deposits and supporting documents, checks, other withdrawals, wire transfers, evidence of cash transactions, and identifying information of individuals conducting cash transactions, identification of sender or recipient bank, full account number and account name on ACH transfers, online transfers, teller transfers, or other transfers. They also wanted to see electronic/internet records for those customers who engage in online banking with your financial institution. They want email addresses associated with that, historical access logs, usernames, IP addresses, the time and duration, date, time, and duration of each session. CD and money market certificates, credit card records, purchase of bank checks, correspondence, safe deposit boxes, and all other types of applications, forms, or other written documents. So basically, anything and everything that has ever transpired between Cash App and the account owner. Yeah. So, and of course, it doesn't say what was returned, but it was the next day. So,
all right, did you get through that one?
Yeah, good job.
Thanks.
All right. She do better than me. She got a better voice. We'll let her read all of them.
A very
Sort of
relaxing voice.
summarize these,
we'll take turns here. Like, I'm tired, Dolphin. Take the next
Okay.
turn. She's like, that's fine, because I'd rather do it myself. She and I are like that. I get her. I do love her, guys. I do get her, though. Firefly, you get it.
Oh, Jeff just came up and said Ashlyn Couch moved out of the house May 2022. Okay. But was she still on the lease though for this
Yeah,
fall?
I
She
think
was.
technically that's why everybody assumed there was this the other roommate. Where is she, right? Because she was still technically on that lease. When she moved out, one of the other girls took over her lease, right? Or not, not legally
sublease maybe?
Sublet it. Yeah. Yep. Was it Kaylee that came in, or was it
Oh, I thought Dylan was the newest person
Or
in the
well,
house.
Dylan was the newest one. Yeah, you're right.
She was the newest person. She got the best house or the best room in
The
the
big.
whole house.
Yeah,
Well,
she
maybe
did get a
that.
nice room.
Maybe the other girls didn't want to change rooms at that point because of whatever reason. Maddie, the one who was been there the longest, had the tiniest room, and apparently
Yeah.
she must have liked it.
Yeah.
Kaylee had a pretty good sized room with the with the sliding doors and access to the balcony. So yeah, maybe Maddie was like a tiny living person. Hey, I got this. Leave me alone in my little tiny room.
Maybe they, weren't there that much.
Right? Yeah. So it didn't matter or whatever.
Right.
Okay. So, oh, we're still on the same one. I was trying to scroll down to see if there was. So of course they're asking for all their pertinent information that they want to look at. This is another order to extend the warrant or extension for the warrant. Motion for extension granted, and that's it on that one. So they were looking at all the kids' cash apps, right?
Mm-hmm.
On this particular warrant. Dylan took Ruby's room. It's in the Venmos. Who's Ruby?
Dylan too. Who said that?
I have never heard of a Ruby in this case at all. Only Ashlyn. Unless Ruby was there for like a couple days and split and I missed it somewhere, but I've seen a lot of stuff, Miss Potts. Where you see that at? I don't know, no Ruby. It makes me think of Kenny Rogers. Ruby, don't take your love to town. Y'all don't get me to bust off in song now. You may or may not like it. Okay, so next one's going to be interesting. Let's get that up here. And Dolphin, I'll let you take this one away so I can take a break for a moment.
Oh, okay. This is what, Blue Ridge knives?
Blue Ridge, yes, ma'am. And you, yes, ma'am. Do you want to start here, or do you want me to go down to the juicy stuff like we've been doing? This
Juicy stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, because this is
order
all
to seals. Order to
seal.
seals.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, that's the return. It's page 8.
All right. I'm going to mute while she's talking, guys.
Okay, so this is, again, this is a search warrant for the knife, Blue Ridge Knives, the company that manufactures these knives. So Lawrence Mowry is the one who served the warrant. He served attained the warrant on December 12th, 2022. He served it on December 13th by email. And then he received an email from Blue Ridge Knives on December 16th. So basically, yeah, 4 days, 3 days from serving. And they got that back. I'm scrolling down on my screen. And this was the K-bar knife and the sheath. And they were looking for known purchases and quantities of Blue Ridge knives from K-bar. Okay, so wait a minute. Blue Ridge Knives buys from K-bar.
Hang on. I think I sped you up by accident.
Yeah, something happened.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, Dolphin. I thought it was a volume thing. Now start talking, hun.
Okay. Was I talking fast?
No, I think you're normal now.
Sorry, I've got some gum in my mouth.
No, it was... Okay. I thought I messed with...
Oh, no.
So, yeah, if I'm talking too fast, let me know.
Setting, and I thought that I like sped you up like we...
Yeah, so the K-bar...
Definitely sounds funny. It definitely sounds funny. I don't know. It breaks up, too.
Really?
Yeah. Hang on. Does it sound like she's sped up to you, Firefly?
A little bit.
Hold on. Let me see what I didn't do anything other than she's on the same setting you're on. Let's see. Hang on. I don't know what happened there, but it sounded like you were talking super, like we sped you up.
Well, I mean, I was talking faster, but I was reading through everything.
Oh. Are you now?
No.
Talk normal for a second so I can take this.
Blue Ridge Knives is a company that buys from K-bar. Was that slow?
Yeah.
Okay. Like
Yeah.
normal speed. Yeah. I was talking faster than that a minute ago. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So they were looking for K-bar knives and the knife sheath, and known purchases and quantities of Blue Ridge knives from K-bar. And I'm scrolling down. I'm on page 11.
Oh, let me get
Going
down here. Sorry, I was.
at the very bottom of page 11. They said that they were looking for sales
You're down to 11.
from a period of January 1st, 2022 to present. And they served this on, what did I say, November 13th? No, 12th. No, I'm sorry. 14th, I guess. Where is it? Oh, I'm
Are
sorry,
you on
December
page 11?
13th. I knew it was at 12th. December 12th. They served it on December 13th, got it back on December 16th. So on the bottom of page 11, yeah, they mentioned what they were looking for, January 1st, 2022 to present. Then on the top of page 12, they said, on or about 3/8/2022, Blue Ridge Knives purchased 360 units. And on or about June 24th, 2022, the purchase of 480 units. So I want to say, no, okay, that's it. They don't have the, I was pretty sure that this was the warrant that had the state breakdown.
That's what I was thinking.
Washington had like so many. Da, da, da. Is there another one of these?
It might be. Yeah, I think there is. So so on or about 3/8, the purchase of 306. They sold 360 knives that day.
Mm-hmm.
Is that how that's what I'm
Maybe it's
understanding?
K-bar. Wait, I see.
Yeah, I think it might be the K-bar one. We're going to get to that one in just a second. Wow, they sell a lot of knives. So yeah, this was the warrant for the excuse me. Oh, almost got choked there. Go back up how to the top. So that was for the Blue Ridge knives, everyone. And like later, when we get done later, I'll drop the link to where all these docs are at. And if you guys want to go back and review, you can. I have dropped it in the community tab before, community posts, whatever you want to call it these days. But I'll do it again. And if you grab it, save it, whatever, pin it somewhere, so you can, save it to your phone, link it to your computer, and you'll always be able to refer back to it. I know Dolphin and I, Firefly, we check it often to see when new docs have come down. So the next one in line, guys, is from Charter Communications. Hold on, Dolphin. Let me look at something real quick. I'm just scrolling down for a moment. You want to look at the K-bar knife one real quick, and then we'll go back up. Okay, let's pull that up. Okay, let's pull up the K-bar. You're still sounding super fast to me. Let's pull up the K-bar, and then we'll go back to the other ones that we were going to look at in order. And this is the K-bar still in redact bullshit. Get on down here. And you guys thought there was a diagram attached to one of these somewhere?
Oh, yeah, but it's not
a
on
list
this
with states. Yeah.
It wasn't on the other one, but I don't know. We'll figure it out because we're going to go through all the warrants, so we'll run across it eventually.
Dink with these files.
What?
I said, I wonder, did they dink with these files? Did they like take out something?
I don't know if it's
we're
just,
not crazy. Even Miss Potts remembers it.
Okay, let me Firefly, is she breaking up to you?
A little bit, yeah. Just
Dolphin, it sounds like you're
robotic.
talking super fast and it's like you're breaking up.
Oh, that's weird. Okay, let me come out and come back in.
Okay.
Back.
Okay, that's fine. I'll get you back up when you come back. Joe is still having some tech issues or something. I don't know what was going on. He said he couldn't. Every time he tried to join on his phone through here, something was happening. I've never tried to join I join StreamYard on my phone all the time, but I've never tried it on this platform. Okay, so on 11/29/22, I obtained an amended search warrant for K-bar. The warrant was served on 11/29 by email on. I think she just came back up. Oops. There you go. How are you now? Go ahead. Say something, Dolphin.
How this is. Am I breaking up now? Or
That's better.
You
It is?
sound like you now.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, before it was like we had you on the fastest speed that YouTube would let us put you on. I was like
That's
having a
weird.
hard. It was weird. I don't know what happened. Okay, so we were at on 11/29/22. He obtained the amended warrant for the K-bar. The warrant was served on 11/29/22. On 12/2/22, he received the email from K-bar, which contained the requested information. Of course, Maori entrance was obtained, and the description of the property, K-bar, and this one's got the numbers behind it. There's three different types. Four different types? Because one is K-bar 1217. Then there's K-bar 1217S.
Looks like 7 different ones.
Oh.
And then
Continues on to the next page.
Okay, K-bar 1218, K-bar 9128. K-bar 9140, K-bar 9169, K-bar 9191. Distribution information regarding Blue Ridge knives. Distribution information regarding redacted, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times that's written with something redacted afterwards. So why would Blue Ridge knives be there, but the others are redacted? That's crazy. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 types of knot K-bars listed there. And they probably don't know which one at the time, or they may not still know which one was which, right? Which one he had. Could that sheath possibly match up? I know there's probably different lengths and sizes, so the sheath's only going to match a certain few probably, or fit up to a certain few. I would assume.
Maybe.
Okay, so here's the amended warrant they were talking about, and then they narrowed it down. Okay, so we read the first one, and then they amended it January 1st to present, and that's when they were looking for the K-bars, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different types, serving all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different places regarding information. You know what? If you did purchase something all like this on Amazon, it could come from different vendors. And if you purchase multiples, say you're a collector of something and you purchase multiples from different vendors, why would they redact their names? You know what I mean? I don't know. Off of Amazon. And then that goes through all the stuff they wanted. Instruction for production of the electronic stored records. And they're going to tell them electronically stored records shall be produced in electronic form. Text data relating to transactions shall be produced within a data file. AC text data format within the software that can export without loss of data to a non-proprietary file format. So they're telling them how they need this. Text, all the different types of text, what you're typing in. Image data shall be produced in graphic data files. So any pictures that were showing up on the searches, maybe, or in the description of what you bought, maybe. Files with any associated endorsements, and 2 linked to corresponding text data by unique identifier. Encryption authenticity. Wow, they go into some deep stuff there. And they're still searching. This is the original search warrant for the K-bars, and then they went back and we read them backwards because we'd read the amended ones already. And then again, they're telling them how to produce their records for them and what type of format for each one. And that's it on that one. Whoops. And that would have been the K-bar. So there was no chart in that one. Alrighty. So that one was for Charter. No, we went down to Blue Ridge. Okay, that's right. I'm sorry, down to the K-bar warrant. So the next one after Blue Ridge that we were going through in the list here is for Charter Communications.
Yeah, I think that's the router
I
in the
believe
house.
so. I can't remember for sure. Let's see. I was just looking at chat real quick, guys, making sure everything's cool over here. Okay. Let me pull the screen up for you guys. All right. Now this is order to seal and redact. This is going to be Charter Communications. Of course, there was the motions to seal and the orders. This is the return. Was given to the judge at 9 a.m. on the 30th of November, 2022. On November 21, I obtained a search warrant for Charter Communications. The warrant was served November 21st, 2022 by email. On 11/22/22, I received an email from Charter Communications which contained the information. So they got it the next day. Router. So see, Dolphin was correct with that. She's got a really good recall memory. So the Charter Communications warrant was for the router within the home. And remember, there was speculation in the beginning, and it's speculation, people, that his phone touched the Wi-Fi. Yeah, that router will know. But if the phone was off, would it? Because I don't know a lot about that type of stuff. Like if that phone is off or in a Faraday bag or in a whole other location, it's not going to happen. But even any phone he had in his car, would it reach out and touch that Wi-Fi? Don't you or shake hands, but not connect to it? Because you have to have a password to connect, unless it's
Right. It would show up as available, you know?
Okay, right.
Like, you know how you go out to a restaurant and you're sitting
Yes,
there and you
ma'am.
look at the Wi-Fi and you see, like, say if you're in a sports bar, you see all these TVs, you know, in the available Wi-Fi list. Well, that gets, you know, saved in the phone, right? So
Yep.
it's like in a log, so it's history. So, you know,
Right.
connect or not, you drive by or whatever, close enough, you know, it's
That's
there.
what they call shaking hands, right? So will that show up, you know, in this warrant on this router from the home? There was a image or a photo. Remember this photo, guys, of a TV?
Oh yeah, in Kaylee's room.
In the bedroom.
Yeah,
And
I
it
do.
showed.
I remember that.
Yeah, I don't remember the
Photo.
significance. Somebody, I mean, I'm not even going to go into that damn rabbit hole because it was stupid. All right, so I'm not. Search warrant.
I'm in search of a stupid document with the knives. I can't find anywhere. So.
Oh, other than the search warrants that were mentioned so far.
Well, the one that had the breakdown of, you know, like so many in Idaho, so many in Washington, you know.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so this warrant probable cause to believe the property referred to and sought in upon said premises consists of information related to a crime of homicide committed at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, for all data associated with Spectrum Wireless Router. And it gives the serial number, the MAC number, Spectrum Cable Modem with MAC serial numbers. So it was Spectrum Wireless that they used there in their home for their cable purposes or streaming purposes or whatever.
Well, that's just the manufacturer of the router and the cable modem.
Yeah, but I thought Spectrum was the company there too. I might be wrong. I don't.
No,
Did we
Charter
ever?
is the company.
Charter was the company. Duh, I had it backwards. Ew. I'm saying it backwards.
That's okay.
Thank you for correcting me. Okay, so they're definitely looking at the router to see what was going on with that during the time of the crimes, which, you would think that stuff would be normal. Let me see if it'll let me do this like I want it to. The next one would be and Dolphin, I think I'll let you take this one for a sec.
Oh, wait, what's next?
Let's get down here to this one is for the Coeur d'Alene Police Forensics
the
Lab.
lab.
I don't know if there's going to be a lot in here, right?
That's Kaylee's laptop, right?
Was it? Because it doesn't.
The laptop that was at their house, up at the parents' house.
I missed it. Okay, so this goes through the usual, and then here it says order for seal. This is, and it doesn't say.
It's not the only one on there, is it? Core, COUER.
Because the Coeur d'Alene, this is because I'm going down the list on the docket, and this is the first one that comes up for Coeur d'Alene, and it's the Coeur d'Alene Police Forensics, and it's the state of Idaho just wanting to seal the record here on it. Tells you why. All that search warrant return order herein under the provisions of Idaho, and then it's signed. It doesn't tell us what was sent to the lab, who, device, evidence, DNA, nothing. It doesn't say on this one.
Something did say at one point.
Yeah, there's probably other ones in the docket that, I'm just going down the list.
Yeah.
So, and this one, this is all this one says. Oops. Like I said, a lot of these are going to be nothing, and then a lot of them do have things in them. Especially if you get into the filings outside of the warrants themselves, as far as motions and the arguments they're having, there's a lot of things said in those, and I do intend to start deep diving those. I know there were a lot of questions about these search warrants, and since Ann's wanted to throw them all out based on the fruit of the poison tree, I felt like I just wanted to go over them, and I know a lot of you guys wanted to go over them. So the next one up is Discover Bank, and again, another bank account. And like Dolphin said, were they doing just a blanket search? Would that, very well could have, to see if there were anything coming back. On November 28th, he obtained the warrant for Discover. The warrant was served November 28th. And the return was made on this. And this is for records on Ethan, Maddie, Xana, and Kaylee. And then again, the 3 redacteds. And like we were saying a little while ago, could that be the surviving roommates? So and that's really all that it says up there. You go down here to the redacted. Okay. And then again, it tells you it wants all of the information there that they have, microfilm, like all the things we read earlier on Ethan, Maddie, Xana, Kaylee, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 redacted people, to include the following. Now, see, even if that is 3 roommates, there's still 2 others. Again, they're looking for their specifics in the warrants. Motion to extend the warrant return. And that's it on that one. Any thoughts on this one?
This was Discover, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, nah, just another bank account slash credit
Yeah.
card account.
Yep, exactly. All right, that would be the discover. Now here's one for Dropbox. I can't remember if there was anything in the Dropbox or not. Do you? It's been so damn long.
No, I don't remember. It's been a while. Yeah. I'm still wondering about this Coeur d'Alene because I was like, I could have sworn I saw it. Like some details about what it was.
Maybe it was in some articles we saw.
Yeah, because Miss Potts said that Post Falls was the one that had her laptop, the one that
Kaylee's
was at her
laptop.
parents' house. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And that maybe that went to Coeur d'Alene because it was right. Because I don't know.
The forensic lab. Huh.
Okay, so this is Dropbox. Order to seal and redact, of course. Motion to seal.
Oh, wait, hold on one second. Do you
Go
think
ahead.
that would have been them searching her room at her parents' house and doing forensics on whatever they found in her room at the parents' house?
The parents have never mentioned them going to their home to search for anything. Did they voluntarily give stuff? They may have. Was her laptop in her car? You know, if it was in her vehicle, then they may have had it that way.
I thought she had two,
I don't know. Maybe she did. Maybe she
like
had
a
them both.
personal and then one for this new job.
Yeah, she could have had them both in the vehicle. I don't know. I've never heard that they went to any of the parents' homes to search any of the parents' homes for stuff. You know what I mean? Outside the King Roadhouse. But it's a good question.
I was just thinking her specifically because she had supposedly moved back home. You know?
Right. They'd taken some stuff home. And plus,
Yeah.
remember we heard in that Chrissy saying she had so much stuff in the truck, though, because she was back and forth and she was still moving a lot of stuff out of King Road. Kaylee still had a lot of stuff at King Road and she needed to get on the ball because she was moving soon. And I remember Christy saying she just had a lot of stuff in that truck and they were actually moving stuff in and out all weekend. Remember, she was in that interview we watched. So I don't know. Did she have them both in the vehicle with her or did she leave one at the house? I don't know because she was going back home at the end of the weekend. We knew that.
Right. And out of all the people, you know, all the victims and everything, her stuff was split between two locations. Everybody else, you know, was there at that house all the time, you know.
And I'm sure their parents probably volunteered anything that the cops wanted to look at. You know what I mean? If they asked and they had it, they probably, don't know if they would say like, no, get a warrant. They probably voluntarily gave it up, I would assume. Return of search warrant. Lawrence Mowry again, and they returned to the court at 4 o'clock on February 2nd. On the 25th, he obtained the warrant for Dropbox. The warrant was served on the 30th. It was returned on the February 2nd. He received the email directing him to a secure download for the requested data. He downloaded the data and inventory. It was prepared for items received. Okay, so let's see if we can glean anything out of any of it. They obtained it through this. Too bad we can't click on that damn link, right? And look at their description of the property that they were looking for, looking at, wondering about, whatever you want to call it, is redacted. And it was IMEI number that is redacted. So who was this Dropbox related to? Search warrant for Dropbox. They were looking for the kids. Information related to the investigation of the homicides of them. Dropbox account of redacted with the following identifiers, and all of it's redacted: the email, the phone number. We can't even get the last 4 digits to try to figure it out. The IME number to figure it out. All that's. So who do you think had a Dropbox they were looking at that's redacted? It could have been someone else they were investigating, you think? Before, prior to Kohberger or at the same time? I don't know.
Let me go back and look.
What was the date on this again that he served it? February was returned.
Obtained January 25th, 2023.
Yeah.
Warrant was served January 30th, 2023, and then returned
So
February
this,
2nd. So this
this
could
is
have been about
after.
Kohberger.
Yeah, after
It was after.
Kohberger's arrest. So this very well could be Kohberger's Dropbox.
Like almost a month.
Okay, that makes sense that it could be his.
And it's, oh wait, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 lines redacted, and then IMEI. Here.
Yeah. It's got an IME number attached to it. So whoever's phone they're looking, whoever owned that IME had a Dropbox account.
Yeah, so it says, the account of, and one thing is redacted. And then email address is blank and or blank and or blank. So that's 3 different email addresses and or phone number, 1 phone number, and or 1 IMEI number. So 3 different email addresses, 1 phone number, and 1 IMEI.
And he had a couple of email addresses. Okay, so this next one we'll take a look at is eBay. And what do you normally? What do you guys normally? I don't shop eBay, but isn't that what that is? A shopping.
I used to.
I had a friend who did. She would like bought and sold stuff all the time.
Yeah,
that was what she did.
I'll get like hard to find things. Like I said, I used to have a favorite $10 pair of Radio Shack headphones. And then when Radio Shack went out of business, I found a guy in Chicago who must have had a box of them or whatever, because I kept buying from him,
Oh, did you buy them all up?
Not all of them, but, over the years, I bought a couple, so when one gave out, I had another, but then that one, and I was like, oh, he's still selling them?
My
Okay.
son used to order from eBay. My son would order parts for like the go-kart, the or the lawnmowers or whatever, the cars. He was all the time ordering shit from eBay. He gets other places now, but he used to do the same thing. Pokemon, her mom used to sell on eBay. A lot of people did that. Is eBay still a thing? I mean, I guess it is.
Yeah, it
Okay.
exists.
Maybe I don't need to shop. I'm not a shopper. Maybe that's why I'm not really aware of what all is out there.
More. Yeah.
I had a streak about 15 years ago where I bought like all the time on it.
Really?
And I sold a couple things. I didn't sell very much, but
yeah.
I just
Yeah. All right. So motions to seal, all that good stuff. All that stuff we're tired of damn well seeing in this case. Unseal it all, man. Come on. Sorry about skipped over the good parts. A minute, I got to go back and read the whole context of that because I'm almost laughed out loud because it was funny. On November 26th, he obtained a search warrant. November 26th of 2022, so just weeks after, a week and a half or so?
Yeah, 13 days after the murder.
Okay. I obtained a search warrant for eBay. The warrant was served on November 26th. On 11/28, I received email from the eBay with the returns. So it was served on the 26th. When did they become aware of Kohberger?
19th.
On the 19th.
Of November? You mean December?
Oh, December, yeah.
December 19th.
This is November 26th.
Yes, this is pre-Kohberger, right?
Yes, and I think that this would have been, they're looking for knives. Yep, those are ASINs. Those are Amazon serial.
So of anybody that could have purchased a type of knife, right? Because they don't know it's Kohberger yet. They're looking for it. And again, this is served on, who did I say?
eBay.
eBay. That's right. Duh. I'm starting to. Okay, so there, Dolphin's got it right there. The description of the property, AS. Well, they got descripted with the. Maybe that's because there's some kind of identifier on the sheath. You know what I mean? I always wondered that. So I'm not a knife person, and I know these K-bars are all special and just that and the other. Is there, Jeff, maybe you know, Joe, maybe you know, is there a serial number stamped on the sheaths? for any purpose. That like a a GUN
On the
or
actual sheath?
yeah, not like a large giant stamp, like a small stamp somewhere, like a serial number
I
that
don't know
would
if
match
Jeff's
it
still
to a
here.
specific knife, or I don't know, because if you don't know who you're looking for yet, but you know you got this sheath and you know your wounds were caused with that type of knife, probably.
Yeah.
The coroner, not even her, the autopsy, were they able to make any more determinations about what type of weapon was used when they did? But so they got pretty descriptive of an ASIN and a serial number, and they want data on these. And if this was before Kohberger, where did they get this specific? How did they come up with this specific information to look for?
Like I bet they can tell from autopsy if one has a serrated edge or not, because there's different ones with
Right,
serrated
exactly.
edges and stuff. So if they
Right,
can
that's what.
say, "Oh, none of these were serrated edges," so you could probably rule those out. I don't know if that's what they're
Right.
doing.
I agree that they're depending on the wounds. Was there something that caused, what something triggered them to specifically look at this, right?
Yeah.
And I
Jeff
don't
said he
know.
has a short of he has a K-bar knife, and I think he has a sheath too. So if you want to look at it to see if there's a number, but
He's
I don't
got
know.
he's got a short video out on the K-bars.
Yeah. Or
Okay,
just
see, here we go. Search warrant. And remember, guys, this was before they knew who Kohberger was. They're looking for eBay related sales to ASIN 40401632498 K-bar full size U.S. Marine Corps fighting knife. How would they know to look for that particular knife if there wasn't something about that sheath that told them, or wounds on your victims? And then again, another one. It gives the style. Now look, there's that one style they were looking at earlier, the 121S or 1217S leather sheath. So the K-bar 1217S is the leather sheath, or a leather sheath. So there's something about that sheath that's going to tie it back to the type of knife that would go in it.
Well, I mean, the fact that it's a K-bar sheath.
No, but I'm saying there's different sizes of K-bar, styles. I mean, I wonder if they can.
Maybe
they're
they
not all the
typically go
same.
together. Maybe they
Yes,
are
that's what I'm
sold
saying.
together
They're all,
a lot of times.
well, a lot of times they are sold together. You can't buy them separately, but you want to buy the right one for your knife.
Right.
Right.
So there you go. That's all I'm asking. You don't know who you're looking for yet, and you know you got this sheath, but here you are looking for a particular knife. What?
Right, but
what
maybe
led-
those other model numbers have like a longer blade, and maybe
That's
this
what I'm
one is
saying. Yeah,
specifically like a 7-inch blade.
exactly.
It might be the only one, and I think they're using ASIN because Amazon is like the largest retailer now in the U.S.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost like the same as when you buy books and you've got the ISBN number, when you
Yes.
sell books and stuff like that. So like the ASIN is the equivalent of that,
Right.
because everybody goes to Amazon at some point or another,
Yeah. So here at eBay, they list two specific things they're looking for if they were purchased, and one is a K-bar and one is the leather sheath. That is very specific if they don't know, right? I mean, that's and like we were saying, though, was that determined because of the wounds? Like Doffin just said, the length of the blades, the serrated, non-serrated, all these things come into play. I don't think they knew about the knife sheath purchase at that point. They were conducting their investigation and sending out warrants. So who knows if they even had the information at that point yet? I don't know. That's a good question, though. I mean, but I don't have an answer. Now, here was one for the Idaho Department of Labor, and let me see something real quick. I gotta check. Joe never came back. I don't know what happened. Okay. Alrighty. Yes, I do have my screen there. All right, this is for the Department of Labor, and it's going to be looking at. Let me show you. Get down here to it all. So on 11/28, he obtained the warrant for Idaho Department of Labor by fax. On the 30th, he received the email back containing the information that he had requested. Financial records for Ethan, Maddie, Xana, and Kaylee through the Department of Transportation. Why?
Labor. Scroll down. And then 3 other people.
Yeah, and then you got your redacted 3. And then we have this blank page of nothing.
Someone in chat was suggesting maybe they're trying to find out what income sources were legit and versus
Well,
what was
yeah, because if you're in the Department of Labor, that's the workforce.
Mhm.
So were they looking at legit income sources, right? Or a specific type of jobs? I don't know. There was one
That
like,
was 15 days after.
yeah,
But
and
those
then,
other banks came before that, right?
yeah, and this is the Department of Labor. Yeah, the other banks I think did come before that. So,
Now that's interesting.
and then you got your, again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 redacted people. And even if we count 3, 2 of the surviving roommates, the one that moved out, we still got 2 extras. Who are they? Is one Kohberger, right? Who's your other possible suspect? Are you even aware of Kohberger at this point? It's crazy. Redactions are, I don't like
But
that.
you know what, though?
What?
At this point, so okay, the defense can see these warrants. They're just redacted to us. So if Kohberger's name was on a warrant this early, Anne wouldn't be sitting there saying, I don't know when and how they
This is true.
got onto our client. So
You're
maybe they
right.
had some other people that they were suspicious of. or
Persons of
whatever.
interest, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. And I would venture to say you're correct, because I'm sure they were looking. We know they were looking into other people.
Right,
You
because she
know?
wouldn't need to ask if it was him on these.
You're right. You're right.
And then the other thing I was just thinking about is if these bank warrants, so this is 15 days after, because this is November 28th. If those bank warrants came a lot earlier, which I'm pretty sure they all did, then does that mean that they're looking at, maybe a lot of money, an unusual amount of money in somebody's accounts, and then they're like,
Yeah.
well, wait a
That
minute,
makes me
let's see
wonder.
who they work for.
Yes.
Like the Department of Labor, because I'm like, do you really normally pull Labor Department records?
Exactly.
On
That was my thing.
murder victims?
You can easily pull their financial records from where they work.
Right.
Why go as far as the Department of Labor with it?
Right.
I understand where you're going with that, and it's a little odd. That was one of the oddities of this case that made me go, and I think a lot of these types of warrants have made or fueled the rumors. Do you know what I mean? That makes sense, that other nefarious activities going on with the victims.
I mean, because literally you just asked, like, oh, where did Xana work? Where did Maddie work? Oh, they worked at the Mad Greek. Oh, okay, great. Now you know who they work for. So you could just go, talk to their employers or whatever. But like to actually pull Department of Labor records, though,
Yeah.
that's interesting.
Yes, it is.
And I don't know how I did it, but I skipped over a couple. There were actually 2 eBay warrants, guys.
Oh, okay.
Hey, let's pull up the second one. I don't know how I did that. I guess I wasn't paying attention to what the hell I was doing. I'm so sorry. Okay, so this is your second one. This comes before the court February 10th. So are these reversed? Was the other one, what date was that other one?
I think it was sometime in January. Towards the
Okay,
end
so
of
this
January.
is after. Okay, because I am going in order at the docket. I just skipped it by accident. This was right
Oh, no,
under.
this is November 28th.
Okay, because this was right under the other one, so this was probably the first, right? Let's see what it says real quick. Let's get down to the nitty-gritty of it. It returned on the 29th, this is the next day on the eBay, on the second eBay warrant. And then again, your descriptions are redacted. And again, the description property
is. There it is.
What?
The chart, the table that we've been looking for. It's in the second warrant that you pulled up. It's on. I'm sorry, it's on page
Right
13.
here. I
I'm
got
looking
it.
at the document.
I got you. I
Yeah.
got you, girl. There we go.
And so you know what it is? That first one was on November 26th, right? And then they got it back on the 28th. And then this one, they obtained the warrant on the 28th. They went back to eBay. And then they got some more information back on the 29th of November. And then they come back with this table.
So, okay. So what is it? Because you can't even see the damn top. And this far right-hand column is all redacted, right? So this is the United States, Japan. Is that JP? Yeah, Japan. So these are all the K-bars. The records and documents shall include, but are not limited to. Is this purchases? What are we looking at here? Account
The following eBay user IDs. So this looks like that first column is a country code, then a state or, whatever territory, and then the quantity purchased is what that looks like. It says, and then that looks like that might be user ID in the fourth column.
So interesting that somebody in Idaho bought one, somebody in Pennsylvania bought one, and somebody in Washington bought one. Well, coincidental?
Oh, there's
somebody
another,
in Arizona got. Oh, Joe, be careful. They got some K-bars. Joe, did you purchase any K-bars?
It might have been him.
Joe.
Actually, there's 3 because there's 1 down below and then 2 above.
Oh, okay. So the records and documents shall include, but are not limited to, account information, but above named eBay user ID, subscriber information, order details, payment information, all customer interactions between eBay. That's a weird chart to throw in there. And then, of course, they want them to tell them how to bring in their information back to them. So,
well, the chart is this. So
information regarding the following user IDs.
User IDs. That's what's in the fourth column because I'm looking at it on a huge monitor. So basically, this is a cutout of what they got in the first warrant. So then they come back and say, show us these,
Gotcha. So
I don't know.
The first warrant came back with, I understand where you're going with that. The first warrant returned to these people on the right-hand side that are all redacted. And then they asked.
I'm looking at your screen. Hold on.
Aren't you looking at the document?
No, I'm looking at the document on my computer. I wasn't looking at your screen. So yeah,
I'm looking at the same one, right?
Yeah, I just didn't know what you were looking at.
Yeah, I'm looking at the chart.
Okay.
Yeah. So all the ones on the right you think came out of the first warrant, and then they just elaborated on them, right?
Yes, because they asked for the information on November 26th. They got it back on November 28th. They did this warrant on November 28th with the information they got from the first warrant.
Right. So it's interesting that Idaho, PA, and Washington are all listed, boom, 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 and they all, did he purchase? And I mean, I'm not even saying that's him. We don't know. But could it have been? Could he have purchased one in each? I wonder when. But it looks like they're different people, don't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Different user IDs.
Different user IDs. Yep.
But doesn't she also have a motion to suppress eBay?
Oh, yeah. She got motions to suppress all as much as she can.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to go back through those again in another show because there's still some information in those things that we just have not even touched on yet.
Yeah.
You think somebody his age would use eBay? Do young people use eBay?
Yeah.
Okay. People still use eBay. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Especially if you're looking for certain objects or I don't know. I don't know. Was price considered? I don't know. Who knows? This next one was for Elan Financial Services. Okay. And then we're going to skip through the the crap about redacting everything because we know. On 12/22/22, they obtained a warrant for Elon Financials. The warrant was served by email, and then that is scratched out, and something is written that I can't read. On the 12/23, I received email which with the requested information. This is for Kaylee. So there we go with another Kaylee account. I don't know what Elan Financial Services does. Could that have been her car? I don't know. I think her dad co-signed, but she still would have had a bank involved. If this would have been the finance company,
The credit card. I think it's a credit card.
Credit card company type deal.
Yeah.
Okay, so we know that they were
company issues a variety of credit cards, both on its own and in partnership with other financial institutions.
Okay, so they were looking
at
at
corporate and virtual. Did you see that?
Do you think it could have been her? Remember, she got the new job. Could it have been a new issued card from the company she was going to work for?
Yeah,
if it was
could have been.
corporate. Maybe so. Okay, so we know that this Elon, however you pronounce it, financial services was served on Kaylee's account. And this is the standard language that came along with it. Everything's redacted. And they named Kaylee transfers, HAC transfers, online transfers, teller transfers, all the things. Oh, I got a mailman pulling up my yard on a Sunday.
Oh, it definitely says it partners with more than 1,300 financial institutions to provide outsourced credit card solutions for banks and for credit unions. And then it says prepaid rewards cards also and corporate payment systems. So yeah, credit card under some banks or whatever.
Thank you guys for looking that up because it's important when we're trying to figure out where these companies are coming from and what they do, what they provide actually. Okay, Joe. Joe, you didn't tell me that. You got one little beautiful grandbaby. His little granddaughter looks a lot like him in my opinion. Well, you go help that Joe's apparently is a very good cook, and I've threatened to like go to Arizona just so I could have him cook for me. But he's helping out around the house. That's cool. Thank you, Joe, for helping her, and thanks for listening in. So this one, okay, mailman leaving. The dog didn't even bark. That's weird. Well, she's not really a barker, and she knows the mailman, so.
Another dog who's not a barker.
She's really not. The only time this dog will bark is outside if she thinks somebody's out there that shouldn't be. She's super protective of the yard. Now in the house, things that she's used to, like the mailman truck, she doesn't care. But I think if a stranger come up and intended to try to act nefarious, she would bark. But normally she's quiet. She's stealthy. You know what I mean? But when we're outside, it's a whole different ball game. She's like on guard. Don't come.
Yeah.
Don't got nobody
It was a
around
joke
us.
about Murphy. Not being a barker.
But my dog worries me like that sometimes. So I'm like, will she bark if anybody comes? Is she gonna bark? My other dogs, you weren't gonna even twist my doorknob without that damn dog knowing about it long before I did. Them ears go up, my ears are going up. You know what I mean? They hear it long before me.
I wonder why it took them over a month and a half to do this warrant.
Which one
the
you looking
Elon
at?
Financials.
I don't know.
22?
Maybe they became aware of it afterwards as they were looking into her financials. They're starting, maybe. Yeah. Who knows why it took so long to get some of these going. Getting probable cause, figuring it all out. I don't know. Because they had multiple accounts. You had to send out a lot. Let me get caught up with this over here. And thank you guys for all coming in and hanging out with us and going over these. I know some of these are boring and don't mean anything, as we can't glean a whole lot out of them, but you can see what all was searched and who, the searches were done upon. And not just Kohberger, but the victims as well.
I'm sorry, but
Looking into things.
Jeff just cracks me up. His last comment
I
there.
Okay, what does it say? The band I used to play with play the song called "How Come My Dog Don't Bark When You Come Around," about a guy's wife.
Oh, that's too funny.
Oh my goodness. Hey Nina, welcome in. Oh, granddaughter time is always a bonus. My God, is she so darn cute. Let's get him back up here. He's back. Welcome, Grandpa.
Hey, thank you.
You're
Thank you
welcome.
for being patient with me too. Guess who just fed his granddaughter her very first piece of bacon? Mm-hmm.
Oh, yay. Did she like
yeah,
it?
she wanted more and more and more.
Oh, I bet. My grandson is obsessed with bacon. He really is. Wait till she starts folding it up in her waffle. He calls it a waffle. He calls it a waffle and bacon taco. I'm like, kid, you are weird. You know what this kid used to do? Like, he's 9 now, so he's really gotten out of it the past year and a half, and we haven't said anything about it. But when I moved in 2 years ago with him, I was like, son, what is my grandbaby doing? He would take, the Go-Gurts in the tube and cup, chicken nuggets, anything he ate would dip into the yogurt first and then into his mouth, including the chicken nuggets. I was like, what? I was like, as long as he's eating it right, whatever, he's getting both. But he doesn't do it anymore. Kids are weird. 2 of mine were really great eaters. One was semi-picky, and then I had one that was just completely picky, and I was like, oh my God, I'm going to pull my hair out. That's cool. You got to feed her some bacon, and she liked it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, guys, sorry I didn't tell you what this warrant was for. I'm skimming through it. This is for the Idaho Central Credit Union, and of course the same spiel they go through for all of it here. Again, by Mowry. The warrant was served on 11/28/22 by fax, and it was returned at on 11/30/22 from Idaho Central Credit Union. And they're looking at the records of the 4 students again. See, there's just like these multiple accounts, right? Coming up with these kids' names on them. And like Dolphin's got, maybe she's onto something. It was like a blanket search, because it's taken us, and there again, more redactions on those 3 right there. Because it was like, damn, that's a lot of bank accounts for college level students that are so young. I don't know how many accounts adults would normally have outside of a couple if you need that many. And again, this one, after they did the search warrant, you got these other redactions going on. Again, like Dolphin said, with the people they were all looking into. And then again, with the same thing, all the details we're looking for within the warrant. Let me see if it'll let me do that. Okay. We went over the Idaho Department of Labor one already. This is a Numerica Credit Union. If they didn't do a blanket search, these kids had way too many bank accounts. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
Right. This is insane. Again, Numerica Credit Union. Motions to seal, all that good stuff. Search warrant returned to the court at 4 p.m. on December 1st. On 11/28, he obtained the warrant for Numerica Credit Union, and the warrant was served on the 28th. The return was made on the 29th. And again, financial records for all of the victims, and the same 3 redactions that we keep seeing. And then again, there's nothing really in here that gives us any kind of insight. And this is just what they want, again, records and documents and all that good stuff. And here we go again with this, the redacted list, which grew longer. It's just a lot of bank accounts. And like, I hope you're right, Dolphin, that it was just a blanket thing. I mean, not like I hope, but I'm just so curious as to why there were so many looked into. And then you got another one here, Potlatch, number 1 financial. Let's bring that up.
I mean, I'm just actually looking at Google Maps right now and looking at banks near that house, you know? And like, these are literally the banks that are coming up, the banks, the credit unions, all that.
All around the house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like a lot of financial institutes.
Mm-hmm.
So you think it's just like for every single bank in the area?
I mean, yeah, like when you say banks near 1122 King Road, you know, and the results are by distance to that address. You see Umpqua, I see Washington Trust Bank, Chase, Banner Bank, Zions, Idaho Central Credit Union, Wells Fargo, U.S. Bank Branch, Laytalk Credit Union.
And if they're not looking at Kohberger's
P1 FCU, which is that potash one or whatever, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, that makes
Looks
sense.
like they hit up most of these banks.
Right. And Anne wouldn't argue against it because it doesn't, they're not looking at her client. Right. Like, say she wouldn't be like, all out here. That's a broad scope. Because I would be if I was a defense, you know, if it was my client, I'd be like, oh, but yeah, she's not got nothing to do with that. She doesn't care. If y'all find something great, it's the way she's probably looking at it. This one was served.
Oh God.
What?
I just saw Joe's comment. He's talking about Purdue. Joe, I went to Purdue and I literally would sign up for a credit card or whatever for a pizza and a 2-liter of Coke.
Right.
Walking across campus, they had the tables set up, you know. So trust me, I know what you're talking about.
This is true, guys. I didn't think about it like that. I honestly have never thought about that way. That's a good thing to point out, you know, because people don't talk about that can happen, and acknowledge that there may be reasons for multiple bank accounts, you know, and not just nefarious OnlyFans, money laundering, your cryptocurrencies bullshit rumors that have been out there. They may not be bullshit, but Anne hasn't said, hey, y'all, this is all about cryptocurrency and, you know, rugs, whatever you want to call them. I don't care what I say anymore. Okay, so that was for the potluck financial and or potlatch. I said it wrong, didn't I? Potluck, like I'm not getting food on the brain. Let's see, potlatch. And again, it was all for all of the victims. Then they did one also for the Umpqua Bank. Nina and I had a discussion about this. Whoa. Where is my screen share button? Where's my screen disappearing on me? Get up here where I can see. Uh-oh. There we go. Almost lost it. I know All Eyes was live last night, and she was on a different platform that she's streaming on another one, testing it out. And she's like me, she's having to get familiar with all the buttons on the newer platform. Then you get used to one, and you go to another. Just like, what am I doing? Okay, so this one was for the Umpqua Bank, and it's right there in Moscow. I was just looking at it the other day on the maps. Come on, get all past all that. Okay, this warrant was served on 11/21 and 11/22 by FedEx and email. So I'm assuming one went in by an email and one went in by FedEx probably. On 11/23, I received an email from Umka Bank, which contained the requested information. And again, this bank's information was looking for, oh, my computer almost froze up. The financial records of all of the students, the 4 deceased, including 3 redacteds. Now, I know somebody had a theory they were looking at cameras there as well, but I think that a couple of them said that actually. We see the term records, documents, and they're in the writings, papers, tape recordings, electronic video. They've all said that same thing, so it wasn't just specific to this bank looking for videos. And then again, with the redactions of the names, and again, through the list of all the different things they want to specifically look at, because you have to name that in your damn warrants. That was Numerica, Potluck, Oompa. Then we had Wells Fargo, and I think this is the last bank one. Again, this is Wells Fargo. The warrant was served on 11/28. It was returned on 12/30/2022. And again, looking for the financials of all of the students and the 3 redacteds. And if you look down here, let's see. Where'd it go? See, it says the same thing. And I'm Nina. Records, documents, electronic videos, audio recordings, it's a blanket thing they put in all of them. It wasn't just for that one specific bank. All right, guys, that was it on the warrants in the case. Does anybody have any particulars that they thought were odd or want to talk about, or you have any thoughts on those, or are we processing? I know Firefly and Dolphin have, Joe, you may have some thoughts.
Well, we're doing a pretty good job of processing and discussing as we go along.
Yeah. As we're going through them, just trying to work everything out that goes along with it. It's almost 3:00, guys. I think I'm going to wrap it up with the warrant parts, because that was really what we were going to focus on today, and we've been going for several hours now. I do want to do a part 2, and we're going to start back up with these with the case log orders. There's more to it than just these search warrants to go through. You know what I mean? Like I said, I'll drop the link, and if there's any particular documents you guys run across that you want us to talk about with you, comment in my comment section, and we'll definitely pay attention to that and get that on. But I want us, when I do come back, probably, Joe, you streaming in the morning?
I believe I do have a few things we can talk about in the morning, yes.
Yeah, good, because I normally go back on Tuesday mornings. When I pick up on Tuesday morning, this is probably what we'll do. We'll start back up where I left off here, and we'll work through some of the important ones. We'll just kind of glaze over the ones that are just like, there's some that are just ridiculous. There's just orders to seal and redact, and they're blanket statement type stuff. We'll glance at them, but we'll get into a deeper dive of some of the other warrants that are out there. There are still some more. We still do have some more to go through here. Hang on, because there's like
I was gonna say it's a given that everything
I just
was
looked
sealed and
down.
redacted.
I just looked down, girl, and I was like, wait a minute, what am I talking about? There's just so many.
There are more warrants. Yeah.
There are a lot more warrants. I was wrong. I lied. So there are a lot more. We stopped. Where were we at just now? Hang on. We can keep going for a little while longer if you guys want to. So Wells Fargo was the last one, and then there's an order to redact and unseal that comes right after that one. That was in February of March. It was an order to unseal. I forgot what that one was. Let's look at it real quick. I mean, I'll let somebody else read, and I'm fine to sit here for a minute. But let's see. This one's not long at all.
Oh, this is about Xana's mother.
Was it?
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Yeah, March 1st, 2023 on the website, and then when you open it,
Yeah, I'm looking at the order or the order to seal and order to redact and unseal. On the 27th, this matter came before the court in a status hearing, having weighed the interests of the privacy and a public disclosure under Idaho rule. It is hereby ordered the records related to the status hearing be redacted and unsealed. That was that status hearing they had. Court noted the presence counsel of defendant state. What does that have to do with Xana's mom? I can't remember.
Remember that they said that Anne had represented her, or or whatever, and she dropped her, yada
Ms.
yada.
Oh,
That
that's
she
right. Because
hadn't
she
ever
and
represented her.
event. Yeah, a little backstory, Dolphin. Thanks for reminding me. I forgot. In the beginning, when Anne took Brian Kohberger as a client, or when she was assigned Kohberger, she was also already assigned to represent Xana Kernodle's mother.
Yeah.
And then she had to recuse herself from Xana's mother's case for conflict of interest.
I don't think she was, because I thought Anne said she just, being the, I guess, the top public defender or whatever, that she just signed off on paperwork for her,
Yeah,
for her
she did.
case or
She
something.
never actually
She never
met
met
with her.
her. Right.
Yeah, she never met with her. She never knew the ins and out of her case. There was not a relationship there type of thing. Because remember, Xana's mom came out and kind of got sideways about it. But when you looked into it, you saw legally Ann Taylor was just there on paper. It was nothing more than that. But she did remove herself from Xana's mother's case because she had to. You can't say, "Oh, I'm not going to take that death penalty case," when you're the top DP attorney in the damn Idaho. That's your job, literally. We can hand off this little lower level drug case to another attorney. And that's what they did. So there was nothing, but that's Dolphin's right. That is what this was about. Ms. Taylor further stated, let me go back up and start here where it matters. Dolphin, do you want to read this one?
Oh, yeah, I can.
Anybody can. Anybody who wants to volunteer to read this one, just give me a break for a second. Joe, Firefly? Nobody?
Yeah, I probably can't.
I'm here.
Joe, can you read it real quick? Because I was doing
Yeah,
something.
hold on.
Thanks.
All right.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Be it known that the following proceedings were had, to wit. To wit means as follows, which is kind of redundant. Just say, be it known that the following proceedings were had, or held, or whatever. Lawyers like to talk to hear themselves talk. Court noted the presence of counsel and the defendant and stated that the defendant is still in custody. Court noted that all parties were appearing via Zoom. Court stated that this is the time set for the status conference. Court stated that this is a sealed recording of the proceeding and the minutes will be sealed in the court file. Court stated that the purpose of this hearing is to ensure the defendant is fully advised of his right to counsel and any potential conflict Ms. Taylor may have. Court further stated that the court recently met with Ms. Jennings and Ms. Taylor, and it was determined that it would be prudent to have this hearing. That's interesting. It's prudent to have a hearing to discuss potential conflicts or other matters. Court stated that Ms. Taylor is the appointed public defender for Kootenai County, and that Ms. Taylor's name is on nearly all letterhead for the Kootenai County Public Defender's Office, whether she is the acting attorney or not. Okay, that's why we want to discuss the conflict, because she's been associated with the Kootenai County Public Defender's Office, and here she's taking on a case in another county. That makes sense. Court explained to the defendant that a conflict of interest can arise if counsel currently or previously represents an individual, or if there is some other conflict such that they would need to withdraw. Court stated that this court generally leaves the issue of conflict and the decision if it is necessary to withdraw to each attorney on a case-by-case basis, and to allow counsel time to discuss this decision with the individual they are representing. Court stated that based upon discussion with counsel this morning It is the court's understanding that the defendant is in agreement with Ms. Taylor continuing to represent him, and further stated that it is the court's understanding that Ms. Taylor does not believe there is a conflict. The defendant stated that this is correct. 12:51 p.m., Ms. Taylor stated that her name appears on every document in the public defender's office, but below her name is the individual who actually represents the named individual in this case. And then we need to scroll on.
Right. That's what I was talking about. She never was actually appointed to Kara Northington. That's her last name.
Oh, whoa. Go back halfway up so I can read just the last sentence. Right there. Whoa. Ms. Taylor stated the specific issue with the media has brought attention to our, we're missing some verbiage in there somewhere. Attention to the fact that there are 2 cases involving Xana Kernodle's mother, Ms. Kernodle. Ms. Taylor stated that there was an open felony case that she was not assigned to, and the case has since been conflicted out. So her conflict of interest was with a felony case with Xana's mother. Ms. Taylor further stated that there was a 2017 misdemeanor case which was sentenced and her office was waiting to withdraw from. Oh, don't end your sentence with a preposition. From which they were waiting to withdraw. Ms. Taylor stated that the public defender who represented Ms. Kernodle in that matter was redacted, who left the public defender's office in September or October. Ms. Taylor stated that her practice is to transfer all cases that are pending withdrawal or have a bench warrant issued to her. Ms. Taylor stated that the 2017 case was assigned to her on October 20th, and from October 20th until the date she withdrew from that case, my parentheses, Ms. Taylor stated that she had no contact or relationship with Ms. Kernodle and has not met her or provided any legal advice. Ms. Taylor stated that most of what the media is reporting on regarding the Kootenai County cases is untrue. Interesting. Ms. Taylor stated that she has spoken with Bill Thompson, that's the prosecutor, and Ashley Jennings, co-counsel for the prosecution, and explained the above situation to them. Ms. Taylor stated that she has spoken with redacted at the ISB, that's the Idaho State Bar Counsel's office, who conferred with redacted, and all 3 do not believe there is a conflict so long as the defendant is comfortable with her remaining on as counsel. Ms. Taylor stated that there is no other person that she is connected to in this case, and stated that Mr. Kohberger is the only individual in this case to whom she owes a duty of advocacy and loyalty. 12:54 p.m. upon inquiry from the court, Ms. Jennings stated that this is her understanding as well. Court questioned the defendant, who stated that given the information he has heard and the conversations he has had with Ms. Taylor, he feels comfortable proceeding with her as counsel. 12:55, the court advised the defendant of his right to have an attorney, and if he believes there is a conflict, the court can find and appoint different counsel. Where are you going to find that? Where are you going to find that in Idaho? The defendant stated that he understood. The court questioned the defendant. The defendant stated that it is his wish to proceed with Ms. Taylor as counsel. 12:56 p.m., court stated there is a lot of speculation surrounding this case. Why is the court stating that? And has spoken with the attorneys regarding staying focused on the facts. When the judge brings that out like separately, he's kind of making a bigger issue out of something that's already been a bigger issue than it needs to be. Anyway, court appreciates this issue being brought to the court's attention. The court stated there's a lot of speculation, and the court appreciates this issue being brought to the court's attention. I think the court is talking in the first person a little too much here. It's like a professional athlete. Dion knows what Dion can do. Stated that this information appropriately covers any concerns. Court recessed at 1:05 p.m.
Thank you.
I got to put in my own comments in there. Sorry.
You're good. Y'all know I do. Y'all are good. That was that order to redact and unseal that we just read. Okay, then there's a motion to appoint. There's two back-to-back motions, one on the March 2nd and March 7th, and they're both to appoint a co-counsel. Do y'all really want to look at those? Here we got a Verizon.
We can't see it anymore.
I'm getting it up there.
Oh.
Yeah. Be patient with me. Be patient with me. Okay. I had to, because it won't let me just switch back. I have to take it down and then pull the individual document up. Oh, whoa. I went way past that. This was I got carried away. Okay, so this is just a motion to seal the warrant for Verizon, and it was signed off on, and that's all that's on that one. It doesn't even tell us who this one was for, does it? No. Underneath that one is Washington State University. Order to seal. Order sealing. Motion to seal, because it may interfere with the enforcement proceedings, deprive him of his right to a fair trial, all the good things, and the whole thing is not there. So we don't even know what the warrant return was like on that. Okay. Here's the DoorDash warrant. Too bad this darn thing's redacted, because I think it could have cleared up a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Which one was that you just closed? Before DoorDash?
What did I say it was? Yeah, let me look again. Sorry. It was just the Verizon, and it didn't have any information about phone numbers, IMEs, or anything, which is unusual considering the other ones all did, right? It didn't even list a name. You want to look at it again real quick?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Oh. Okay, let me get this DoorDash one pulled up, guys. Okay. Of course, order to seal and redact. Seal, order sealing it. Motion to seal it. And then they did. So the search warrant for DoorDash was obtained in December 6th, as a matter of fact. Now, we had heard that the DoorDash driver self-reported, correct? Kind of like Rick Allen?
Yeah.
So if they had Xana's phone early on, and by the time the PCA comes out, they know Xana had TikTok at 4:12 and a DoorDash at 4. When did they find out about that phone having that information? Because they didn't know about the DoorDash until the DoorDash driver came forward, as far as we know, saying, hey, I had delivered to that home at the 4 a.m.-ish hour. And then they didn't, and I don't know when that person came forward. They may not watch the news. If they're young, they may not pay, but I'm sure everybody heard about this going on. Maybe him or her didn't realize it was the same address they had been to until when they did. I don't know when they actually reported it.
I don't remember when exactly.
I don't think we ever learned when they remember the website they had, or not the website, but on the Moscow Police Department, they used to have that list up of all the cleared people, because this case has gotten so out of hand. They put that list of cleared people out, and the DoorDash driver wasn't on it. And everybody was like, look, the DoorDash driver's not on there. It's like, oh my God, here we go, the damn DoorDash driver again. Anyway, that warrant went out on the 6th. It came back on the 7th. And I'm telling y'all, everything about that order is documented in that warrant. And it was for 1122 King Road. Like I've told y'all a million times, the drop-off time, every single thing about that, who ordered it, what device it came ordered from, how it was paid for, who paid for it, all of that is known by now. So if it was a nefarious order, made by somebody else, or even from Xana's phone to throw off everything, or made from somewhere else, and they're going to know. They're going to know it wasn't made from Xana's phone if it wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to know who paid for it. And I don't understand why that's not a logical conclusion people can get to. I can't manipulate the app. You can't choose your DoorDash driver. I don't know my Twilio number to use it nefariously. All those things. It's like, I'm going to get salty here in just a second. I can feel it coming on. I need to calm myself.
But it would be helpful
So
information
that was
early
it.
on.
So they did serve a warrant on.
No,
Go ahead.
You could rule out the car. You could rule out so much stuff.
Mm-hmm. When you become a DoorDash driver, you have to upload your car information and everything, right? They have a description of the car, and 9 times out of 10, when they're texting the customer, they tell you what you're driving, or what your driver's driving. That's how so you know what to look for, especially in situations where GPS is wonky and is taking you somewhere you shouldn't be going, or if a strange car pulls up in your driveway, oh, that's my DoorDash driver.
Yep.
So there's a lot and I know a lot of you order DoorDash.
Yep, did it this morning.
I mean, you know how it works. If you request to be dropped off or contactless, they're going to text you with a picture that is at your front door, or a little table you sat out there to sit it on, whatever you prefer, whatever you tell me to do, I'm doing.
Yeah. One of the big conspiracy theory rabbit holes that I want to see explored at trial and through the evidence is we see several cameras of that light colored sedan driving around, circling that neighborhood 3 times, whatever it is. Why haven't we seen any camera footage of that DoorDash driver? Why haven't we seen that yet with the other ones that have been leaked?
But why would we?
Because they're part of the curiosity of, let's figure out who did this. They're evidence. Like if people think that maybe the DoorDash driver
here's what we don't have. 1112 has never been leaked. That's the camera that sees your DoorDash driver. The Linda Lane footage that you see back there in the back, that DoorDash driver never went back there. And that is the only leaked footage we have.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah,
he didn't need to go. Yeah, he did not need to go back there. He whipped up into the parking pad in front of that house, dropped that stuff at the door, and he took off back out of the neighborhood.
And he'd probably been there before several times.
Exactly. Knew the area well. Didn't need to go up there canvassing the neighborhood. Didn't need to do all that.
But the bad guy did, possibly.
Certainly.
Or maybe
well, whoever the bad guy was did.
Yep.
I'm saying, I thought we read that, but we didn't. Sorry, guys. That my boo-boo. All right, this one is Extreme Networks. This was the provider, wasn't it? Let's see.
That's
the company that hired Kaylee.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. That's right. She was going to work for Extreme Networks. Thank you, Dolphin. Guys, I had been so far deep in Delphi a lot. I have forgot a lot of my facts about Idaho. I'm so trying to refresh myself as well, because we don't want to bring y'all bad information. That's why I love having these guys up here with me, because I know they know. So this was the Extreme Networks, and like Dolphin said, Kaylee was on track to graduate early and had already had a job lined up. And this is the place that she was going to be working. And didn't she already have a issued laptop, right, from them? Right. So the same lingo we've been looking at and everything. Warrant and property have been, look how they spaced all that out, y'all. Look at that, Joe. Everything's redacted. Okay, so December 12th of 2022, he obtained the warrant for Extreme Networks, and the warrant was served on the 12th. It was returned on the 14th via an email. The data from the laptop was placed into evidence. So this would have been Kaylee's. description of property, a decrypted access to following computer, extreme networks service tag. Now, decrypted access to the following computer. Now, could that be because it's a work computer?
Yeah, it's an encrypted work laptop.
Right. And some, I saw, I forget who, I was watching the other day. I don't even remember, so I'm not even going to try to pretend like I do. Someone, I'm like, I don't know. I've never seen anything about that. You know what I mean? I can't go there yet. I don't know. We heard about the neighbor who had the break-in where he installed a camera, and everybody's wondering, oh, well, was he watching her through those cameras? We don't know. So they were looking into Kaylee's work laptop and probably looking into it for, like they should, for investigative purposes. Was there anything going on there? Any kind of communication? Could something from this new job, or a person she had been communicating with, anything? But yeah, the decrypted access to the following computer, extreme. So they served a warrant on them to access that computer. Okay, so that was Kaylee's extreme network one. And then here we have 2 back-to-back Googles, and these are uploaded for the same date. Both were uploaded to the docket on March 7th. Here's your first Google one. Let's get it up. Okay. All right, so Google warrant. Same old stuff here. Got your return order, dated on the 4th of January. He obtained the warrant on January 3rd of 2023. November, December, January. Why'd you wait? That's weird. You waited so long, but okay. The warrant was served on January 3rd by logging into the Google law enforcement portal. Isn't that nice of them to have their own little portal? On January 4, I received an email from Google instructing me to log in and download the obtained data. And so they did.
Yeah, but see, this is days after he was arrested, because he was arrested December 30th, 2022.
Thank you. Okay, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you. So this, God, thank God I got back up here, y'all. My dates start to run together. I'm like, why are they doing this now? That makes sense. So data related to the Google account for redacted. It looks like there's 2 lines of redacted. Do you think he had these are 2 different emails?
Yeah, maybe more than one Google account.
Yeah, because I think we have learned through documents, and even Ann stated he did have more than one email outside of his college emails, right? He did have 2 other emails.
Yeah, wasn't that because the one was the Brian Christopher whatever 1974 or whatever it was, and then the other one was the username one.
Yeah,
that was the funky spelling. Weren't both
yes,
of those Gmails?
I believe so.
Username, yeah.
Yes. So I would assume that this Google warrant here, and then of course all this is redacted. All of this. Get down here. This was your order. Okay. Yep.
Oh,
this
see,
is
it
for
tells you
Brian.
it's for him. Mhm.
Yep, it is for Brian. Okay, so related to the investigation into the crimes of the 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, on the Google account of Brian C. Kohberger with any of the following identifier emails, address of redacted, Google account associated with the telephone numbers. So there tells you right there Kohberger had more than one phone. Redacted and or redacted, or any Google accounts associated with the following international mobile equipment identifier. International. For all business records, subscriber information, blah, 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 all that good stuff. They're looking at the Google account subscriber info, Google account recent activity logs, and connected devices. Your Google Gmail, Google Pay, calendar, contacts with metadata, keep titles in the notes, Hangouts and chats, is including messages and attachments such as photos, location histories, my activities, searches, browsing history, all the good things. They always want to look at your stuff. Your web app, activity, Google Assistant, Google Home, Google Voice information, including Google Voice basic subscriber info, call logs, forwarding number, text messages, and voicemails. Android records for Android devices to include subscriber information, Google Play, purchases, all the
skipped over
things.
that YouTube thing.
The YouTube warrant, or right here, YouTube.
No, YouTube is in that line.
Yeah. You know what? I wonder if that was his YouTube. They actually searched at that back in July. We're going to look at that better. Because, yeah, she's right. Google Voice, Gmail, including voice basic subscribers. Then here, YouTube, registration email, channel ID, display name, IP logs, and account. Because you know your Google and your YouTube are the same. Our YouTube's under Google, so anything has to go through them for YouTube. So they were looking at all of the things, including his YouTube account. And when was this one? What did I say? January?
January 3rd, I think, of
Yeah,
2023.
January 3rd. Okay. And that YouTube warrant didn't come out until like July, I don't think. But we don't know who it was for, I don't think. I think it was all redacted. So the second Google. Wait a minute. I see why I did what I did a while ago. I went, okay, they got me messed up. Okay, so second Google. Okay. This warrant was served December 5th. Or I'm sorry, he obtained the warrant the 4th. The warrant was served the 5th. It was returned on the 19th from Google. So this would have been before the other one. Here. This one, Haley. So the second Google account we see is on the Google account of Kaylee Gonzalez with the email address, and it's of course redacted, account from August 1 of 2022 to November 19th of 2022. All business records, subscriber information, all that stuff. Let's see. Length of service is in hers. Telephone or instrument numbers, SMS recovery numbers, Google Voice numbers, SMS telephone numbers, change history, means of payment, means and source of payment, contents of emails associated with the account, draft emails, all that. All records and information sorted by an individual using this account, including address books, contacts, buddy list, pictures, files. It doesn't mention a YouTube account for Kaylee. Isn't that interesting?
Did you notice that the date range was until 6 days after the murders?
I was looking at the date. Let's go back up. So it was from August 21st all the way back, you're right, to the 19th. That's interesting, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
To go back a couple of days after. And remember, he came into town in July, and they're looking at her from August 1st on.
June.
Yeah, June, that's right. Because, I know you have to get your, and if they could have went back and updated the warrant later to expand the time frame if they felt necessary. So I don't know if there was a particular reason they chose August 1st or not. Yeah. But they were looking at, Kaylee had a Google account they were looking at. So let me get back with the two. Now, the next one is for Inland Cellular. Ooh. representing Xana's mom. Yes, Xana's mother was in for those charges. That's what she's always in for, bless her heart. I don't think she's doing good right now, honestly. That's all I'm going to say about that. I'm sorry, guys. I was just trying to catch up on chat a little bit because I don't mean to ignore you guys. I really don't want to. I want to pay attention, but I've been reading so much. Well, Donnie, I think she actually watched that on TikTok. Because Kaylee was a true crime buff. You're talking about Kaylee, and Kaylee watched Chronicles of Olivia. I don't know if she watched that on YouTube or if it was strictly a TikTok thing. But they don't mention looking for that in her warrants, so I don't know. Okay. Inland Cellular. On November 16th, they obtained the warrant for Inland Cellular, so days after. The warrant was served on the 17th. On November 17th, I received an email back requesting the information with the requested information. They got that back pretty quickly, huh?
You know what? That is 3 towers. They have a warrant for AT&T tower, right? Records, the tower dump that we were talking about earlier. This
Yeah.
Inland, right? And then Verizon.
Yep.
They got 3 different tower dumps.
They did. Hang on. I got to write something down.
I don't write much stuff down anymore. I mean, when I went to the Delphi trial, obviously you have to write stuff down.
Oh, dude.
Because there's no recording, but
I got notes everywhere.
Alexa is my executive assistant. If I need something remembered, then I tell Alexa.
Yeah, just remember they're going to come back and listen to everything you and her talked about.
They probably already are. Like right now, they're probably listening to me right this very second.
I got way too many notes. I can't. I'm a note taker. I can't help it. I just am. And Dolphin just said something that made me want to write something down because it clearly says Island Tower Dump. I can't even say it, Dolphin. Inland Tower Data Dump. And remember, the Verizon warrant we read, it didn't name any phone numbers, IMEs, or a person. So that was also a data dump, correct? Would we all agree on that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wanted to circle back around to Verizon because when you skipped over that, I went
I'll go back
for all the Verizons.
Okay,
because there
let's
were
go
more
back.
But I mean, finish that one.
Okay, yeah, because I'm just going down in order. I'm not. If I don't go in order, I mean, I'd have to group them all together and look at them all at the same time. And I just thought we'd go down the list. But let me get back to where I was. What was I looking at next? Inland. Okay, right here. Anytime y'all want to stop during any of the reads to discuss something, let me know. I mean, I don't mind.
Well, I mean, you went on to the next thing, so then I start looking at all the other Verizon ones, and then I noticed some things, and so I was like, okay, we'll just come back to it because there's some interesting stuff in those other Verizon ones.
Okay, so this is just for like we said, Inland Cellular and. Or did I? Yeah. And it was for a inland cell tower data. And they did receive the information. Of course, everything on it's redacted. We're not going to see anything. And they provided the copies and dates and all that good stuff. Get down to here. And she signed off on it on 11/19/2022 at 7:05 p.m. And then they go through the specifics of what they want. Again, we've got GPS coordinates, 5-point 0.50 miles in the tower dump, just like the other document we were reading, right? It's all exactly the same. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that's the inland. The next is a K-bar, and that's the one we looked at a little while ago. Dolphin, is there anything you want to talk about or add, or
To
if
what?
we keep going, the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are match group, and then we move into the metas. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those. I mean, I don't know how far down the next. I can skip down to the next Verizons, and we'll look at
No,
those.
don't. Yeah, I can. Yeah, it can wait. Just if you want to still do them in order, just do them in order.
Well, there's just
Yeah, I
so
see
many.
match.
Yeah, there's so many ahead of that one. I don't know if if
I'm
it's
not going to forget it.
Okay, because I don't think these other ones are too terribly involved. You know what I mean? We've reviewed these in the past, but it's been a hot damn minute.
I'll be right back.
Okay. All right, guys. So this was a warrant that they served on Tinder records. Now, we know we have an interview from a girl who claims that she went on a Tinder date with Brian Kohberger, told her she had good birthing hips. So I'm assuming if that's true, he had a Tinder account. Let's see. This is for Tinder. Of course, the redactions, motions to seal, all that shit. Get on down here. So on January 25th of 2023, they obtained the search warrant for Tinder match group. The warrant was served on the 26th of January 2023 through the LE portal. They received it back on January 30th. And the description of the property is redacted. IMEI is redacted. So they were looking at someone's phone, of course,
That
who
could be
obviously,
Brian, since it was
yeah,
after the
I would,
month after.
and I would assume there was a Tinder account on the app on the phone already for them to be looking into it at that point. I wonder if that girl that knew, well, depends on when his name came out. I would assume this is for Brian. Yeah. Now, could the girls have been on one of these dating websites? Absolutely. There's more. Like I said, there's several of these, and I think there are some for the girls, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this one is got an IME number and redacted information. And like I said, that is a Tinder match. Here's the second one. Order to seal and redact as usual. All the standard crap we like to scroll right past. Okay. On 11/29/2022, the warrant was obtained for Tinder. On 12/05, we received an email back from Tinder with the requested information. This one was for Kaylee. So Kaylee must, and it's got her phone number there. So she.
So this is within 16 days of the murders.
They swipe right or left? Yeah. Did they ever swipe left or right on one another at some point, and that was the only connection? Or no connection, according to Anne? If you just swiping, are you connecting? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I know you, you know me. I know all of you from the internet, but do I have a connection with you? I'm assuming yes, because I know you from the internet. Yeah. I don't know. Did they swipe past one another at some point? Let's go see who else had a match account. So number 3.
Okay.
You back with us?
Yep.
Okay. So we just got through that Tinder account. The first one was redacted with an IME. The second one was for Kaylee. This is the third one, Tinder records. This warrant was obtained on 12/6/22 for Tinder. served on the same day, and it was returned the very next day on the 7th of December 2020. Okay. Again, this one is redacted by Maury right there. This is all redacted. Ooh, there's quite a bit redacted right there. And
well, remember, they were looking into about, what, 20
yeah,
people that Kaylee had connected with, and what, like 19 for Maddie or somebody?
right. So these could have been the people they were connecting with on the apps, right? Okay. Yeah, because that
Because
makes
you said
sense.
this is the same day?
It was served and returned on the same day. But I don't know if it was returned on the same day as Kaylee's. I didn't write the actual date down on Kaylee's tender just now.
12/6/12/7.
Because the other tender warrant,
Hers were, what did I say, 16 days after? So hers, I
yeah,
think, were in November.
because they listed Kaylee, and on this particular warrant, they don't list a name of a person, right? Just a bunch of redacted people.
Right.
And
I think they're looking into people she connected with on this one.
Right. That makes perfect sense, Dolphin.
Because this
That
is
was
after hers.
that was the third one. Now we're going to look at the fourth one. Seal and redact. This one was obtained also on 12/6/22 for tender. It was returned to them on the 7th with the requested information. 1224 was the phone number on this one.
That's Maddie.
That's Maddie's. Right. Okay, so Maddie also was on Tinder, her and Kaylee. And of course, that's just going to be the standard lingo. They're looking, what all they're looking for. And they began to look for, they specified here with Kaylee, or sorry, with Maddie's, between January 1, 2021 to present. They went further back, a whole year back almost for Maddie on Tinder. That's interesting. They didn't.
Yeah, because Kaylee's was just, what was it, the August 1st date?
Yeah, yeah.
Huh.
Isn't that interesting?
Yep.
I do find that. I have a thought about that. I got to process that thought though. Okay, so that was 4 altogether. Did we go through all 4? I think we did. Let me double check here. The last one should have been Maddie's that we went through. No, because the second one, Dolphin's right. The one below it, that this last one here, is another bunch of redacted people.
Oh, you know what?
And I'm
Kaylee's
assuming that
was
would be
January
the ones
1st,
that
2021 also.
Maddie. Was it? They went that far back too? Okay,
Yeah.
makes sense. Okay, good deal. And then here was the last match, and it's the same thing as you scroll down. I'm sorry, I know I'm scrolling fast, guys, but we know what we're looking at by now. December 22nd, 2022, that it was a warrant for tender. On January, the warrant was served December 22nd. It was returned January 26th. On January 30th, that's when he downloaded the data from the information received from the matchgroup.com website. Again, everything is redacted here. And then again, another list of redactions and unique identifiers. So I think you're right, Dolphin. Each time with both girls, they did a warrant on them, and then they looked into the people that they each were communicating with or interacted with or whatever. I'd be curious to know if Kohberger was a part of that. Okay, this one is an order to seal and redact the meta. Sorry, I was just looking at the chat real quick. Everybody okay over there? All right. So this one is to seal and redact the meta platforms. Motions granted. All right, on 11/21, a search warrant was obtained for Facebook. The warrant was served on 11/21. On 11/30, they had a return. So this is on a Facebook account. And there's the portal and redacted there.
That's weird. Did you know it said that they obtained a warrant? Notice that they said it. They obtained a warrant for Facebook, but received an email from Instagram.
Did it say that up here? Well,
Yeah.
Well, they're the same company, so right, they're owned by the same.
True, but different products.
Yeah,
So I'm
different
like,
products.
which were they looking at, Facebook or were they looking at Instagram? It was in the affidavit.
Yeah, because I received an email from Instagram, because right here he says I obtained a search warrant for Facebook. You're right. And then on 11/30, they received it from Instagram, which contained the requested information. I don't know. Maybe I wonder if you can connect your Facebook and Instagram. I have no clue how they work and give their information back. That's weird. That's an
Maybe
audit.
it's down further.
Yeah, that's an oddity. And then redactions everywhere.
But that was earlier, before arrest. So it's probably one of the girls or
Ethan.
Ethan. Oh, it's Ethan. Okay.
Okay, so yeah, this meta search was done for Ethan Chapin with the following identifiers, all redacted, of course, and then they want all of his information. Now, he wasn't the only one to have
specifically his Instagram account.
Yeah, and he wasn't, because remember, he was a victim as well. So were they looking at, maybe was he targeted? Was it some kind of love triangle hatred thing? I'm sure they looked at all of it, because they all had an Insta account. Every one of these kids.
Oh, you know what? No, it's all of them. There's commas in front of where it says Ethan. So like blank, comma,
But why
blank,
would they,
comma, blank, and Ethan Chapin.
But why would they redact everybody but Ethan?
I don't know, because they're stupid. I don't know. Like,
That really doesn't make sense. That is weird. Is it all females except Ethan? That doesn't matter. That doesn't make sense.
I mean, because it's definitely 4 people. Because if you look down at the commas and identifiers,
okay, with
there's
some of
3,
the alleged,
and then and whatever.
Yeah, with some of the alleged rumors that were out there, and what might have went down at the frat house that night, could it be some of those people?
Guys?
Yeah,
could be.
Just to check out what we heard.
Yeah, you got to rule everything out. See, even if it's rumor,
because it doesn't make any sense to me in my brain to redact the females' names but not Ethan's.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
So it's 3
That's
people.
what it looks like.
And him.
Yes, it looks like that, Dolphin. 1, 2, or
3.
no, 1, 2, 3, and Ethan. With the identifiers 1, 2, 3, and from
Ethan's.
August 1 to November 20th.
Right. So if it's like, say, some of the frat bros
including
or whatever,
all
maybe they
their
went
information,
to November 20th.
I would say
because
so.
They're trying to see if these kids are still talking about something. They're saying something about the crime.
Very well. Yes. I would think so.
Oh, was that all that was in that one?
Yeah.
That was the very first meta one?
That was. We're about to go into
okay.
the second. Wait. Did I go into the second one or did I skip one? Sorry guys, I got to go back and look. Yes, I did. Here, there's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 meta. That was number 1. Here's number 2. Well, if they need to specify and they didn't, they're in hot water. Ann would have brought that up in a heartbeat. Well, you subpoenaed or you that would be one of her motions to suppress, or Frank's motions thing, because you got your return from the wrong company. Okay, so second meta. Motions to seal, of course. Get through all that. This warrant was obtained on 11/21/22. It was served on 11/21/22. It was returned on the 30th from an email, underlined Facebook, scratched out Instagram. The information was placed into the evidence at scratched out Latah County Sheriff's Department. Instead, it went to the Moscow Police Department, and they scratched out Idaho State Police. Chicken scratch on a damn legal document. That's worse than all the bad grammar, misspellings and stuff. Why would they were they going to send it to all these places and then said, "Nah, let's just keep it here"?
Maybe it's just a form that has it all, and then you just cross out what you don't need. I don't know.
That was all standard stuff right there. I was scrolling past, guys. It was nothing to it. All right, so this was for Maddie's. Yeah, this is for Maddie's, August 1st, 2022 through November 19th of 2022. So specifically for Maddie. And of course, they go through all of the things they want to look at and warning them not to talk about that damn warrant. Okay. What was that? That was the second meta, guys, or third? That was second, right?
Second, because it's just
Okay, we're on
Ethan and
number
those three people, and then Maddie.
Maddie was
Unless
third.
those other three are Bethany, Dylan, and maybe Ashlyn, because you know how the other, like the financial warrants and everything had.
Oh yeah. Yeah, could be. You could be right about that as well. Okay, so this is another one. So we've done Ethan, we have Maddie. This one was also served on the 21st of 2022. They received an email on the 30th back from Facebook, which contained the information. And again, Moscow PD, it went there. And this again, Facebook for Ethan. So they've done Ethan's Instagram and Ethan's Facebook. Yeah. And of course, same things again. And of course, you're going to look at all their accounts and stuff. Especially if you don't know who did what, you got to figure it out. So now let's look at this one. I got to pull the screen up. This one's weird. Okay, let me get the... Okay, so this is another one for the Meta platform. Of course, your sealed and redact orders are all here first. This one was on 11/21. I obtained a search warrant for Facebook. It was served on 11/30. It was received from Facebook plus Instagram. They scratch out Instagram, then put plus Instagram. Lawrence Mowry. And then right here, description of property, Facebook, Instagram. That was not ever in any of the other ones. And then it just goes down. This one was for Xana. So Insta and Facebook on Xana. Oops. And then we have this one. Excuse me, guys. I'm going to have to go get a cold drink here in just a sec. Another Dr. Pepper. Oh, do I got the screen up? No, if I clicked the share button, that would be cute, wouldn't it? Okay. On 12/02, they obtained a search warrant for Facebook. well after the crimes. On 12/8, they received an email from Facebook that contained the information that was requested. And then blank, and then nothing. Standard stuff. Standard 12/15, 2022 at 11:55. And this one is for Madison. And from, again, this Facebook account for Maddie Mogan, August 1, 2022 to November 19th. And they want number 1 listed as Maddie Mogan with the following identifiers. And then a second line, blank with the following. 3 is redacted with the following. 4 is redacted. Roommates, y'all's thoughts? Kaylee and Ethan. Where's Xana? There's Xana. I was about to say, you don't leave my girl out. I'll be upset. So these have got to be the roommates, right? If we're going with that. Remember, because we've seen that several times with that number of redactions. Or could one be Kohberger and the other 2 the roommates? Survivors. I don't know. So they are looking for all contact and personal identifying information included for Madison Mogan. But all this is redacted. Then they got Kaylee, Ethan, and Xana from August 1, like we said, to all the way to November 22nd. Or I'm sorry, November 19th, 2022.
I wonder if they do like her boyfriend too, even though that's why he's redacted.
Maybe so. Could have, because looking into all of that.
Because obviously, anybody with a relationship, you're gonna check into what's the latest spin.
Right. They want records regarding the crimes of the homicide of Madison Mogan, Kaylee, Ethan, and Xana, but all records of accounts, usage of the like feature, including all Facebook posts and all non-Facebook web pages and content the users have liked. It's a lot of data out there on you people. A lot of data. Don't get in no trouble. Like I've always said, don't come looking into my phone, looking at my search history. I'm in true crime. It's bizarre. It's way worse than some of these criminals searches, right?
Probably just as bad. Maybe not.
Yeah, it is. I've had to look up some pretty disgusting stuff in these cases. Like I've had to look up stuff in Heuermann's case. I've had to look up stuff in the Stearns case. I've seen things that my eyes can't ever unsee, thank God. I mean, I'm like, oh, why did I do that?
I was telling Dolphin, because you know how we talk about the 8-hour delay. I'm like, I would love to know how long before a body starts to decompose and smell, but I'm not Googling that.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
There's been a lot of discussion out there about that, and it's a lot of variants that play a part. Temperature.
Yeah, temperature and a lot of
stuff. But if any of my
of the home, as far as
if any of my significant others or family members or friends or exes ever end up dead and they come looking in my laptop, I'm going to jail. I'm going directly to jail.
Look, don't ever leave anything in writing, people. Don't.
Yeah, but they can check your history. You can even do a
Don't leave it on a voicemail. No. Don't text it to somebody, and don't leave it in a voicemail. Yeah, say it on a phone call. Trust me. Please trust me.
Yeah, my internet searches will take me down.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure all of ours would.
But I mean, depending on what kind of stuff is found in his searches, like he is a criminology, so what is appropriate for a criminologist?
Girl, over in Delphi, they decided that Rick Allen was a killer because he researched horror movies on Netflix.
Oh, wait, everybody, come on. Lots of people watch horror movies.
I mean, he had some, maybe to some may have been a bizarre search or two, but we've all had bizarre searches or two.
Yeah.
But honest to God, there was nothing in his searches. The fake ones that DB made up were way better than his actual searches. Weren't they, Joe?
Oh, yeah.
And Jennifer Coppendaffer took the made-up ones by DB and ran live with them because somebody sent her the Google searches. Look, I've got them right here. He even Googled, is Holman a real cop? And she believed that he Googled that. Is Holman a real cop? Well, the motherfucker interrogated the shit out of you. Of course he's a real cop. Coffin Dapper, what are you doing out there, honey? Stay out of the, please shut down out of the Sebastian case. Just take a seat, girl, before I have to do a Salty Sunday show all on you. Anyway, guys, they were looking at all of the things from the Facebook, looking at interactions and all the possibilities from there, right? So let me look at this real quick. You have to, because you want to look at your victimology, and you want to look at who your victims were communicating with, whether it be on Tinder, TikTok, Snapchat, Facebook, Instagram, all those things.
I'd be very curious if Kohberger looked up, how to make a home Faraday bag. What can I use? How can I make my own Faraday bag or something?
Oh, you probably can do it. Remember all that stuff we used to look up?
I've heard like a potato chip bag. I don't know how true that is.
I don't know, but I got a good
something
feeling
to do with foil.
Yeah, foil, exactly. He probably had
microwave.
one. He probably had one for a long time. He could have bought one years ago. He could have bought one. You can buy them at stores, not even have to order them online, and don't even need.
That's the other thing. If you're doing Amazon search and such, like, did he have any of that? That's
right. Did you search Faraday bags? Did you ever order one? Because we all wondered about Faraday bags early on, and I'm going to tell you, during the Delphi case, what we learned is when law enforcement seizes a cell phone, it needed to go into a Faraday bag immediately to stop all interaction with that phone. And I was like, damn, look how simple that is.
Yeah, that was a problem in the Murdoch case too.
Yeah. Okay, so we got here is, I think this is another one from the meta. And get on down here to the good stuff, y'all. Okay, so again, he's underlining and crossing out. This is 11/21. He received an email from Facebook because his warrant was served on the 20th. It's crossed out Instagram. And this was Maori. And look, this one's got 4. Facebook, 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 and then Insta in parentheses. Would this be our victims are usually initialed or named out. So whoever they are, they're redacted.
Wait, what's the date that this was
This
obtained?
one was 11/20.
Okay, so this is pre-arrest. Okay.
11/20.
This is like, 7 days after the murders, so.
And then he got the return back the following day, and then the people that they searched the Facebooks of are redacted. Wait. Hold on.
Oh, that says Kaylee.
I just saw that. Let me look back. Okay, so we got all this. Maybe there's nothing redacted. It's just he just wrote that in. Okay, so let's go back because Dolphin's right. We just saw Kaylee's name. Yep, this is for Kaylee. Sorry, guys. I misspoke. I jumped the gun on that one.
Oh, multiple people and then Kaylee.
Yep.
Look at that. It's the same thing as Ethan's. That first one for Ethan.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So there were 6 individuals she communicated with, like a regular
identifiers line. Go back up to Facebook accounts of 1 person, comma, 2 persons, comma, 3, comma, and Kaylee Gonzalez. It's 4 again.
And that's the identifiers. Okay. And okay, I got you. It says identifiers, display name is, and that's redacted. I wonder who the redacted stuff's on. Then again, it goes through the list of all the things they're looking for in the warrant. So they all got served up and looked at. Go ahead. Got a thought?
Yeah, I do. You moved off that page too fast.
That's okay. I can go back
was trying to
what was on
see
it.
if so the part that was redacted, right, with all the commas and everything, there was some wording there that said something about the property.
Okay.
Or whatever. So I was just like, wait, did the other ones say that?
Some of them said property and some didn't. It depended on what the context was. I'm trying to get back. Here we go. Oh, that's Maddie's. I clicked the wrong one.
Let me see.
Sorry. I just clicked on was this one, and it was the one we were looking at. Let me look and make sure before I pull it up. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so go back down here. You talking? I'm sorry, right here. It talks about Kaylee and all the redactors.
Yep. There's right after November 18th, there is probable cause to believe that the property referred to and sought in upon said premises consists of information related to a crime or homicide on the Instagram account of one person with the following identifier. So that's, are they saying then that they think these three plus Kaylee has something to do with her Instagram account? Because then they only mention her at the bottom here.
Yeah, I'm assuming whoever the redacted people are here or throughout this is.
No, that's one. That's the only space for one. Where it says
Yeah,
Kaylee Gonzalez with the right down there. That's only space for one person.
Yeah, display name
Kaylee
is.
with the following identifier. Display name is. That's only room for one person. So they're saying these things. There's probable cause to believe that they have something to do with this Instagram account.
Right. This could be the person, somebody's sheet. This may be Jack's name. It may be whoever that was so closely associated that she was communicating with. I don't know. Could it have been the name of one of those people that she saw at the grocery store? It was somebody in particular.
This right here, the bottom couple of lines refer to Kaylee because it says on the Instagram account of Kaylee Gonzalez with the following identifier. That means her identifier and her display name is blah blah blah.
Well, that's what I thought. That I thought you meant. I thought you were saying the display name was somebody other than Kaylee. But I thought that. Okay.
No.
We're on the same
bottom
page.
section has to do with her. The top section has to do with three other people.
Yes.
And her.
Yes.
And it's like this reads like these 4 accounts or whatever have something to do with this down here. So did Kaylee have more than one account?
I don't know.
Like, why do they have her up here in the top and then saying, they have probable cause to believe, that it consists of information related to the crime, of homicide on the Instagram account of this one. You see what I'm saying?
Would they redact her alternate accounts if she had them, or if they would? I guess they would serve a warrant on them. If they found out about them, they would serve a warrant on them. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to figure out, does that mean she has more than 2 accounts, and who are these other people that they're looking at that would have interacted with whatever this account is at the bottom?
Yeah, just like with Ethan's account when they were looking at people who may have interacted with the Instagram account. There were redacted names in that warrant. So I'm assuming that's what's going on here too. These are people they were looking at close to Kaylee in some form or fashion.
Wasn't worded the same way.
Exactly. His was different than the other. I caught all that. So that was the last of the meta warrants. Let me make sure this one here is not one we didn't review yet, but I think it was.
I'm going to have to duck out here shortly.
Yeah, that was the last one. Okay, yeah, we are up to the next one up in line is the Moscow Police Department Forensic Lab. But I need to take a break for just a minute. I need to go get a cold drink and check on the dog. I'll pull this up. Guys, do y'all want to keep going for a little while longer? What do you want to do? Do you want to stop for the day and pick it back up maybe tomorrow evening, tomorrow afternoon, or what do you want to do? It's all up to you guys.
Yeah, I'm going to have to duck out really soon.
Yeah. Dolphin, are you good? Firefly, are you good?
I'm good. I mean,
okay.
Is the audience good?
I think Chat, are you guys okay? We've been going for a while. Let's see. Been going 6 hours.
Still 20 people.
Well, that might be misleading. It usually is.
Oh,
Once I
okay.
check my YouTube studio, that may be misleading.
Oh, yeah. Okay. There
yeah.
might only be a few people left chatting.
Yeah, there's like just a few chatters. Even the ones that were gifted memberships earlier, they're lurkers. They're watching. But of course, laugh out loud. I've been here, but I'm multitasking and working on my. Okay, girl, we're all good then. We'll keep going for a little bit longer, guys. I think I can hang in there a little bit longer. I've never streamed this long, but I knew if I get up here with Dolphin and Firefly and we get down some stuff, we're going. We just go and go. We've done this behind the scenes for up to 6 hours at a time.
Yeah.
We truly have. Okay, this is, let me pull this up. Dolphin or Firefly or Joe, if you're still here, can someone take this one? Is he gone? I have to go check on the dog.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I let her out and I got to go let her in, but let me see. This is the Moscow Police Department Forensic Lab, and it's order sealing and all the good stuff there. I don't think there's a whole lot in this one, other than them telling us they're sealing it and all that. Let's see. Let's scroll down and see. No. Okay, there's something here. All right, Dolphin, if you want to read this, and if I'm not back when you're done, you guys just have a little conversation, and I'll be back in just a second, okay?
Okay.
Cool? All right.
Yep, sure. You guys let me know if I start breaking up. I don't know.
Sound good right now.
Yeah, so far? Okay, cool. So this is Moscow Police Department, right? And this was a warrant obtained on January 9th, 2023. So this would be after Kohberger's arrest. It's a search warrant for data extraction from Kohberger's phone, located on the USB external hard drive with a redacted serial number. This is what they were talking about in the hearing, where she was asking if anybody had touched looked at the phone, and then the phone had been downloaded onto a USB drive. So this must be it. Let's see. They've got a serial number, and then it looks like something was redacted, and I don't know if that's supposed to be a semicolon or something. So I don't know if that's more than one, but it says that it's one. It doesn't say, plural.
Number.
So,
Yeah, I see what you mean.
So January 9th, 2023, an inventory was repaired. It was served in person. Copy the warrant. Yeah. Okay, it was placed into evidence. Let me see. Is this the same thing? Oh, yeah, 13 pages. I've got it up on my screen. Return. So entrance was obtained by the key hyphen in the computer forensic lab. So that's what Mowry had to tell Elisa Massouf, that key was not a person. It was, literally the key. Description of property was this USB external hard drive, and it says SN, which is serial number, and it's redacted. Brian Kohberger's phone data is the other piece of it. Let's see. Next page looks blank. Going in, there's an order. Nope. Search warrant. Yeah, so this was a Seagate 2 terabyte external USB drive with serial number, and it's redacted. Okay, sorry. I was looking at something. So it says this is for evidence regarding the investigation into the crimes of homicide of Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, including data compilations relating to or containing information indicating, suggesting, or related to violence, a fight, or motive/hostility for any of the same, to include without limitation ledgers, papers, lists, books, notes, letters, calendars, diaries, tapes, photographs, audio, video, or other media or other similar documents or items, computer and communication devices capable of storing electronic data other electronic storage devices, and media and access to contents of all of the above. So basically, that's a laundry list of anything that they might find in this USB drive. Records of communications, written text communications, which include emails, SMS text messages, MMS messages, which are multimedia messages like text messages with like photos or videos attached, other communications, including but not limited to third-party applications such as Kik, WhatsApp, Facebook, and Instagram, contacts stored, location information stored in any cloud account associated with the phone if said account credentials can be obtained from the forensic image of the phone, internet history, bookmarks, and or associated cloud accounts, written and audio recorded notes, or any cloud account associated with the device. And then it's like indica of residency in or ownership or possession of the premises and any of the above items. So basically anything else under that umbrella. And then that's it. That's pretty much the last thing. So they are basically asking for the kit and caboodle or access to the kit and caboodle of anything on his phone or anything on this USB drive copy, like image copy of the phone. So yeah, that's pretty much it. This was their official warrant to get it, I guess, from Pennsylvania, because the Pennsylvania State Police and the FBI are the ones that got it in the first place. Well, I guess Pennsylvania because they arrested him first. And so, yeah. Did I miss something, Firefly? And what they were talking about?
Sorry, I didn't know I was
getting
muted.
the phone or whatever.
I had a coughing fit, so I had to mute for a second. Sorry about that. I've been responding,
okay.
and I feel bad.
That's okay.
No, I think you got everything. Seems like it. You got
Yeah.
everything out of his
So
phone.
let's see. That was that. I can go down to, I guess, the next one. It's PayPal, Venmo. Let me see. I think I can share. I wonder, does she have to hit something to get it to come up?
Well,
Like authorize. Let's see. Share.
you can share screen if you go into the restream.
Yeah, I'm doing it. Can you
I don't
guys
know if it
see
works.
my PayPal, Venmo document?
No. So she
No.
probably has to
She
unshare
probably
whatever
has
she's
to
doing.
approve or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, let me just open it and I can just read it to you guys. So the next one is a PayPal/Venmo warrant, and 19 pages long. When I scroll through it, it's the usual about sealing and searching, getting down. Okay, to the meat of it is that Maori obtained this warrant for PayPal/Venmo.
Hang on, Dolphin, I got you. You gonna bring your screen up?
Oh, yeah. If you still need
I
me
had to bring mine down. Yeah, hold on.
Oh, okay.
Let me get back here where I do all that at. Where did it go? Here we go. I just had to bring mine down, and you can bring yours up.
Oh, okay.
Let me turn it on for you. There you go, hun.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay. You're
So
welcome.
this is Maori obtained this warrant for PayPal Venmo on November 19th, 2022. So it's 6 days after the murders. It was served on November 19th, and they got it back. Well, wait a minute. On November 21st, we did look at this before. The financial specialist, Agent Michael Douglas. Okay, so that's what, yeah. Financial specialist agent. Is that an FBI agent, though, too? Michael Douglas?
Special
And
agent.
his specialty
So,
is that he's a financial specialist?
I guess. I would think.
Okay, because I saw in another document, it just said FA, and I remember I said federal agent, but they forgot the S, so.
Well, isn't special agent, isn't that always federal agent or FBI?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but financial
know.
specialist agent.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I'm like, okay.
It's
confusing,
even more
but
specialized. Okay.
yeah. So he received the email from PayPal Venmo on November 21st, so that's 2 days later. And then on December 12th, Mallory received an email from Douglas. So this guy, Michael Douglas, got the information first, and then he sat on it for a while, and then a couple weeks, or what, a little more than a couple weeks actually, and then sent that to Mallory. So he doesn't get the inventory until 12/12 of 2022. So all of this is pre-arrest for Brian. So this is probably to do with, here we go, financial records for Ethan, Maddie, Xana, Kaylee, and then 3 redacted people that we see here. So I'm guessing Bethany and Dylan, and then that Ashland Couch girl, or maybe a person of interest, but makes sense for everybody connected to the house
Yeah.
to be in that group. So then oh, okay, yeah, and 3 dots here. So, and they were looking for September 1st, 2022 to present. So, oh, this is the first time I've seen Xana's middle name, Alexia.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've never heard anybody even say it.
I don't think so either.
So PayPal/Venmo, they're looking for all open or closed accounts, they've ever had. The same things like they would have looked for at the bank: signature cards, statements, statement data, debit cards assigned to them, deposits, checks, withdrawals, wire transfers, evidence of cash transactions, any kind of identifying information, like standard stuff. Electronic and internet records, certificates of deposits, money market certificates, credit card records, purchases of bank checks, correspondence, safe deposit boxes, other records like applications or any other forms, written correspondence, or whatever, that they would have had back and forth between these individuals, and PayPal, Venmo. So yeah, that's, let's see, 15 pages, 16. Yeah, looks like that's it. An extension to the return. Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty much it. Want me to keep going? Salty?
Did she take another break?
Yeah, she might.
She's in
might
chat.
have. Oh,
She's
is
in
she?
chat texting. Yeah.
Oh,
So I
okay.
don't know if we do.
So then there's Reddit is our next one. Let
Hey,
me
as far
go.
as the
Mhm.
what was that what we were just doing? The
PayPal,
Venmo and stuff like
Venmo.
that. Do you all remember seeing the screenshots of the different messages the kids would put back
Yeah,
and
the
forth?
little
That was
crazy messages.
yeah,
Yeah. What
various
about?
crazy stuff.
Yeah, no, definitely. Okay. So if I want to change a tab, I just literally have to take this down and come back, right?
I think so. Yeah, as long as she's not up there. Oh, she's back. Oh, that's you.
No, that's me. I put the wrong one in.
She says she's coming back. So
Okay, here's Reddit. That should come back up.
is Reddit Brian's or
Can you guys see? Oh, you
Haley's?
can't see it.
I can't see it.
Oh, that's weird because I took it down and yeah. Oh, that's really weird. Well, when she gets back, let's see. I'll scroll through.
She says she's coming, so she won't be long.
Reddit was.
Oh, I said, "Oh my God, Salty's doing a marathon. Love it." Yep, it is kind of a marathon, isn't it? I didn't realize
Yeah,
she was
this
gonna be
is,
going all day.
Okay, so this was Maori also. Sorry, you guys can't see it yet. On November 20th, 2022, Maori obtained a search warrant for Reddit.com. It was served on December 1st. Not really sure why it took him so long to serve a warrant by email. That's weird. November
Yeah.
20th to December 1st. That's a long time. And then he didn't get it back until December 19th, 2022. So all of this is
December
pre.
19th. That is weird.
Yeah, this is all pre-arrest. And they got it back, and it says placed into evidence.
So are they searching for anything related to the housemates?
Well, so I know Kaylee had a Reddit account,
Yeah, she's
Yes,
the only one I
this is
know
for
of.
Kaylee.
Kaylee's.
So it
Okay.
says Kaylee Gonzalez, and then on the next line, it's got her phone number, but you only see the last 4 digits. And then 2 lines down, you see like some blanks or whatever, like white out in the
Mhm.
line. So they must have had something else and maybe redacted it or whatever. And then it just kind of goes on. So I'm wondering if this is Kaylee and another person.
Maybe. Sorry, my dog. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
Somebody just came to the door, so God
So,
forbid.
okay. It
I don't know why
says,
it took your screen down, Dolphin. Sorry about that.
oh, because I stopped it. I didn't know how to move in another window.
Oh, okay.
Um, yeah, sorry. So, okay, I'll go back
Sorry about that.
so everybody can see. So, yeah, November 20th, he obtained the warrant. Then December 1st, he served it. Then December 19th, they got it back. So then, what is it? See here, description of property. They've got her name. Then this is her number. And then these 2 lines down here look like something had been there. So I'm wondering if it's Kaylee and somebody else, or this is just a bad form or whatever. I don't know if that's something that's redacted or not. So
It's probably
then,
redacted.
yeah, that's what I kind of think. But
Maybe she's got more than. I mean, how many usernames can you have in
I
Reddit?
mean, you can as many as you want, What if you had to use like what, an email address to
Yeah.
register? You could,
Mhm.
have like 5 different email accounts or,
Right.
and register, different, like create different user IDs. So this says Kaylee with the mobile phone number of, so she's the 4818, email address of blank and or blank. So they're using 2 email addresses for her and 1 phone number. And it says, mhm.
I think that comes
Dolphin.
later.
Oh
Mhm.
yeah, it was on. Yeah, it was on.
Yeah, it was on the
Unless
Reddit.
she responded to his, wouldn't that be something if she did?
That would
But
be.
his
Did it, did
Reddit
it,
comes later, comes next year, right?
what, his Reddit search or the Reddit we talk about?
His Reddit warrant, I
Warrant.
Search
think,
warrant?
is like
Yeah.
2023. So
Yeah. And Donnie, yes, to answer your question clearly, those questionnaires were on a Reddit post, were on his Reddit account.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So she's got 2 different email addresses, and then this 1 phone number. So January 1st, 2021 to present. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So they want all basic subscriber information, like basically, including when you create your new Reddit account or you alter information on it. So your
Alter, like
user,
when you change that name and stuff.
yeah. You've got your user, subscriber, known legal name / identity, email address, phone number. They wanted all that. Your Reddit display name, your Reddit account creation date and IP address, timestamp and IP address of Reddit account logins and logouts, address, date of birth, gender, billing information.
My Reddit name's a secret.
I don't even remember what mine is. It's probably the same as all these others, but yeah.
I think Reddit made mine up.
Oh,
You're not gonna know who I am when I'm lurking around on Reddit.
yeah. So then there's all kinds of information about more location data, what you've posted, your public posts, comments, what you voted on. I guess probably the groups that you're into, private / non-public messages and or communications between users / accounts, posts, comments, votes again. Basically all of your interactions on Reddit. Other data.
Interesting thought, Donnie.
Oh, other identifying data if collected by Reddit, including but not limited to any information on the device or devices used to access the target accounts, including the type of device, model numbers, the IMEI numbers, phone numbers, GPS locations, and or IP addresses. Oh, no, that's interesting too.
Mm-hmm.
Then that's the extension. That's pretty much it for this one too. You want to take this back, or you need your break still?
That was the Reddit one, right?
Uh-huh. And we did
The next-
PayPal, Venmo before it.
Right. And next up is Snap. You can go ahead and go with the next one.
You're taking a break?
Just do one more at least, yeah.
Okay. There's 2 snaps. So let me see. How do I get it to? Oh, it automatically. Can you see the snap?
Oh, sorry, I had to go.
Oh, share this tab instead. Never mind. I see the button. Okay. Now you can see snap?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the first Snapchat one.
Hold on, my dog followed me in here.
Oh, you let it out of the crate?
Yeah, but I don't really want it in this room right now, so hold on one second.
Let's see. So this one was obtained on November 21st, 2022. The warrant was served on November 21st, 2022 by email, and it was returned on November 29th, 2022. So this is pre-arrest. And Maury was the one who obtained, served, and it got returned to. The receipt, it's redacted as to who it was for and how it was actually obtained. And this is before the arrest. Wonder whose is redacted. Oh, okay, here we go. Maddie. With the following identifier, so just one, and this is August 1st, 2022 through November 19th, 2022. So this is Snapchat. And this is basically any information, including the subscriber's email address, phone number, display name, Snapchat creation date, IP address, timestamp, and IP address of account logins and logouts, all logs of previous snaps, stories, and chats, which that would be important because Snapchat, has like the expiring messages and
goes
whatnot.
away.
So they're never really lost. They would have them. I guess. Let's see. All location data for each Snapchat user, all user content, including communications and other messages sent or received by the accounts, all information about connections between accounts and third-party websites and applications, and then all records pertaining to communications between Snapchat and any person regarding the user or the user's Snapchat accounts, including contacts with support, yada yada, suspensions. Okay, so that's kind of like standard.
Yeah, and on those Snapchat accounts, if you're one of those that freely share your location, like mine is only shared with my kids,
right?
But it's never 100% accurate. Like it'll show me my son's at work when he's not. Like he's already left work and moving around. It's not near as accurate as Life 360.
So it's delayed.
Yeah.
Do you know by how much?
It sometimes a pretty good darn bit. Like I can look at it sometimes and see my daughter is at her house in the next town. My kiddo's at his dad's. Well, he's never on Snapchat, but my oldest son, who I finally made him share his location with me. A lot of times I'll look in the afternoons because I'm like gauging when to cook dinner, and it'll show me he's still at work. But if I call him, he's not. So Snapchat's very unreliable to me from my experience. Is if you're sharing, because you can pick up that Snapchat and look at if you share with all your friends and see where each other are on a map. It'll show my daughter's little avatar at her house and things like that. But it's not always accurate.
Don't you guys remember very early on that they said that these girls were sharing their location? Like,
I think so.
Yep.
Well, the thing is, if you don't look to turn it off, it usually comes on, doesn't it, automatically?
Well, I think you have to tell it on Snapchat. You have to agree to share it. Yeah.
Oh, you have to agree to share it?
No, you have to agree to share your location with people. Some share freely with everybody. right? There's people that'll pop up on the map that I don't even know. I'm like, why are they on this map? I don't know them, because they are freely sharing their location with everybody. And then you
Right.
also have the option to only share with certain people,
Okay. All right.
right? So if they were freely sharing so that all their friends they were
Which
connected
chances
to,
is they were.
Mhm.
Then who
Exactly.
knows who could have been following them? You don't have to be stalking to know to keep tabs on
Exactly.
somebody. Yeah.
Mhm.
And all you have to do is watch Instagram posts, even if you're not like actively following.
Mm-hmm.
You can still look. I see people's tweets all day long that I'm not
Sure.
following.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On purpose, I don't follow you, but I might go every now and then and look at your tweet,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
you know. But I know who you are and where you are, but I'm not following you. But I know what you're doing.
Yep. Yep.
Isn't that great? Yeah. People don't think about things like that sometimes, I don't think.
Yeah. Oh boy.
True.
Let's see.
Doesn't Facebook also have, like, I know you're not doing Facebook now, but Facebook also has a way where you can check into wherever you're at, like a
Like a
similar.
check-in. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Anytime you go somewhere, you can check in that you're at this restaurant or that
Yeah.
bar or wherever, the beach,
Make it
whatever.
part of your post or whatever, your photo.
Mhm.
Or,
But yeah, and I feel like they spent way more time on Instagram.
yeah.
You're Instagramming your location in real time.
Okay.
You know, you can do that. You can sit there and Instagram your location in real time. It's all there. That's what it is.
Huh.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't
And
use
of
my
course,
Instagram that much.
No, I don't use any of it anymore.
yeah, I don't use Instagram. Some family members sleuthing purposes, let's say, but you'd
Mhm.
be. I am never amazed at what people are willing to put on Instagram. They put their every fucking move on Instagram.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Their every action. I'm about to go to breakfast down here at so-and-so restaurant. I'm about to meet my girls over
Every
here for a
meal.
cocktail. I'm about to go. I'm headed out to this club. Look at me the way I'm dressed, you know?
Here's my Starbucks order I got today.
Yeah.
Right, yeah,
That's
yeah.
why I stopped looking at Facebook. I got
Go
tired of looking
crazy.
at what everybody was
cares?
eating or whatever. Yeah.
Exactly. Like you cared
Mhm.
what they having for supper today. And
Yeah.
I'll need a picture of it.
Yeah.
We're old.
Definitely.
I'm
Oh,
old anyway.
boy.
Oh, good. Y'all welcome to Salty Sunday. We've been here a while, so
Okay.
it's likely to happen. All right,
Yeah.
Dolphin.
So this is the second SNAP warrant, and same thing, obtained on 11/21/22, served by email on the same day, and then received back on November 29th, 2022 by email. And nothing here for description of property, but then hopefully they tell us later, a little further down. Okay, here we go. So Xana, Kaylee, Ethan, somebody, and somebody. Okay.
That's
So they
weird.
did Maddie on one separately. Then they picked up the other 3 victims and then 3 other people. Yeah, for August 1st of 2022 to November 20th, 2022. Okay. So they went a
Oh.
week after the murders.
I'm sorry. I'm just now looking at back chat, guys.
Oh.
Okay. Y'all go right ahead and carry on.
Yeah.
I got to make a comment, but go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so this is the same. They just got everybody else in the house. So wait, and they were the same dates? Maddie and then everybody else?
Looks like it.
I think they were. Why did he, do her separately? And
Yeah,
then
that's very
everyone
strange.
else's?
Why would you do it separately? Did he just forget?
Like one of the victims? I mean,
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. I don't know.
yeah, let me look
Must be a
back
reason.
at this. Oh, let's see. I'm just double checking on the one that I closed. Yeah, same day. That's so weird. These people. Yeah, so that's pretty much it for Snapchat. Does anybody have a does anybody have a question about Snapchat? Those 2 warrants?
I don't think so. I don't know what they could have found. What do you know?
I'm on mute and I'm over here just yelling. Yeah. They need to figure out what time them damn messages went out and to who, so we can get all that squared away. Kim, I'm
Yeah.
That's
being
true.
salty. We need, because these Snapchat warrants, and if they're looking into, all the rumors we heard, all the messages went
Supposedly
out.
it was on Snapchat, right?
Right. Everybody knew before, 911 called, all that on the Snapchat. We all knew. Well, they're going to figure that out with some of these Snapchat records, right?
Sure.
Right. The victims themselves, people may have been trying to reach out to them on Snapchat once they heard something bad had happened to, hey, are you okay? But are they going to look at the victim or the survivors' Snapchats? And the other kids that were there, Snapchats, who did what, all that is easily figured out, no matter what. Joe, if you still here, check back chat. Firefly, y'all check the back chat if y'all are. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because the details of what was going on in that house had to have originated from the 2 survivors. So
yes, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. T-Mobile.
Yep.
Okay. So yes, now there are 2 warrants for T-Mobile, and
I'm sorry.
Is that what did you get, a little dog, Firefly?
Yeah, my son. Well, we got a puppy a year ago, and then they decided to get another puppy about a month ago, and he's the cutest little thing, but he's not used to the crate.
Oh yeah.
I mean, only
He'll
a few
be
more
all right.
months. He'll be fine. He won't need the crate
Oh
forever.
yeah.
But yeah, I feel bad. I feel it feels so mean to let him in there, but like, you're fine. You're fine. You'll be good.
He'll chill out in a minute and give it up. So, Dolphin, there was 2 of these warrants, right? Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Okay. The first one is one that was obtained on November 16th, 2022 by Maury. Yes. And this is for T-Mobile call data records. The warrant was served on November 17th, and looks like he received an email with the requested data on November 18th, and he downloaded the data on November 18th. So this is before the arrest. And it says data records associated with, and then there's something redacted. I don't know if there was something all on this line, that top line there, and then you've got this, but that looks like a comma. Doesn't that look like a comma to you guys?
Yeah.
Definitely.
So I don't know what all's there, but there's
So I couldn't get that either. I was like, data records associated with something. And it looked like there's a mark there for sure.
Would it be like whoever it is, their name, and then their address or phone number?
Maybe. Could be.
Okay.
Okay.
So glad when that judge starts unsealing some of this stuff.
Yeah.
So you've got August 1st, 2022 to present. T-Mobile wireless number unknown and unknown. So 2 phone numbers that you're saying you don't know the subscriber, because I mean the number is probably redacted. They want historical records and real-time provisional records from August 1st, 2022. Call detail records. Cell site information.
Do you wonder these the two T-Mobile wireless number subscribers unknown? Why would they be unknown?
Who were the cell phone providers for the kids, though? I mean,
I don't think we've even gotten through all that yet.
Was anybody with T-Mobile?
I think T-Mobile is the most common in that area. That doesn't mean that's who they had, but
Mm-hmm.
but they wouldn't be
Probably, at least.
unknown. Phones,
Mm-hmm.
you don't got to register with your real name and all that like you would with, you know. I have T-Mobile, so I've got like 3 lines with T-Mobile actually. One's my incognito phone, one's my kid's phone, and one's my phone. I honestly don't even use the other one. I forget I have it half the time. I'm like, oh yeah, I got a 3rd phone that works. But
So is this just a data dump for T-Mobile? It says
why
for T-Mobile call data records.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do some more research through these document dumps and see what the deal is with other if T-Mobile comes up in any of the other warrants and stuff. Because were these numbers taken out of like the geofencing or the tower dumps?
See, this is the second one.
You know, I don't know if they're related to the tower dumps or geofencing or anything of that nature, but they looked into them from August 1st to present, to August 22, 2022.
That's a good point. Are they specific to certain numbers, or is it just all
It
the numbers?
doesn't list a number or even a name or even redactions.
Okay,
on them.
that's weird because.
And then here you go with November 26th at T-Mobile also.
Another warrant
This is the
further back.
second one.
So it's so big, like.
Okay, so then go to the second. So is that the first T-Mobile warrant, or is that
This
the
is the
second?
second. So the first one says GPS coordinates. So T-Mobile said call data records, right? And then this is GPS. So this is like a what? T-Mobile's dump or whatever. And then this is the GPS coordinate one. This is going to be the half a mile from the house.
Yep, the GPS
on
coordinates.
T-Mobile.
So was the burner phone through T-Mobile?
See, look at this. This is the 3 to 5.
Yep.
2 miles. Dang.
Because see, yeah, T-Mobile service provider, cellular provider, possession of homicide between. Search all records, unique to device identifiers, timing, advanced, real time. This same stuff the other stuff was saying.
Was the other one AT&T and this is T-Mobile? So it's just like the same thing. It's the
but this one doesn't. So is it a dump, like from a
like
That's what I think
T-Mobile
it is.
tower?
Remember, you have
T-Mobile
inland
tower?
cellular also.
Would this be a T-Mobile tower dump?
Maybe. That's what it sounds like to me. It says GPS coordinates.
Okay, so we got so far.
The first one, I guess, is a tower dump.
Yeah.
Let's see, that's Snapchat.
T-Mobile, Verizon,
Inland Cellular,
and Inland Cellular,
and AT&T.
Dang. So we got
information associated with certain cellular towers and records generated by the cellular network. That are in the possession, custody, and or control of T-Mobile.
Wow. Okay, so we know we got dumps from 4 towers, provider towers.
Yep. So that's the last of the T-Mobile ones.
Of the T-Mobile ones.
2.
Yeah.
One was the dump, and then the second one was the
chat. You guys still with us? Everybody still hanging in there?
GPS coordinates.
How we doing, chat? Oh, what happened to my thing over here?
Oh, we're 2 away from Verizon Wireless.
Okay. Yeah. So is that another one for Umpqua Bank? Okay.
Let's see.
Because somebody was telling me they were one of the 2 of the Umpqua was specifically looking for cameras, and then I went and Googled where it was on the map, and it's relevant to the highways, and it's right there on the highway, on Highway 8 or whatever. So I don't know. We'll have to be I haven't went through this one in so long.
I forgot. What was the bank where everybody walked by and they had the Maddie, what did you say to Adam conversation?
Oh, I don't remember the name of that. The one in
Because they got that from
downtown?
a bank camera, didn't they?
Oh, yes.
I'm pretty sure.
I
Remember,
think
we looked at the
so.
map and we walked down the street on the map from the
I'll have
corner
to-
club, and we pretty much identified the building
Mm-hmm.
from what we saw and what was on Google.
Girl, it's been so
Map.
long since we've done some of our work. We're gonna have to redo some of it.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Okay, so this one is again Maori at work. He obtained a search warrant for Umpqua Bank on November 19th, 2022. It was served on the 21st and the 22nd by FedEx and email. And then on the 23rd, they received an email back. Umpqua? Sarah, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, she typed it out.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, I've got gum in my mouth.
You're fine.
Sorry, because my mouth was getting dry. So
Yeah.
Okay, on November 23rd, 2022, they received an email back, and then let's see. Oh, security video for a specific location, 609
See?
South Washington Street. Is
Yes.
that the same street?
Now this is where we can pull the map up. This is what my friend Nina was the one who was telling me about this particular warrant. That there was a security video they were looking for, and then I didn't. At the time she was telling me, I can only recall that one warrant, right? I didn't even remember this second warrant was in there. So I don't even know if Nina's still in here, but this is the one you were talking about, Nina. Let's see, Dolphin, I can pull up the map, and I can hear you typing away.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you guys.
No, you're good.
Talking, and I just I was looking up the corner club.
Is it Zion's Bank? Zion's Bank? Because I just Googled
No,
it.
this is this
Oops.
Umpqua.
Oh, the one that they walk by, or maybe I'm on a different topic.
No, this is
Well,
a
I
whole
don't know if
different.
that's the one that they
It's a whole
walked
different
by.
street.
This is-
Hold on, I'll show you. Let me get my map up here. Let me put my maps.
Yeah,
Put up the
yeah.
address.
Basically, Salty. Is this along the route from the corner club to where the grub truck used to sit, or still sits?
609 Washington Street.
Yeah. Let me see.
Yeah.
Oh.
That is Washington Street.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Corner
So
club is
let
to the
me-
north of it.
Yeah, it's I want street view. There we go. That didn't give me what I wanted. Give me what I want.
What's the street name? I see the side street.
Okay, let me share my screen.
Do I need to stop sharing?
Probably.
Okay.
And I'll show you guys what we're talking about. No, did it take you down automatically?
No,
it
I
may
did it.
have. Okay. So this is the bank in question right here. And
that where they were walking?
That might be the side view.
yeah, this is a co-op area here. What was Main Street? What street was the corner club located on?
On Main Street.
Right, it was on Main, right? And then if you look around here, there's just houses.
That's a block over from Maine.
A block over, and then I'm just trying to see. So if they would have, because was this building?
Where was the grub truck? So they're on the way to the grub truck. So is that
They're
on
on the way,
Main?
right?
Grub truck's on Main. So I would think.
I think they were both on Main. From the corner club, they walked down. So let me do this. Hold on. Let me ask it this. Let's do this. I don't know the address to it, but I can do it this way and it should pull it up. 609. Okay. No, what the hell? It put Corner Club in Tampa, Florida. I'm like, what? I didn't know there was a. I didn't know there was a Corner Club in Tampa.
Oh, really? I have the map up, so it's.
You want to share your screen?
Okay, hold on.
It's 202 Main Street, I guess.
Okay, hang on. Let me do this. 202 Main Street to the address we want, and it'll pull us up and show us exactly. Let me get that in there. What was the address again, Firefly?
It says 202.
202.
I guess it's Main Street.
Main Street? Okay.
Or it's also right next to an A Street, so I'm not sure which one it's considering.
I think it's Main, but we'll see.
Okay.
Yeah, 202 North Main Street, Moscow, Idaho, for the Corner Club.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Hang on. What's... Okay, now. Okay. Let me pull the screen up and see. Need to get Street View. How can I get some Street View going here? So, can you guys see that okay? I mean, if I can make it any bigger, I will.
Let's see it. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay, do you see up here at the top, 202 Main? And then the blue line to the red dot down here is where this is 609 Washington.
Okay.
This is the bank. This is where the bank was located. I don't know the ad. That's technically Highway 95 as well. I don't know the name of where the grub truck was. Wasn't it somewhere in between?
Yeah, I don't know. How can we figure that out? Hold on, we'll have to Google this.
I've looked before. I used to know exactly where it was. It wasn't too terribly far from where the Corner Club would have been.
Right, it's only a few blocks, I thought.
Yeah, and I want to get down to Street View so I can see the damn bank.
Like, that bank seems kind of far. Okay, I looked it up and it says 311 South Main Street.
What's 311 South Main? Where the grub truck was?
Yeah.
So
it's between
the two.
Yeah.
It would be between here, where the bank was, and where the club was. So they wouldn't have walked past that, right?
That way. No, they would have gone straight down that blue, like straight down instead of to the side.
Because here's Main Street, 5th Street.
Because that blue trail that you show goes down 95, whereas Main Street is just straight down the middle.
Shouldn't it show? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Main Street was, and then see over here is Main Street as well, though. Right? And over here's the Wells Fargo Bank. Highway 8 is also 3rd Street. There's weird streets around here.
Yeah, it is very weird. That's what I was saying. Because on the map I'm looking at, it's like 3 different streets go by Corner Club. So I'm like, oh, I don't know which one.
I was looking for, I'm just nosing around the map for a minute, guys, looking at something. I was looking for something.
So I don't know where, what's the store, what is it in front of the,
let me show you, the actual,
because if you go straight down Main Street, there's a bank called Zion's Bank off of 1st Street. I don't know if that would be it, except it looks like it's on the wrong side of the road.
If you go back to the 609 Washington, where this bank is that they're wanting the hang on, let me pull it back up. I'm going to zoom.
I see it.
Oh, shit. I want to pull this one. What? No. I want to see the. I don't want to see the street view anymore. I want to see a different view. Hold on, guys. Let me fix it because it's driving me crazy. Ooh, bunch of tires. Okay, let's do it this way. Let's look at this way. Now let me zoom out and see if I can see anything. Let me get the map back up here and try to get a gist on what we're talking about here. So right here is the bank. If Highway 95 is here, so, and it also goes up like this, and it also comes back down Highway 95. Now over here, here's Highway 8.
Yeah, but Main Street's right in between both of them.
But I'm wondering if this bank, if Kohberger passed the bank. I'm taking the girl. I'm not even wondering anymore if the girls walked past it, because it seems like it's not near enough where they would have been walking.
Yeah, I don't think so.
If you look at the corner club in relation to where the bank is and the walk, now somebody can come up with some better information to show me different. I'm willing to go there. But right now I'm wondering if his car passed that camera. Okay. So we got Highway 8. So you're going to be coming. Here's the Washington state line right here. And you come in on Highway 8 into Moscow, Idaho. You're already in Idaho when you cross that state line, because he lived way over here. There's sunshine right there. WSU Pullman. So when he came into town and he crossed the Idaho state line, he came in allegedly down Highway 8 all the way through this way.
I gotcha. Okay.
Would you have turned going this way and then...
Possibly.
You see what I'm saying?
I had to go down one of those roads.
Look, there's Steiner.
Yeah, he probably did go right past it. Yeah.
And so you would have had to come right past it to get to Steiner.
Very good.
Yeah. So that's my theory on what that warrant's about.
That makes more sense than the girls, because I don't think they walked that far down.
No, I don't think so either. I could be completely ass wrong about it, but that's my take on it when I first saw the address when Nino was talking about it with me, and I went to the map to look to see where it was. I was like, wonder if the car was captured on this camera, or did somebody walk into that bank? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But we don't know.
He definitely drove by there. But by the way, Dolphin dropped out. She said she's trying to get back in.
Oh, so sorry. I don't see her back. I don't see her. Joe, are you still with us?
Sorta.
Let me remove him from the stage.
Okay.
I do not see Dolphin backstage yet, so she may be having an issue. I'll keep an eye out. It's just showing you and I back here right now.
Yeah, she just in the chat said it.
Let me see.
Yes,
I'm sure you. Okay, try to get back in. I'm keeping an eye out for you on the backside here. Let me see if I can remove Joe. There, Joe's gone. If Joe decides to come back, he knows where the link is if we're still up and running. There she is. We couldn't lose you for long, girlfriend. Okay, I'm gonna...
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, you good?
Yeah, you can hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, cool. You guys were talking about the address, wondering what the address was for the grub truck, and I kept saying it, and I was just like,
no!
Why
and I knew you
not listening to me?
Figured it out.
Between the two of you, I knew somebody knew, and I'm like, well, we'll figure it out eventually, guys.
Well, also Sarah.
That's why I was like, does anybody in chat hear me?
Nope.
Oh no, Sarah. Can you hear me, Dawn? Yeah, it just dropped you completely off panel. I don't know what happened.
I don't either. That was weird.
Okay, so where were we up to?
Well, did you hear what we were saying? She thinks that maybe Kohberger, when he came through town.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's sort of the interchange there, where you got to go from 8 to 95. It changes.
Oh, yeah, Highway 95.
Yeah. So like a block from Steiner. So
that was the second whatever, Oompa. That was that second thing.
Umpqua, whatever.
Umpqua.
Yeah.
That was. It's the second agreement on that, I guess. That's what it pretty much said. I done lost myself.
I'm pulling it back up to see what the date was on it.
You're good. You're good. I lost myself in my own list over here. Oh, here I am.
Okay, so on November 19th, they were getting this warrant.
And it was uploaded 3/7/23. That was right up under the T-Mobile warrants, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay, because I've got it also pulled off my screen so I can read it easier because I can't read it. But the kiddos just came in. I need to go check on something real quick. I'll be right back. And then I'll take over reading again, Dolphin. I know it's a chore to continue to read and read and read. So
you're fine.
Okay.
But you're going AFK. Oh, UPS and then Verizon. So okay. Alrighty.
What is
Go
it?
ahead, do what you got to do. I'm gonna.
Yeah.
I'll skip over it if you're not back.
Okay. So you're good. You can start with UPS. I won't be gone but a minute. Let me get your screen back up. Let me get back.
Let me make sure it'll come back up. Let's see. So share.
I don't have mine pulled up right now, so we can get yours up.
That.
Okay, I see it. I got you. Let me turn
Okay.
it on. There you go. All right. I'll be right back, guys.
Okay, let me move this over onto my other one. There, so I can see this. So this one is UPS, United Parcel Service. And sorry, let me make this a little bit bigger. Okay. So Maori also asked for this one. Obtained it on December 2nd, 2022. This is an amended search warrant. I don't know. Did we ever see the first one?
No.
This is an amended one? Maybe I shouldn't have glossed over those pages up top. Is there something there? Order to seal and redact? No. Sealing search? No. No. Return. December 14th. Okay. No. So maybe the other one is like truly sealed, like they didn't even upload it to the site, or maybe it's in another spot. But anyway,
what is that?
This says he obtained an amended search warrant for UPS on 12/2/2022, but this is the first one that we're seeing
a couple
on this
of them
list.
read like that. When I was reading the ones earlier, it would say amended, but you wouldn't see another one. It was like, okay, well, what's going on there? Yeah.
So served on December 5th and received on December 5th by email. So then coming down, it's for delivery truck video. And
yeah, I knew that they were wanting some delivery truck video. And I think, Nina, did I talk to you about that as well? We were wondering, was it like deliveries, trucks, around the area maybe? I don't know. Do they have like dash cams and stuff set up on them?
And they served a specific UPS office in Pullman. I do remember we looked up this address.
Oh, you know what? What if this is the delivery truck that was delivering your Amazon order? Huh. Delivery truck video.
But this is the video around the house, though.
Is it? Does it say that?
Yeah, right here. Any and all video that is recorded and stored on any delivery trucks that were in Moscow between the 6th and the 14th of November.
I wonder if they're looking to see if any of those trucks have footage of that light-colored sedan.
Maybe.
Because it wouldn't make any other sense to need to look at their cameras around the neighborhood or around the home versus the home itself, deliveries to the home. You know what I mean? Specifically. So I'm assuming they're looking for any and all cams that may have captured
This doesn't specifically say the home.
this vehicle.
It just says we're in Moscow. So, huh.
Yeah, I wonder if there's any of these trucks that do see a car similar or can get a clear vision of the car, daytime footage even of the car. Because that nighttime camera crap is just for the birds. Lord, we need better. We need better, inexpensive cameras in this world because the ones that are out there are super crappy.
So they were just going to look at video from these delivery trucks in Moscow, just like all over.
It says, let's see, this warrant shall be executed within 7 days. Daytime I guess executed during the 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. hour. So that's not like when they were looking for footage. That's something different. Yeah, so the only thing I can logically determine is they were just looking for video from the trucks that may have spotted the car, and maybe if they can match that with a ping, the 12 pings, the 12 times he was in and around the home, right? So what if and they're like, no, that wasn't him, or he was just going shopping. What if he pinged near the home, say on Taylor, and as lo and behold, we got a UPS driver coming down Taylor at that same time and captures that car. I mean, I don't know, but you never know. You get surprised all the time with what they come up with, or what they find. Not come up with, but find evidence-wise.
So here's the I guess I'm thinking that there's a problem with that because this that I highlighted, it's very generic, right? It's saying any and all recorded or stored, video, recorded or stored on any delivery trucks, right? Basically anywhere in Moscow. And then since this is an amended search warrant, I'm wondering if, like some of these other warrants, they had another one and they found some information out, and then they said, okay, great, now we need the video to match up to, like, say they got delivery information, right? And they knew exactly time and place, where certain deliveries were made. And then they're like, oh, we want to see video for this now. And then they come back with this one to say, hey, give us video. And it's just generic, but they know specifically. Because, I mean, if they got a huge video dump from the 6th to the 14th of however many trucks deliver in Moscow during the day and the night, how would they know where they're looking? You know what I mean? And what they're looking for.
You're
They're just
right.
going to watch, like what, 8-9 days of video footage, however many hours. I mean,
and just think of all the manpower and time. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think you're onto something with that. It got narrowed down almost. You know what I mean? Something come out of when you see an amended warrant, then something come out of the first one that makes you want to look further at something else. So I totally agree with that take on that.
Yeah. So okay. Well, that's that. Front door is open. Just some thoughts. Oh, Sarah said, talking about the front door of 1122.
Yeah.
Speculation at best still.
Do they deliver on Sundays?
Who?
I'm trying to think. UPS.
Yeah.
I think they do. I get deliveries.
Hell, I just had a mailman here on Sunday, and
okay.
we get deliveries from the Amazon. We get the U.S. mail. Will be delivering out here on Sundays occasionally. I think they deliver for Amazon because they'll deliver for Amazon. Yeah, but yeah.
So then, she's kind of onto something there too. That if something went through during that morning, during the daytime or whatever time they start, in the morning, then they would have probably seen whether or not that door was open.
Could have, exactly. Yeah. And I know that's been a big thing with everybody about that door being open. We've heard from rumor mills, from people. And let me go ahead and tell y'all, Dot wasn't there. Dot did not live across the street.
Dot wasn't a friend of Dylan's. Dot was too old to be a friend of Dylan's.
Oh my God.
Dot did not see that door open. Dot did not before they called the police. Okay, I know what's out there. Y'all think I don't? I watched 2 or 3 videos yesterday that I was like, "Oh my god, you got to be freaking kidding me!" But it ain't. I'm not the YouTube police. Now I will debunk stuff if I can, and I will make fun of those who are putting the garbage out there out like that. I mean, that's But yeah, so anybody who claims they know that door was open is lying to you, because Chief Fry himself stated in a press conference that when they arrived, the back slider was open. Now, think about this. When the cops get there and the front door's open, no big surprise. People were they ran out of the house. Now, as far as someone seeing the door open at 8 a.m., the alleged neighbor who went to their car and noticed it open, we don't know if that's true or not. That's not in a court document anywhere. Did the perpetrator run out the front door and leave it open? Because we all think it was the back slider they ran out of. So I did the front to eternity. Oh, and that touched DNA.
Yeah. But wasn't that like immediately after there was a couple? I remember a couple being interviewed, and like either he or she went to work early in the morning, and they were like, "Yeah, everything was normal." Like they didn't notice. They didn't say anything about the door.
I
being
remember
open.
them.
Yep. So there's conflicting reports out there. And depending on who you listen to and where they're getting their information from, and I'll just go ahead and say this, there were some creators back in June, July of last year who absolutely were behind the scenes fabricating and creating things on purpose to put out in Idaho 4. So take that with a grain of salt. I promise you, I'm not trying to throw shade. I'm just, we will discuss theories and all that good stuff here. And we will talk about this guy as if he may have done it and as if he maybe not have done it. But you're not going to hear crazy talk that we can't back up with something that logical, So, yeah. Delivery truck video.
I'm telling you, every
I
time I
started
turn
thinking
on
about
YouTube,
Enon.
I was about to say, every time I
First-
see a video about grub truck or a video about the
Girl, I saw one.
field, come on.
I saw one 2
Jesus,
days ago where they were reiterating the fact that the fight club was happening from the frat house, and every kid at the grub truck, you could hear somebody yell out round 1, and they all whip out those phones, and now they're watching the big fight from over at the frat
And they're
house.
like, Xana.
Oh,
Like,
and don't
really?
forget, Ethan and Xana went to the grub truck, apparently. They were
Yes,
in
that
the
is
footage,
Xana at the
remember?
grub truck. People are still
gosh.
swearing that is Xana, and it's not. Shit, people saw Hannah Cleary and the girl deceased.
Oh, yeah. Forgot about that
Remember, poor Hannah took her own life, and people were swearing up and down that was Hannah at the grub truck. And it was like, where in the, the political conspiracies were too much. And then when all that died down, y'all trickled into true crime. I'm sorry. That's the only thing I can conclude. I mean, I'm willing to go down a conspiracy rabbit hole, but I need to find receipts eventually or I'm coming out. You know? Okay, let's carry on here. Let's see, what y'all gonna get me all disturbed up here. Let's see. Keep in mind that they knew exactly where Brian was. That has been stated in court by Ann, and it wasn't disputed. The state ain't disputed nothing so far. They don't have to yet. Brian was not around.
This isn't a trial
house
yet.
State's just sitting there going, go ahead, Ann, say what you got to say, girlfriend. Ann said he was in Moscow driving around, but not over there. So I'm not saying it was him. I don't know. I'm just saying, yeah. I think even Brian Laundrie was at the grub truck, Jeff. Oh my God. All right, let's get on with it.
Okay. Let's see.
So are we up to the 2 Verizons again now?
Yes.
All right.
So Verizon. Okay. When I was looking for the other entries for Verizon, I searched this Idaho judicial branch site for the word Verizon. There's 4 different mentions of it, right? Let me close this. I want to open that one. There's one that's on this list as of March 7th, 2023. Then there are two that are together on March 7th, 2023. Then I'm opening up. So that's the third one. And then the fourth one is an order to seal on July 13th, 2023. So I'm opening that on my screen. And then this is the tab that I was looking at. So this is, okay, this is the first one. Okay. Let me make it a little bit bigger. Oh, a lot bigger. I see what it looks like on y'all's screen. How's that? Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. So this one.
This is the one from July. When did you say it was from?
This is the first one, which I think they were. I think 3 were from the same date. March 7th, 2023 for the file date. But there was one by itself, and then there were 2 together.
Yeah,
and
the
then,
2 together are March 7th, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So these 3 are March 7th. And then another one's July.
Okay.
But, so this is the first one. And, okay, yeah. I think, yeah, this is the first one because this is the one that you looked at and, we're like, oh, there's nothing really here. Order to seal, right? Usual order, sealing search warrant and related documents. Usual. Sorry, I got gum in my mouth. So. Motion to seal search warrant and related documents. Nothing, no real information in here. So this is 4 pages of, just that order to seal, right?
Yeah.
That's the one that we looked at. Then this one, I'm gonna jump back up to page 1. Order sealing search. Yeah. Motion to seal search. Coming down some more. Return of search warrant. Okay, here's his affidavit. So this is Mowry. On November 16th, he obtained a search warrant for Verizon phone records. Okay. It was served on November 17th. So this is days after the murders. And he received it back on November 17th and downloaded it on November 17th. So 3 days after the murders, they get Verizon phone records. And you come down here. Data records associated with, you got this big blank, and oh shoot, hold on a second, my dog's doing her reverse sneezing.
Oh no.
I get it. My dog's acting up.
Great.
Well, now,
she's actually walking out of the room, but oh no, she's coming back.
now we got Verizon.
Can you guys hear her?
I do hear her.
She sounds like a goose. Come here.
No.
Sorry, I just have to, if I block her nostrils, it forces her to open her mouth, and then she stops. And there you go.
Oh gosh.
Okay,
Pipsqueak.
sorry. Oh, she's doing it
I
again.
feel bad. It's not really funny, but it is. Sounds so funny. Oh, poor Pipsqueak.
I'll stop it.
Give me 1 second. I got
You're
it.
good.
Open your
You're
mouth.
good. I noticed at this document we got more unknown
good girl.
subscribers at this time.
Oh,
Oh, poor thing.
she's been quiet for like hours all day. She's been in here with me, and now this. She walked out the room. Okay.
She's like, I'm done with you. You're laughing at me.
Oh, sorry. So, okay. Data records associated with, and we've got the same sort of redaction, right? Then scroll down some more. Nope, nope. A few more pages. Okay. So for a period of August 1st, 2022 to present, right? Then it says redacted. Then you've got these 3 numbers that are redacted and subscriber unknown at this time.
3 unknown subscribers at this time.
Yes.
So we also had how many on the AT&T?
I
2?
think that was 2. So yeah, so there's 3 here. And then again, the dates were August 1st of 2022 to present. Okay. So asking for the usual information, call records, cell site information, cell site locations, text messages, blah, 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 cloud data. What else did I skip over? Call detail records, email addresses, device purchase information, the device, the social security numbers, telephone numbers, date of birth, name, all that good stuff, right? About 3 phone numbers. Okay. So then that's the end of this one, right? That's the second one. And then this, let's see, let me go up to the top. Share this tab. Make it a little bit larger. So this is Verizon, third one on the list. Motion to seal. Return. Okay, also, November 16th, this is the cell tower. Yeah, so they obtained the warrant on the 16th of November, 2022 for Verizon Wireless Cell Tower. It was served on November 17th, and they received it on November 17th. So now this is, what was the first one? The first one, we didn't even know what it was, right?
This tower dumps?
Yeah, this is a tower dump.
Yeah.
And then we had 3 unknown numbers, and the very first one was, I don't even know, an order to seal something. Yeah.
This one?
So this is the cell tower.
Yeah.
GPS coordinates. So Maori wanted Verizon tower data from 3 to 5 a.m. on the 13th. The same information that they asked for, 0.5 miles from the house. So this is Verizon. So Verizon, T-Mobile, Inland, and AT&T so far.
So I wonder, during the geofence warrant, the numbers they collected in the warrant, then they served individual warrants to their carriers. The unknown numbers, unknown subscribers.
I'm wondering if, that's,
Do you know what I mean? If these are the few people that were within that radius. Okay, makes sense to me now.
And then, let's see, go back here. And then this tab. Okay. This is also Verizon. This is the 4th one.
Which one is this?
Yeah, because this is the one that, This is the one that, as you can see over here, was filed July 13th. So that's when it hit that, was ready for the website or whatever. So this is order to seal. Motion to temporarily seal search warrant and related documents pending hearing. The return. Okay, here we go. This is in March 30th, 2023. So this would be post arrest. They obtained a search warrant. So this is also Maori. Yep. And it was served on April 3rd by email, and they didn't get the information back until May 1st by email. Wow, that took them a long time, almost a month, to tell them to just go to the portal to download the data. Okay. Then this one. This is the part that okay. So you've got two numbers here. You've got something that looks like 3185, and then you've got something that looks like 1841, right? And let me see.
1841 is Ethan. What's the other one?
1841.
Right.
Yeah.
1340. What was the first?
3185.
3185. I don't have that one
3185.
written down.
Maddie is 1224. Who was 1278? Kaylee.
Xana.
Okay, so I forgot to write that down.
Let me look in this.
Kaylee's 4818.
I don't know who 3185 is. I'm not familiar with that number.
Me either.
But this is Verizon. So Ethan was with Verizon?
I have Ethan on. Oh, I don't know.
He might have been. I wonder if he was on his family's plan, like Kaylee was. Because the triplets, I'm sure that they were all on a family plan. But I don't know. I don't know what plan they used.
So here's the thing. I was wondering, is this really his? Are these really his last four digits, or is there somebody else who had a number that had the same last four digits? Because why would they wait until March of next year, of the year after?
I don't know. That's a good question, because you could share the same four digits, right? Your last four could coincidentally be the same.
Sarah D. Irish.
Oh, she says Bethany. Okay.
Maybe.
So even if this is Bethany's, why would they wait until March of the following year?
Yeah, because they downloaded those girls' phones immediately.
They did something with the other phones, like immediately.
Yeah, they got those downloads immediately off the girls' phones, so they didn't. Yeah.
So let me keep going through here and see if there's anything else. So, and like I said, I've never seen a 3185.
Well, it's probably because it's tied to one of the unidentified persons up here. Yeah.
Yeah.
They searched their phone records to see if there was any communication between the victims. Would make sense.
Wait, so this is Kohberger, June 23rd, 2022 to August 1st, 2022. That's when he got his new number, remember?
Oh, yeah.
The 8458 number is what he got before he left Pennsylvania.
That's right.
So
what number? Okay, wait a minute. What number did he have in PA?
That's what I was getting ready to ask you guys. Remember?
Maybe that's this.
No, because he would have had that before.
8458, is that the new number or
8458 is the new number because he changed his. He got a new phone before he left Pennsylvania.
Right.
So he already had an old number. So what I'm trying to ask you guys is, remember they said that they found that Kohberger had used his original phone number to register at WSU.
Yes.
We've seen the number somewhere. Do you guys remember where the number is? Can somebody find it and find the last four
I'd
digits?
have to look around. Maybe
you guys know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
I do, yes.
I remember seeing a screenshot or something where they said,
yes.
Oh, Kohberger
I do remember. To try to find that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was in an article, some email communications that were exposed. I have to check through my stuff and see what we can come up with.
Sarah, Kaylee is not T-Mobile. Kaylee's number was something different, and it was already, we've seen it on warrants. Unless Kaylee had another phone.
I have T-Mobile for her, but I don't know. Or it was in the T-Mobile
For
warrant.
Kaylee?
It was in the T-Mobile warrant, that number. Yeah. Apple warrant and T-Mobile.
Okay, let's see. Hold on.
So T-Mobile was her carrier.
5889. That sounds familiar.
No, that's...
Kaylee's number is the 4818.
4818 is Kaylee's, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe she means that's Kohberger's old number.
I don't know.
Is Sarah's your... Oh. That's what you're saying, the 5889 is his old one?
Because somebody... I think I remember
Sarah, will
And
you let us know what you're saying, hun, so we can make sure we clearly understand where you're going? Who do you think that 5889 belongs to, hun?
Oh, let me see. God, where did I see it?
We have a whole phone number on him in some
We
document
do, because
somewhere.
it's unredacted somewhere. Yeah,
Pennsylvania
they totally
documents aren't
ratted him out.
redacted.
Was it a
Pennsylvania
Pennsylvania
documents are. Hang
document?
on, let me see if I got them in Discord. I can't remember. I'm gonna go look on my phone.
Because yeah, you're right. They ratted him out
Yep,
and didn't
Pennsylvania.
redact it.
she said
Okay, she
Kohberger's
said
old
yes,
number.
Kohberger's old number. Okay, great.
Okay,
So, but that's
okay,
still
cool.
not
Thank you.
this number.
Right.
So this is what I'm wondering is if he got a burner also.
Uh-huh.
I mean, probably.
You wouldn't want to do anything nefarious if you're going to do it on either one of your real phones, would you?
Mm-mm.
Especially if you're trying to elude things. Shit, like I said, Rex Harmon had 15 of them damn things.
Yeah.
Crazy ass. Human.
So 3185.
Thank
and
you,
the
Sarah.
1841. Yes, thank you. And they've got the same date range for both of these numbers. That's why I'm wondering if he just happened to have another burner phone that, like, the last 4 digits matched Ethan's.
Yeah. Oh.
It's
Could
possible.
have. I mean, look, stranger things in this case have already.
In this
Really.
case has
The
yes,
numerology of this case, right, and the
Mhm.
numbers. Y'all two know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
We're OGs when it comes to this case. We might forget little things here and there. People like Sarah are going to remind us, but we have been in this case for extremely. We were so far deep at one point.
I'll be right
we
back.
had to come up for air. It got a little heavy. Did she say she'll be right back?
Yes.
Okay, that's cool. It's crazy that there's been so many warrants served, looking for stuff. Trying to figure out how certain items were purchased or where they were purchased, I think, is the question, because we're about to see that again. Let me write this down since I see it. That's the third time I've seen that same thing. Y'all gonna look at it in just a second. I got something pulled up y'all aren't seeing yet. This is the next document that's coming up.
Man, within the next week, we should have the, what do you call it? Transcript from the closed hearing.
Yes, we should. And we are,
Okay.
yeah, I'm watching for it, and we're going to do a show.
I know it's going to be redacted, but still,
What
we get
is?
to get the meat.
The transcripts from the closed hearing. I don't think the judge will redact any more than he deems necessary. Let them get away with it.
I don't think he's down for just blankly,
Well, they gave them all they gave them their time, each side the time to get their redactions in. Does he sign off on those? I don't know. You know what I mean? But I can't wait to get them. Hopefully they'll come down this week. They should be coming down this week coming up.
Yeah.
So I'll be checking the docket every morning.
Yeah.
For sure. So are we coming up on the next warrant? Or are we still looking at the other one? This one you were on.
This was
Is there
the
anything
last
else
one.
you
So
wanted
it's
to?
these 2 numbers in here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, for this date range. And so, like I said, anytime you see this June 23rd, it has to do with him.
Yeah, because that's when he opened, that second phone account.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm wondering why they stopped at August 1st, though.
I don't know if they're, because, like I said, if this guy is your guy and he didn't get there till June, by November, this was done. It didn't take him long to find the perfect victims, the perfect house in which to pull this off in, because, that mattered. It's dark, it's quiet, and we're on the back. There's a sneaky way in. I mean, was it like the perfect thing came together? I don't know. Let me pull you back up, Dolphin. Like the perfect storm, we know when things just align. Did the stars align for this guy? I mean, what honed? If he's the guy, I want to know what honed him onto those girls, and then once he realized where they lived and how they lived, go, oh wow, gold mine. I don't know. He could be completely innocent for all I know. All right. What do you got pulled up there, Dolphin? The same one? Oh, wait.
You wanted to keep on, or?
Oh, there. I'm sorry. I took you off stage for some reason. Now you're back.
Oh,
Okay. So
can
which
you hear
one are
me?
we at? Yes, I can hear you now.
Oh,
Sorry
okay.
about that. When I added your screen back, it turned you off for some reason. Okay. But we're all back up and running now.
Okay.
So, yeah, I was wondering if you were still on the one we were on or if we moved on to the next.
Oh, this is the last page, basically. This is the end
Okay.
of this
Yeah, you're fine.
information.
You're
Those
fine.
two. Yeah, just going down to the bottom. Nothing much really here. So, and you were just looking at warrants in here because I see affidavit of Rylene L. Nolan.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the next one I got pulled up is the Walmart. I'm only looking at warrants right now. Anything in between, I've skipped over.
That's right. You know what? Because I looked at a bunch of different Verizons, I'm further down now. Let's go back up. Oh, okay. Walmart. Did you want this back or what?
Hang on just one second. Let me finish doing this one little thing. Typing something into my phone. Oh, wow. Okay, we may have to pull that up on screen in a minute. Okay, let me pull this. Do you want to read it? You want me to read it?
You can.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll stop sharing.
Okay, let me get my screen up. It's not going to be long, and we're going to wrap it up, guys. I'm going on 6 hours here, and I'm getting a little tired.
7.5.
Really? Okay. No wonder. This may be the last one of the day, and then we will pick back up with another show to go through the remainder of the warrants, see how many they are, and then we'll start moving through motions and stuff like that. Okay. This is a long case, but it is what it is, and I think people are getting they don't hear a lot of these documents, they hear the chatter in the streets, and then you don't know what to make of it. Okay, so this was a warrant that was served on Walmart Stores Incorporated. Same old lingo we've been looking at. Get to the good stuff here. Okay. On 11/21/22, Mowry obtained a search warrant for Walmart. So that was on 11/21. The warrant was served on 11/28.
Wait, are you showing it on your screen?
Oh, I thought I was. Let me click share. Duh. There we go.
Okay, there we go.
Okay. So, on 11/21/22, he obtained the search warrant for Walmart. The warrant was served on 11/28. Why would you wait that listed information? We know what this stuff says, the property inventory list. Okay. Here's what they were looking into. That same K-bar, KA1217S, USMC fighting sheath. So, and then K-bar full size, USCMC straight edge knife. This K-bar KA1217S, I guarantee, is probably, it is a sheath. Ooh. Oh, there's different styles. Yeah, they're sheath specific to certain knives.
Yeah.
And then, so
they
were looking at Walmart as well to see if there was a purchase there. Let me, before we go, I'll show you guys what I just did on my phone. I'll pull it up here. What I did was I took that, because we keep seeing that K-bar with that same serial number pop up, so I just put it in my Google. And let me pull up what it showed us. This is from their actual website. So let me get my screen up. Share. See how this one has a different angle on the far right, the black one?
Yeah.
Curve and all these things. And I don't know if you guys, I can't zoom in on it, but this right here, can you see my pointer?
Yes.
That handle, that bar, whatever you want to call that, that is what Dolphin Jeff, we were talking about earlier, to keep your hand from sliding down
it's a
on.
hilt guard.
Right, okay, is that what
Click
it's
on
called?
it. Yeah, click it, and then you should be able to zoom. Click that one again. There
Oh,
you go.
Yeah.
okay. See it, guys, right there.
Yep.
So it's
You
when you're
should be able to
holding your
zoom.
handle, you have your hand won't slip down to the blade part. That's what that is designed for. Remember, these are military grade knives to start with. And that leather sheath was $20. Now, if you, let me go back one page. See, there's different ones, and I'm looking, let's see, what was it?
The one right under it is the one they keep picturing.
Well, I'm looking for the specific model number that we got wrote down from the documents.
1217S.
It's 12117S.
Yeah, just 1217. Yeah, S.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the one right above. It says $30, right? Isn't
This
it?
one?
Yeah.
This
Looks
is
like-
2217S. I got wrote down out of the
Oh,
documents.
isn't that what you said?
12117S.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Was the ones out of the documents, and that's like where I was looking, just to see if we could. I mean, I googled it straight up, and it brought me here. I guess they want me to.
One.
Why does it want me to look? Can we search specific model numbers here? Let's see.
Probably.
Alt shop search. Did I write the numbers down out of the document? I thought I'd.
We can read them off to you if you want.
Do that. Let me make sure I got them right, girl. Go ahead.
Oh, well, the warrant's not up there anymore. Sorry.
Oh, 12117S. We'll see if anything comes up. If not, we'll go back to the document. Okay. This is what came up.
That just is recently viewed.
Right here, sheath included 1233S. But when we go back to the page right before it, it showed these different knives that popped up under 1211S. Maybe I have it. Maybe I have the number wrong.
It's 1217S.
There's no 7.
Yeah, 1217.
1217S. You said it. Listen to me. I'm getting tired, y'all. I'm sorry. Here we go. Search. Okay, there we go. This is what we're looking for. The knife itself was like $147 on the actual website. And there is a good image because it's darker. You guys can see that handle. What is it called again there?
Hilt guard.
A kilt guard or hilt?
Hilt guard.
It's a hilt guard. And see that snap, guys? It's snap open. You got to put some force behind it unless it's been used a whole bunch of times for that leather to get loose enough to do its thing easily. So I wondered if they were able to glean something from the sheath to tell them what model to look for that like is specific. You know what I mean? I'll have to do some researching on just the sheaths alone. Because it looks to me like you're going to have that's a wider, see how it's wider? And this one's more narrow and longer.
Yeah.
So they're very specific to their knives. This one's even different. This one's got a whole different shape. Look at, what the hell?
Huh.
Harpoon sheath. Wow. Stuff I didn't even know existed out there, guys. What the hell is this one? The Hellfire. I can use that at the campground. I mean, look at it. Oh, that's like one of those ones my kids showed me that time. I'm like, no, boy, no. You just wanted it because it was cool looking, Mom. I'm like, no. That just
Hey, if you look at the 1217S under this description, it says it fits K-bars with 7-inch blade and double guard.
wow.
So, yeah, it is specific to a certain size knife.
Right. And that's what I figured. So it would be easy for them to narrow down what type about that sheath. I'm willing to bet that these have some sort of markings somewhere, whether front or back. There's a way to tell. Like even if it's a leather stamp, a stamp into the leather somewhere, maybe. But I always had a feeling they were very knife specific because there are so many different types out there. All
They
right,
could have
guys.
just done a search like this and just matched it and said, oh, that's the same sheath and it tends to go with this particular knife, or it's meant to
Well,
go
they
with
could have
this
searched
knife.
it and said this looks like it may go with that,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Right.
That's what I'm thinking.
But then they got to search it up. They got the actual serial numbers and stuff. So I mean, I don't know how they determined that. I'm willing to bet. I'll have to talk to some collectors, but there may be some identification markings on the sheets. I don't know. It's
Plus,
just all
if Payne is from military, so he probably knows about K-bar knives, don't you think?
he was probably familiar with them, yeah. But like still, I always felt that it was going to be blade specific to the sheath. Like there's not going to be random,
Yes.
there's going to be a specific type of knife that went to that specific sheath. And I think that we're seeing that through what we've uncovered today. What document did we just leave off on, guys? The Walmart? Or did I even get to the Yeah, the Walmart. Okay. I'm going to write that down that we stopped
Did we
on the
scroll through
Walmart.
it? Yeah. Good. So,
Yeah, we did because they were just looking for the K-bars, and that's where I wrote down the K-bar serial number information, then went and looked it up on my phone, and then brought it up to you guys. There was really nothing in there, no names or anything, just searching for this buyer stuff on this, on the K-bar. So anyway, we have stopped on the Walmart warrant, guys. We're going to pick back up on the next show, and we'll go through the rest of those warrants. Now, as we progress through those warrants, they get really interesting. Some of them do, and there's one that's going to be coming up, a YouTube one that I can't wait to read over again because I got questions about that one. But I appreciate everybody coming in and hanging with us as long as you guys have been here. Dolphin, Firefly, I always appreciate you guys coming up with me. It wouldn't be the same doing Idaho without you. You guys are just like my rock back and forth with this case, and I love it. So thank you again for being here. Anytime we're doing Idaho, y'all got an open invitation.
oh,
And
yeah, you're welcome.
we do research, guys. We try to bring the best information we can. We're sharing stuff with each other behind the scenes. Did you see this, see that? Can we verify this? Can we verify that? We try not to bring garbage to the table. You may not like our theories and our opinions, but that's okay. You don't have to be here and listen. We appreciate all of you who are here and just being part of the community. So again, thanks for sticking out with us, and we tomorrow to regroup and get us a show together while he's live, and I'll see you guys Tuesday morning for part 2.
Okay.
How's that?
By the way,
sound
I'm very
good?
much into the Madeline Soto case too. I've been
Good.
following
Okay.
a lot of them.
But let me touch you up on that. I got to check the dockets. I'm going to do that here this evening, but I believe that he is asked for a continuance on the CSAM trial, which was supposed to start at the end of the month. I think the 24th. So I did hear yesterday that he put a continuance in for that. So I'm going to check. I know that they said some dockets dropped or documents dropped, and I've got the link straight to that. So I'm going to go check those out. I've also got a Patreon link that has them, but I've got the direct link to all of them. So I'll keep you updated. Don't worry. Because I am heavily following that case. Like I said, I've deep dove all the materials that have come out so far, and I do have past streams on them, and I am nowhere near
Oh, okay.
done with that case either. So as updates come to ours, woohoo. Kohberger had a lot of warrants in his case, and we're still not done.
Yep.
All right, guys. I appreciate all for coming in and being here. And again, Forrest gifting all those memberships. You guys go check out the membership tab over on the YouTube channel. Got a video posted up for the members, and we're going to be doing our Rex Foreman special on Saturday night at some point. All right. Thanks a lot, guys. I'll see you next time.
Night.
Alrighty. Well, talk to you guys later.
All right. Bye.
Thank you all for watching this here video.